What's up, April? What is going on? What is going on? Good morning. So we are live a little bit earlier than we planned, but that is all right. They put up a feed early, so we are live. What is up, Shane? Welcome, welcome. It's been an interesting morning for me so far. We got in trouble on another stream. Good old Kevin got put in a very long timeout. We were talking to people about what we do over here, talking about Kenosha. And we got put in a timeout. They did not like us. They did not. I gotta fucking get rid of Facebook because it's fucking my stream up. They did not like us talking about Kenosha. It's kind of funny. So make sure you guys hit the thumbs up if you're watching on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel if you're not. Hit the bell for all notifications so you know when we go live or we upload new content. If you are watching on Facebook, be sure to like and follow the page. And please share the page out on your personal pages, on groups you're allowed to share, links, all of that. Share that stuff out. All right, well, we got a, I don't know, it looks like they cut the feed. We'll come back to it. We'll see. We'll see what happens. No idea why they cut the stream. Not a big deal, though. It is what it is. So yeah, ask whatever questions you want. We're giving out some case details. We're here for day 3 of the Jensen trial. Yesterday was a very, very interesting day of testimony, especially from the forensic pathologist Michael Chambly or Chambliss. I thought his testimony got destroyed. I think that was a W for the defense yesterday. I don't think that the prosecution did a good job of cleaning that up. Yeah, Molly, they're back on a little early. Some feeds went up, so we went live early, thinking maybe they were starting court a little early. Yeah, come on over to YouTube. Share us on Facebook, though, first, before you jump over here. Share our Facebook stream out everywhere. So, reminder, Monday, they are not going to be in court. So what we're going to do here on Never.Stop.Voices, we are going to, we'll go live at 8:30 as if court was actually starting. We'll go live Monday morning at 8:30. And what we're going to do is we are going to play the 2008 testimony from the forensic pathologist, Michael Chambly. And we're going to compare that 2008 testimony from the original trial to what his testimony was like yesterday. Chambly was a critical witness in the 2008 trial that really led to Jensen's conviction. Very, very long testimony in the 2008 version of this trial compared to I want to say maybe, well, I think, what were we at? We posted it up on the channel. Let me look. It's on our playlist. I want to say it was almost 2 hours. Let me look. Yes, about 2 hour long testimony yesterday compared to 4 hours of testimony in the 2008 trial. So very, very interesting. So yeah, be sure to join us Monday morning. We'll remind you guys throughout the stream, but Monday morning, we're going to go live at 8:30 and we're going to play that old testimony. What is up, Potter? I don't know if is it Potter or Potter over on YouTube. What is up, everybody watching on Facebook? So we went live a little bit early. They pulled a stream up. So we went live a little early, and that's fine. That's good. That gives all of you time to share our streams out. If you're on Facebook, please share the stream out everywhere. We're trying to build up the audience on Facebook. Hopefully we can build the audience up on YouTube as well. This is the only platform that we give out all of the case details. We answer questions that you guys have during the breaks. We play archived footage. What was interesting yesterday as well is that corporate media, most of them ended their streams after a couple of hours. There's not a lot of corporate media streams that went the full 9 hours yesterday. So that was very, very interesting to see. So the other big channels that are covering this, they're not giving out the details that we are. They are not playing archived footage. We are the only channel that's doing that, folks. So share this out. If you're on Facebook watching, not only share, but tag your friends in the comment section. Invite them over here. When we do these trials, it's not about politics. I don't give a shit if you guys are on the left or the right or what you guys believe in. None of that matters. We're watching a court trial. Just make sure that your politics, you guys are friendly with each other in the chat. Support independent media. So some ways you guys can do that is by liking our streams, sharing them out. We have some pinned comments, a pinned comment on YouTube and Facebook where you can send in donations. YouTube, you can send in super chats. You send in a super chat, we'll highlight your comment. We'll put it up there. Throughout the trial, we'll post up some breaking news if we have any. Yesterday, we saw that we put up some breaking news that Presley had been rushed to the hospital and found out that Lisa Marie ended up going on life supports and then eventually passed. That was some breaking news there. We posted up some breaking news about the Chicago mayor, Lori Lightfoot, that clown, in the middle of controversy because her campaign team emailed CPS teachers trying to recruit students to help her with her campaign. Big controversy over there. We played some of, we played the very short Brian Kohberger status hearing from yesterday. He was in court, the Idaho 4 murder suspect. Today, we have Richard Allen from the Delphi murders in court today. So if we can find a stream on that, we'll pull that up during the breaks for you guys. If you guys are interested, so on our Facebook page, NSM News Updates, we post up there, we post criminal complaints, all types of documents when it comes to court cases. So we have the affidavit from the Richard Allen Delphi murder case. That is up on our Facebook page. You can find that there. When it comes to this trial, Mark Jensen, we have the original 2008 criminal complaint on our Facebook page. You can read that there. We also have the original letter that is not allowed to be used in this trial. That is on our Facebook page as well. We do talk about that letter and we show it on the stream, but it is up on the Facebook page if you guys want to read it firsthand and share it to all your friends. So, yeah. During these breaks and when court is silent, these are great times to ask questions. We have a lot of background information on this case, a lot of details. Yesterday, after the case was over, we spent a little time talking about Ambien, kind of discussing the history of Ambien. There was some interesting things that we found out about Ambien and the year it was released and the dosages and the side effects of Ambien back in the day. Some really interesting things. Let's see. Arm on YouTube says, thoughts on the trial so far? I think the trial is very interesting. I think it's way different than it was in 2008. It's definitely not as boring. I think Attorney Jamboy is far more aggressive in this trial than he was in 2008. He was very soft-spoken back then. I think right now the defense is poking some holes in some witness testimony. I think they destroyed the pathologist yesterday. So that was definitely a win for the defense. What do you guys think? Type in the chat on Facebook and YouTube. What do you guys think of the trial so far? Put a 1 in the comment section if you think the defense is doing a better job, or put a 2 if you think the prosecution is doing a better job. What is up, Rachel, over on Facebook? How are you this morning? Arm over on YouTube says, I agree. They destroyed the pathologist and they needed him for their cause of death. They definitely did. He was a very key witness in the first trial. Very, very key witness. Jordan over on Facebook put in number 3. I like it, Jordan. That's awesome. It's pretty even sparring right now. That's some good insight there, Jordan. Thanks for that. A third option over on Facebook, folks. I like the creativity. Rachel says prosecution's doing good over on YouTube. We've got some that are in favor of the defense right now. Rachel says the playback testimony is a little weird. Yeah, it is. You know, here's the thing. So somebody asked yesterday what my thoughts were, and kind of asked chat, but kind of aimed it at me too, what my thoughts were on playing this old testimony and whatever. I was kind of for it. But then after watching them destroy Michael Chambly yesterday, I was like, man, the defense on Jensen's case this time around, what would they have done to Ted Voigt if he was up on the stand testifying? What would he have done? Right? How would that testimony have been destroyed? Or if it would have been? So I don't know. That kind of put me in a weird spot. I'm not sure how I feel about using this old archived footage in testimony and everyone just sits there and watches. If the defense did a bad job in the original trial, they didn't object, at the right times. Same with the prosecution, right? Something happened, and they didn't object at the right time. It's interesting. I think with the testimony that we heard yesterday from Ted Voigt in that 2008 archived footage, I think the defense this time around may have poked some holes in that testimony. Here's another thing, and from another stream that I was watching, somebody asked this question. And I want you guys to think about this while we're watching this trial. Yesterday, watching Ted Voigt's testimony, they were very, adamant on the point where Ted was talking about how Julie was afraid to eat or drink anything from Mark. So the question that was posed on a different stream that I was watching later on was, how did she end up drinking the antifreeze if she didn't take any food or drinks from Mark? I thought that was an interesting question. If she's running around telling her neighbors, I'm terrified to take food or drink from Mark, I'm refusing it, I'm not taking anything he's giving me, but then he supposedly poisons her with the antifreeze that he put in juice. That was a detail from the original case. He put it in juice to disguise the taste of it. So I thought that was an interesting question posed to the chat that we saw that in. Layla says, I'm waiting for a big brawl and shoes to fly. Judge and both sides are so uptight and cranky. Yes, they are. They absolutely are. Jamboy is aggressive. He is not playing games this time around. The eye rolling from the defense attorney. I think that's Mackenzie Renner. I think that's her name. The eye rolling that she gives not only the state, but also crotchety Judge Anthony Milasauskis. I know from firsthand experience, Milasauskis does not take kindly to eye rolling. At some point, he is going to light her up. Rachel on Facebook says she was a little in disbelief over her doing the landscaping while pregnant. Maybe in the 90s, though, people were a little tougher than they are today. Found it interesting about the nosy neighbor watching every move. Is why I don't live next to people. Potter over on YouTube says, but wasn't it less than a teaspoon? No, it was almost a liter. It was like 22 point something ounces of antifreeze. So that's just under a liter. A liter has 33.8 ounces, and they found 22 or 22 point something ounces of antifreeze in her system. So welcome everybody to the stream. They are going to get started here shortly. We're seeing Milasauskis' head jump around here. If you are watching on Facebook, be sure to like and follow the page. Please share the stream out. Tag your friends in the comment section. Invite them over. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for all notifications. Now, a reminder for Facebook. Facebook only allows us to stream for 8 hours. So once we hit the 8-hour mark, the stream is going to automatically end. YouTube will glitch for a second, and our stream will continue over on YouTube. There's nothing we can do about the 8 hours, and we're not going to stop the stream and restart it. It's too hard to get people to come back. Monday, they are not in court on Monday. So Monday, we will go live at 8:30 as if we were streaming the court case, and we are going to play the 2008 testimony from the forensic pathologist, Michael Chambly. And we're going to compare that to his testimony yesterday. It's going to be a long stream because there was a lot of testimony from him in the 2008 trial. So join us for that. I've watched a whole bunch of that testimony. It's definitely not as boring as, we watched yesterday with Ted Voigt's testimony. That was cringy. My eyes and ears were bleeding. I'm sure you guys were suffering too. But watching Chambly testify in the 2008 trial, the full footage, it's pretty interesting. You guys are not going to want to miss that. So good morning to everybody over on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you guys for tuning in. Again, guys, this is a great time to ask your questions during these breaks and quiet moments in the case. We have tons of background details. Yesterday, when we were watching Chambly talk, a little detail that most of you guys don't know that came out from the original trial. Julie Jensen, right, went to her doctor days before she was found dead. Her doctor, Richard Borman, testified in the first trial. It's a longtime physician of Julie's. He testified that she came to see him days before her death and that he was worried. He said she was highly upset. It was burned into my mind. I'd never seen her look like that. She was distraught, almost frantic, actually. Borman said Julie was concerned about her family's previous history with mental illness, particularly her mother's lifelong struggle with alcoholism and serious depression. Borman prescribed her Paxil and Ambien. So we're going to get to some of that testimony later on in this trial, but that is an interesting detail from the 2008 version of the trial. It's been said by the state that Mark went and got all of these prescriptions and then was feeding them to Julie. According to testimony from the 2008 trial that we just read here, that is not accurate. Julie went herself. The testimony from this doctor, plus some other things that we've talked about already on this channel, it kind of makes the letter from the grave a little bit suspect. Another detail, we were talking about this after the stream yesterday. We stayed on for like another hour after the stream. For those of you that don't know, so we looked up Paxil, we looked up Ambien. Both of those drugs came out in 1992. Okay? Due to concern regarding morning psychomotor impairment and interpatient variability of adverse effects, the first product label encouraged providers to individualize the dose of Ambien and specifically recommended a lower initial dose of 5 milligrams for some patients. They corrected in 2005 and 2011. They started correcting the dosage amounts. Psychomotor impairment impairs the way you move, the way you talk, and other regular activities. So I think that that is an interesting detail. I'm surprised the defense did not question Chambly on if he had knowledge of these two drugs that were found in Julie Jensen's system. We also talked about the 5 manners of death and what homicide means in medical terms. We talked about the things that medical examiners are supposed to be investigating before they give a cause of death. Chambly did not look at crucial investigative pieces of evidence in the original trial and still hasn't. He should have never given an opinion. And it was interesting that he ruled it undetermined until years later when detectives said Jensen confessed. All right, here we go, folks. Trial is starting. Good morning. Thank you. Share everything out. Like and share the stream. See what happens.
All right, have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. go on a record on Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. It is Friday, January 13th, 2023. We are in day 5 of this jury trial. The jury is in the courtroom. We are still in the state's case in chief. With that, what do you wish to do this morning, Ms. McNeil?
The state would first like to move Exhibit 10 from yesterday into
All
evidence.
right, that was the exhibit that was used yesterday with the doctor that will be received. It was subject to cross. It is part of the record. And then what is the state's next witness?
The state calls Edward Klug.
All right, let's have him come in.
This is another damning witness in the 2008 trial. So we may end up doing a stream another day too, comparing the 2008 version of this testimony compared to modern day.
You could just remain standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in, okay? You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Right, the witness has been sworn in. Try to get as close as you can to that smaller microphone. If you want to turn it toward yourself a little bit, there you go.
Oh, so it's the skinnier one.
All right, can you spell your first and last name before we start?
Sure. Edward Klug, EDWARD KLUG.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
And Mr. Klug, you can feel free to adjust the microphone so it's right in front of your face. Okay. Mr. Klug, I'd like you to think back to October of 1998. During that time period, where did you work?
I was at Stiefel Nicholas, an investment firm.
And what was your job there?
I was a broker in charge and financial advisor.
So a stockbroker?
Yes.
And when had you joined the firm Stiefel Nicholas?
September 30th, 1998.
So you had just joined at the very, very end of September 1998?
Yes. So my first day of employment was that day. You have to resign from your firm, and then they transfer your license to the new firm.
Where did you work before Stiefel Nicholas?
Robert W. Baird and Company.
Is that the same type of work?
Yes, just a different broker-dealer.
Okay, and so what would you do as a stockbroker?
Well, I would work with individuals to help them get a better return on their investments, work with succession planning for estate purposes, just help people invest their money.
How long had you worked at Baird?
I started at Robert Baird in 1990.
And where were you living when you worked at Baird?
Let's see, 1990. I was in New London, Wisconsin.
At some point, did you move to the Appleton area?
Yes, I moved to Appleton in, I believe, this spring of 1990.
And is that where you worked at Baird, in the Appleton area?
Yes.
And then when you moved and started working at Stiefel Nicholas, was that still in the Appleton area?
Yes, it was.
And at that time, the very end of September of 1998, was Stiefel Nicholas opening a new office in Appleton?
Yes, I was part of the new office. I was transferring my accounts from Robert Baird to Stiefel Nicholas.
So in terms of your home life, you were not moving, you were just moving jobs.
That's correct.
So then what would your role be, what was it, in this new branch of Stiefel Nicholas?
Sure. Well, myself and I had a co-manager, Ron Ruck. We were hired by Stiefel to open a new office, a new market for the firm, to hire brokers, to hire support staff, and make it a profitable office.
And so were you essentially a manager in that office?
So I was an acting manager, but I did not have my Series 8, which is the supervisory FINRA license to be able to supervise both accounts and people.
And so when you say Series 8, you're talking about some kind of license?
Yes, yes. The license I had at the time was a Series 7, which was a general securities license. Then to be a registered principal or a supervisor, you have to get a Series 8.
Did you end up getting your Series 8 license?
So I took a 1-week cram course in Boston the 3rd week of January 1999. And then I passed my test the first week of first week of February 1999.
And so then did you have your Series 8 license?
Yes. So then I had the exam, and then once you pass the exam, you are then appointed branch manager.
Okay, so there's a period of time at the beginning of your employment with Stifel Nicholas where you were not the official branch manager.
Correct. I was named like a supervisor. Well, I would say like a manager in kind, basically. But all of my documents or everything, I couldn't sign anything. I was just there to supervise the facility.
So during that period of time, who was the manager for the Appleton branch of Stifel Nicholas?
It was Mark Jensen.
And can you describe for us the process through which a new branch is opened?
Sure. Basically, you decide about 30 days before you're leaving your existing firm. So you're finding an office location, renting an office, ordering furniture, getting everything ready so that the office is ready to open when you transfer your license from your previous firm to your new firm. But technically, you can't talk to your customers and tell them that you're moving. So it's pretty much a process that is behind the scenes. So you're working with the new firm in what they call the ACATS department. It's the customer account transfer department. And then they will bring a team of people from the home office. Usually on a Friday afternoon. You resign at noon at your other firm so that you have the whole weekend to get the office set up and transfer and contact your larger clients over the weekend, because the former firm is going to go after your customers, because you have to get a signature from every one of your customers to decide if they want to transfer their business with you. So you're throwing your book up into your book of business up into the air and hoping that those clients will land at your new firm. What the transition team does is basically ensures you stay in business. They're sending out all of the forms that are necessary to transfer all the different types of accounts from a single account to an IRA account to a corporate account to an institutional account, and then all of those accounts over the next month, hopefully all those people return those forms and you have your book of business.
So then when you resign from the old firm on a Friday afternoon, you want to be up and running at your new firm by Monday morning?
That's correct. Yep. Because you have, you'll have spent the whole weekend calling all of your customers and saying, hey, you're going to get paperwork in the mail. Everything's going to be status quo. I want to continue the relationship with you because, I'm the person you're working with. You're not working with the firm. You have that committed, trusted relationship with the financial advisor that you're working with.
And so then it's the customer's choice of whether they go with you to the new firm or not.
That's correct.
All right. And so is that the process that happened after September 30th over that next weekend when you moved from Baird to Stifel?
That's correct.
And so where is the home base for Stifel Nicholas?
Stifel Nicholas is based downtown St. Louis, Missouri.
And so did individuals from St. Louis, Missouri help you open this Appleton branch?
Yes, there was a transition team that came in Friday from the home office. It was 5 or 6 people.
Do you remember anybody who came from St. Louis to help?
Yes, the Kelly Labonte was there, Dawn Cooper, a margins clerk. Those are pretty much the only people that I remember from St. Louis. And then we had some local people from other branches come also.
Now, did you have a contact person at Stiefel Nicholas that sort of made you caused you to move from Baird to Stiefel?
Yes, it was Mark Jensen. He had come to the firm a few months before I had, so he went through the similar process, and my boss in St. Louis, Scott McCaig, basically said, well, here's somebody that went through the process. He'll help you. He'll make it, easy to move over.
And this person, Scott McCaig, that you've described, who is
Yes.
he?
Scott McCaig was the sales manager of all of the brokers in the firm, and I considered him my boss.
And was there any connection between Scott McCaig and Kelly Labonte?
Yes, Scott McCaig, his secretary was Kelly Labonte. So Kelly would go to all of the offices that Scott would open.
And so then in early October, the very beginning of October of 1998, you were in Appleton opening the office, and Kelly Labonte was also there?
Yes, she was.
And was Mark Jensen also there?
Yes, he was.
And now, while this is happening, I imagine, is it a pretty hectic weekend?
Yeah, it's pretty chaotic because you're working out of boxes. You're trying to get all of your customer paperwork ready. You're filling out HR paperwork, I-9s. Anything that it takes to become a new employee at a new firm, health insurance, all of those things.
And over that weekend, what did you observe Kelly Labonte and Mark Jensen doing?
Well, they were pretty secretive. They were behind closed doors most of the time. I would have expected them to help, but it was one of those things where they weren't there, and I was pretty disappointed in the fact that Scott told me that they would be there to help.
So you're saying that Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte were in some office?
They were in one of the offices behind closed doors most of the time.
And that would not be typical of people helping you?
No, because had questions, and it was awkward in the fact that do you open the door, do you talk? I mean, so it was not a good situation.
So what did you think when you observed those interactions between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte?
It was one of the things where you get the feeling that something wasn't quite right.
So what do you mean by that?
Well, you can get a vibe when somebody is interested in somebody else. It was, what would you say? You could see there was some chemistry there. And my coworker, who was Ron, we were going to be co-managing the office. He was pretty upset too, the fact that they were brought in to help us when they could be stuffing envelopes or signing, filling out documents for us.
And at that time period, Mark's role was not just to help you open the office. It was also to become the acting manager before you got your Series 8.
Yeah, he would be the acting manager from his Racine office. So pretty much I would send documents down to him to sign. Anything would have to be approved by him. So he was the supervisor with the Series 8 license.
And so, to be clear, before you met Mark Jensen that weekend, had you talked to him on the phone? We
had talked on the phone because I wanted to find out how the process would go, and it's a nervous time because you're unsure of the new firm, you're unsure of the people. So he assured me that it would be a good transition.
Now, is that weekend the first time you met him in person?
Yes.
And can you tell us, in the courtroom today, do you see Mark Jensen?
Yep, he's over there in the defendant's box.
Can you just describe something that he's wearing?
He is wearing a black suit and like a diamond check tie.
All right, the record should reflect the witness identified Mark Jensen in open court.
So after this branch opened, after that hectic weekend, did you have any opportunity to talk to Mark Jensen on the phone after that?
I'm sure we talk daily, but I don't recall any conversations.
So you would have talked on the phone with him?
Yeah, because I would have had questions about operations, and.
And so then when is the next time you would have seen the defendant in person?
Well, he was there the whole weekend. So we were there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then the next time I would have saw Mark was at the Blueprint National Conference, and that was like November 5th, 6th, 7th, somewhere. It was like a Wednesday through Saturday.
All right. So can you describe for us what this conference is?
Sure. So it's a mandatory meeting that happens once a year so that the firms can update the brokers and the managers with any compliance changes, any regulatory changes. They usually have some of the wholesalers, which are the people that represent the mutual fund companies or some of the products that we sell or sold at the time. They would tout the features and benefits. You might get some continuing education requirements for insurance license or just, it's a pretty festive atmosphere. It's, meetings all day, and then training.
So was this hosted by Stifel Nicholas, the company?
Yes, it was Stifel Nicholas's Blueprint, and that would have been the first time that I would have met a lot of the people at the firm.
And so this is the Stifel Nicholas conference for Stifel Nicholas stockbrokers?
Yes, correct. Yep.
And some other Stifel Nicholas employees, maybe not stockbrokers, would also come as well?
Yes, so they would also have home office people would come because, you want to get to know who your margin clerk is, who your back office people are. It's a they encourage those people to come.
So where was this held?
It was held at a hotel in St. Louis. I'm not sure of the name of the hotel, but it was a large convention center because there probably would have been 1,000 people there.
And so St. Louis, Missouri, you're referring
Yes,
to?
St. Louis, Missouri.
And you said it was November 5th through November 7th?
I believe so. It was the first week of November, right after I had started with the firm.
And that's 1998 then?
Yes, correct.
So you're pretty new at the firm when you travel to this conference?
Yes, just about 30 days.
And so you really would have only known the people who were from Appleton?
Correct. Yeah, it was myself and Ron, and I think it was just us two that came over to start.
And then you would have known the people who helped open up your branch in
Yes.
Appleton?
Yep. So, yep. Like I said, I can't recall everybody's name. And then Scott McKeag would have been there, the CEO of the company, Ron Krzyzewski. Yeah. I mean, it would have been. I would have tried to meet new people. And
so to begin with, a limited number of people.
That's correct. Yep.
At the conference. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so can you just describe for us, like during the day, what are people doing at this conference?
So during the day, well, you'll meet for breakfast, and then you'll have meetings from like 8 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock. So you have like breakout sessions, listen to different speakers. There was a like a general meeting where everybody was in a ballroom to hear a speaker, but then you'd have the breakout sessions.
And it's on Saturday that everybody would leave?
Yes, Saturday was the flying day. Yep, back home.
Now, can you tell us what people would do once the sessions were over, when it was dinner time or after dinner?
Sure. After dinner, everybody would congregate at the bar or in the hotel lobby, have a few drinks, talk about what went on, meet new people, networking.
So I'd like you to think back to the Friday of the conference. So I'm asking you to think back to November 6th of 1998. Was there a dinner that evening?
Yes, there would have been a dinner.
And so who were you eating dinner with that evening?
I know I was having dinner with Mark and Ron. I don't remember who else was at the table.
And so was this a dinner for everyone at the conference?
Yes. Yeah, it was like a farewell dinner.
So it would have to be somewhere in that hotel? Is
Yes.
that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So a big room at that hotel hosted it?
Yes.
And so before dinner, did you have anything to drink that Friday?
I don't recall.
But that wouldn't be unusual, right?
No, no, it wouldn't be. And there's times where I would have like Coke and put a lime in it, make it look like a drink, you know, because you don't want to be out of place.
So like a happy hour drink.
Correct.
And then at dinner, do you recall drinking anything?
I believe I had some wine. I think the wine with the steak.
And then once the dinner was over, well, actually, let me ask this. Was the dinner pretty long?
Yeah, because there was speakers, and I would say it probably lasted at least till 10 o'clock.
So
you know.
dinner ends quite late.
Yes.
After dinner, what did you do?
Ended up, there was a hotel bar that I went and had some conversation.
Okay, so after dinner, you go to the hotel bar.
Yes.
Now, right after dinner, was there quite a few people at the bar?
Yeah, I mean, like any meeting, you're going to have people that'll filter out and then, you know, filter out of it.
And this is also the Friday evening going into Saturday from your
Yes,
recollection?
the Friday night was the last night that I was there.
And then would there be some sessions on Saturday morning?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so you don't.
I don't remember.
Okay, you just don't recall that.
Yep.
But
you know, thinking about that, there probably was, because I do remember. Yes, yeah, we did have a meeting that morning.
And then at some point on Saturday, everyone who's out of town is scheduled to leave.
Correct. And normally you take your luggage right to the meeting and you put it in the back of the room.
And so you were scheduled to leave that Saturday?
That's correct.
All right. So thinking back to that Friday night at the bar, was there a time period when other people who had been with you began leaving?
Sure. You know, like I said, people filter out and start to leave.
And was that as the night got later?
Yes.
All right. So I want you to think back to at the time of around bar close. Who was still around after bar close time?
Well, I was, and then Mark was. Kelly was there. There was a broker from Ohio, but I can't remember his name. Ron was there, and there was a fair amount of people, you know, that were still there. But you know, the bar was closed, so drinking coffee, just
So
consuming.
Oh, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I'm just, you know, it's a festive type attitude.
So then once the bar was closed, where was this group of people?
It was in the hotel lobby.
And then do you happen to remember that evening whether Dawn Cooper was there as well?
Yeah, Dawn was there. Mm-hmm.
Was she drinking as well?
Well, at the bar, people were drinking.
Okay. Yourself included?
Yes.
And Mark Jensen?
Yes.
All right. So did there come a point that evening where it got late enough where only you and Mark were there?
Yes.
And can you tell us, did you have discussions with Mark at that point?
Yeah. It was, you know, after everybody was gone, we were kind of talking and. You know.
So first, can you tell me what topic you were discussing with Mark?
Sure. Well, he was talking about the strangest things. I mean, I couldn't believe that somebody would talk about killing their wife. You know, it was kind of out of the blue.
Had you been talking with him on the topic of wives?
You know, when I was kind of had just had some problems in my marriage, and he was talking about some problems in his, and you know, so it was kind of like, yeah, we were talking about spouses.
Okay, so you were on the subject.
That's
of spouses?
correct. Yep.
And you had some not great things to say about your marriage?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
And was it the same for Mark Jensen?
Yes.
Now, before I ask you about the actual conversation, I just want to clarify, was your wife at the time Joanne Klug?
That's correct.
And you were married to her at the time?
Yes.
Had there been a point recently before 1998 where you had some issues involving your wife?
Yes, I had filed for divorce in, I think, 95 or 96 and had moved out for a month.
But that divorce did not go through?
Yeah, we reconciled. We went on a cruise and we got remarried and recommitted and, tried to patch things up.
Now, to be clear, did you get divorced so you had to be
No, I had asked her if we would not do that. So we reconciled.
Okay, so reconciled, not remarried.
Right. Well, right. But then we went on a cruise and did get remarried. So.
Oh, like renewing vows?
Renewing vows. Yes. So I should say. Yeah.
Now, during that time period where things were rough with your wife, did you have some kind of interest in a woman you were working with?
Yeah, I had a friend, and she was my assistant. And it was one of those things where it was not a sexual relationship. It was a friendship in the fact that, somebody that understood your hectic day and somebody to talk to.
Was that woman named Stacy Bauer?
That's correct.
And did she work with you?
Yes.
And what was her role or her job?
She was like an office assistant.
So you were interested in her, is that correct?
Yeah, she was a widow and had 2 young children, and I helped her, because there wasn't food in her fridge and stuff like that. It was just, I felt sorry for the kids.
And that interest caused problems in your marriage, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say, even at the time of this conference in 1998, there were still some troubles in your marriage?
I wouldn't say troubles. I would say that more or less trying to rekindle what you had and trying to get that your spouse's respect back. The trust issues.
Now, thinking back to this conversation that you had with Mark Jensen, can you tell us, to the best of your recollection, what Mark Jensen said to you?
Mark was talking about how to get rid of the problem, basically. Websites that you could go to search how to kill your wife. And it was just like the craziest thing that I ever heard, that, an educated person would say something like that. And then he was talking about poisons and Benadryl and, things that could be undetectable. So
what was the problem that Mark Jensen had in his life when he was saying these things to you?
Well, the problem was he didn't want to pay maintenance. He, wanted to have everything and have his new friend, Kelly, move in with him.
And so the problem was his wife?
That's correct.
Now, at this point, you had described that Mark Jensen had been drinking.
Yes.
Did you have any opinion on whether he was intoxicated or not?
It's, I know he had been drinking. It was just, I couldn't believe somebody was talking like that. I mean, it was, I had never heard anybody talk like that. It was really weird.
So you would say that he was drinking, but do you know if he was intoxicated or not based on your observations?
To say if somebody was intoxicated, I don't know. I mean, I don't think he was stumbling all over. I mean, he was, definitely animated in the fact that he was telling how to kill his wife.
Okay, and so what do you remember him mentioning in terms of the kinds of things he was looking up?
Sure. He was looking up poison, and he was telling me that you could get items that would be non-detectable in a normal autopsy. He was looking at ways that, he would put somebody to sleep, and put something in. He said you could put it in drinks, have them drink it.
And did he mention any other substances?
Well, he was talking about Benadryl and like what I look at, he said like ethylene glycol, and I didn't know what ethylene glycol was. And then it's antifreeze. So I kept looking at Benadryl and saying, well, what's in Benadryl? You know, and I looked up the base chemical. It's polyethylene glycol, which is not toxic to you. So I couldn't understand how Benadryl would kill you.
But you recall him mentioning then ethylene glycol?
Yes, I remember ethylene glycol.
And then you learned that that's antifreeze?
Yes.
Okay, and you've described this as a crazy conversation?
Yes.
And so at some point, after this conversation has occurred, at some point, do you leave the conversation?
Yeah, because it was getting late, and I always like to check in with my wife, so because she would be up, she's worried about me, and you know, so I would go. I went back to the room and called Joanne.
All right. So did you actually speak to your wife on the phone?
Yes, I did.
And even though it's really late at night?
Yes, yeah, because I would always check in with her, and then I had to tell her what kind of crazy conversation I was having.
All right, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 12. Looking at that, can you tell us what that is?
That would be a phone bill from AT&T Ameritech, my phone bill.
And if you could just make sure the microphone's.
I'm sorry. It's my phone bill for my home phone, Ameritech AT&T.
And does that show the calls that you referred to, or the call between you and your wife that early morning?
Yes. It was November 7th, and it was 2:34 was the first call, 2 minutes, then 3:38, 4 minutes, 1 minute, another 4 minutes at 4:02, 4:06, another 5 minutes.
Okay, and so Mr. Klug, I'm going to ask you to look at something on the screen in a second. And for the record, this is State's Exhibit 11. And so this is, as soon as we get it on the screen, this is the item on State's Exhibit 11 labeled phone records. Are the TVs on?
Are they on, Jay? They're on.
All right. So I'm going to just try to see if I can zoom in a little bit on this. All right, you can see it better actually on this view. Okay, so Mr. Klug, is the thing that you're holding in your hand, State's Exhibit 12, does that match what you see on the screen there?
Yes, it does.
All right, and so if it's easier for you to look at what's in your hand, that's fine. So can you tell us what is the first phone call that you see those early morning hours of November 7th from St. Louis?
Yep, it's 2:34 a.m. From my room back to my wife. It was a 2-minute phone call.
All right, and so this being your home phone record, these would be the calls that would show on your home phone as the received calls?
That's correct.
And then what is the next phone call between yourself and your wife?
The next call is 3:38 a.m. and that's a 4-minute call.
And is that off to the right over a little bit?
Yep.
Okay. And then the next phone call you see?
4:01.
And about how long was that one?
That was a minute.
And then after that?
4:02, 4 minutes. And then 4:06, 5 minutes.
All right. And then later on the 7th, did you have a phone call with your wife, like during the regular daytime?
Yep, that was when I was at the airport. It was a 7-minute call back to my house. It was from a payphone.
Okay, so we see the from payphone and then MO for Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Is that accurate?
That's correct. I'm sorry.
All right. So I want to talk to you about the initial conversation that you had with your wife, Joanne Klug. During that conversation, what did you tell your wife?
I told her that I was in the bar, and that I was with Mark, and that he was talking stupid, and I'm probably going to go back down and listen.
Okay. Were you more specific about what?
Yeah, he told me he was going to kill his wife, and my wife at the time, Joanne, did not want me to go back down there. So it was a short conversation.
So when you first, in that phone call with your wife, when you brought up Mark Jensen, did she know him at all?
She had met him once in the Appleton office.
All right. So she had met him at least once, and you're telling her about what he had just told you.
Yes.
And did you specifically say anything about him looking up things to kill his wife?
Yes, it was a pretty basic call telling her what was going on, and it was like, it was kind of like I didn't want to take the time I wanted to get back down there and listen to what he was saying.
Okay, so actually your goal was to get off this phone call
That's correct.
because you wanted to continue talking to Mark Jensen?
Yes, and yeah.
And why did you want to do that?
Well, because I had never heard anybody talk that stupid in my life about how they wanted to kill their wife.
So it was a fascinating conversation to you?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was interesting.
And what was your wife's thoughts about that?
She told me not to go down there, that I would be stupid to go back down there.
In terms of what your wife expressed, was she not happy with that conversation?
No, not at all.
Did you listen to your wife?
No, being a man, I don't listen to wives.
And what did you do?
I went back down there.
All right. And so when you went back down there, was Mark Jensen still there?
Yes.
And did you continue the conversation with him?
Yes, we did, and he went into more detail.
Now, was the topic of that second conversation, that renewed conversation with Mark Jensen, was it the same?
It was the same continued conversation about Mark wanting to get rid of his wife.
And the research on the internet?
In the research on the internet and all the effects of what the chemicals could do to your body to crystallize you from the inside out and not be detectable. He kept talking about that.
Now, had you ever met Julie Jensen?
I never met Julie.
Now, when you had this conversation, this second conversation with Mark Jensen, I take it was somewhat later in the morning. And about what time do you think the second conversation was occurring?
Okay, so I would have gone back down after the conversation. So this says 2:34 a.m. and then the next call was 3:38. So it was between that time that I went back to the lobby to talk to Mark.
And then at some point, did you return to your hotel room for the night?
Yes, at 4:01.
So you believe that you weren't actually done speaking to Mark in your hotel room for the night until about 4 a.m?
That's correct. And then I had a conversation again with Joanne. It was actually 3 calls, so it was about 10 minutes worth of talking to her.
All right. And what was the nature of that conversation with your wife?
Explaining to her what he had talked about, because she was really like I said, she wasn't happy the previous time, so basically he started, she wanted to know what the conversation was, and I was explaining to her, because I was so surprised that somebody would talk like that, poison your wife, kill your wife, all things that I had never been exposed to.
So then after getting to your room at about 4 a.m., did you have to be somewhere the next morning?
Yeah, then the conference would start again at 7 a.m. for breakfast.
And then after the morning sessions of the conference, what did you do?
So then I went to the airport and then called Joanne again to let her know that I was coming home. And then we had a conversation again because she was wanting to, she thought about everything I had said the night before. And, she was a very spiritual person. So she was just, wanting to make sure I was safe.
And so during this airport conversation, you and Joanne, you once again discussed what Mark Jensen had said?
Yes.
And do you recall what was said during that conversation?
Pretty much repeating what I had said the night before, talking about, Mark wanting to kill his wife and the different websites and the chemicals, what it would do to your body, the crystallizing from the inside out, the shortness of breath, the fact that, it's a very slow process and it wouldn't be detectable.
And so did your wife's attitude remain the same?
Yes, she.
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Now, after you had this conversation with Mark Jensen, you've talked about talking to your wife about it. Is there anyone else during that time period that you believe you mentioned it to?
Oh, yeah. Ron Ruck, who was my co-manager, came to pick me up at the hotel and at my room to go down to the meeting. And he asked what I did the night before. And I told Ron Ruck that I was up with Mark Jensen, and being that he managed Ron, also told him that that he was talking about how to kill wives, and he took it as I wanted to kill my wife, and I said no, Mark wanted to kill his wife.
So you described that to Ron Rock?
Yes.
And then once you returned to the office, did you say anything to anyone?
Yeah. So then the Monday morning after the conference, I told basically Stacy, and I told everybody in the office what had happened because it was such a weird conversation.
Okay, so you specifically remember telling Stacy Bauer?
Yes.
And is there anyone else who you specifically remember that you told or mentioned this to?
I don't.
Now, I want to direct your attention to about a month or less than a month after this conversation had occurred between you and Mark Jensen. At that time, did you hear that Mark Jensen's wife had died?
Actually, from Mark himself, he called the office and told me that his wife had died.
And do you remember about the time frame that you got that call from Mark Jensen?
It was first thing that Monday morning after Thanksgiving. So it'd be, what's that, probably December 5th, 6th, somewhere in that range.
And was it your impression that Mark Jensen's wife had just died?
Yes.
Based on the conversation?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Klug, what did you think about hearing that in that?
Because of the fact that the conversation we had, and he was my supervisor, and I didn't bring up any of the conversation that we had. He didn't bring up any of the conversation other than he was telling me how she was so depressed, and that she was sleeping a lot, and as being, I was a caring person, so I wanted to know how the kids were doing and, how he was doing, because he just lost his wife.
Did you confront him about what he had told you?
I didn't confront it, but in the back of my mind, I knew what had happened. And then, I didn't say anything. And then after the call, I went out and told Stacy, and I said, Mark's wife died. And she said, oh my God, he killed her.
Objection, move to strike. That was hearsay.
That's stricken from the
I
record.
believe that is an excited utterance, if I may lay some foundation.
You
for
could
that.
start over, but the way he said it, obviously, it was an answer to your question. So if you want to lay a foundation, you can.
So, Mr. Klug,
Yes.
I want you to think back to that moment after you had that phone call with Mark Jensen. You then go to, your intention is to tell other people in the office. Is that
Yes,
correct?
because of the shock.
And when you did so, what did you have to do? Did you have to leave your office? Where did you go?
Yeah, I left my office and then went to the front reception area.
And was this person, Stacy Bauer, was she there?
Yes, she was.
And what did you say out loud?
I told her that Mark's wife had died.
And did you see her reaction to that?
Yes, and she's an expressive person. She's, oh my God, he killed her.
Objection, hearsay, move to strike.
Sustained.
So without saying words, Mr. Klug, can you describe to us what you saw in terms of Ms. Bauer's expression?
Sure, she was excitable in the fact that she knew what had happened because I had had the conversation with her.
Okay, and so then what did you observe about her body or her facial expressions?
Just shock, or kind of like, oh my God, that type of thing.
And so immediately after you said what you said, and then you made those observations about Ms. Bauer, what did she say?
Objection calls for hearsay. I don't think that there's a basis for an excited utterance at this point. Essentially what we have is...
Hang on. We're just arguing way too much legal
Sorry.
jargon.
Sorry.
Take a break, folks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on break from the Mark Jensen antifreeze murder trial. So let's get into this first. Some breaking news. You heard it from us first here at Never Stop Media. We wrote an article that you can find on our website, Never.Stop.Voices.com, in regards to some information we heard about Judge Dorrell's
outside the
manager,
courtroom.
Amber Schrader.
Continue.
She is currently under
Thank you,
police
Your Honor.
investigation.
What we have here is the state is saying that this is an excited utterance, yet we don't have any actual description of excitement. We only have the word she was excitable, which is obvious since the state has already said this is an excited utterance. And he said shock, kind of like, oh my God, that kind of thing, I believe was his exact testimony. That none of that actually describes someone as being excited. It simply is a cumulative assessment.
You want to respond, Ms. McNeil?
Well, Judge, I think this is actually classic excited utterance. It's when somebody hears something that is, stunning to them, and then their reaction to it, what they blurt out of their mouth. And the reason that this is a hearsay exception is because the idea is when someone hears something stunning, their immediate reaction to that is reliable. And so that's why those statements are allowed into evidence, because it is so immediate and because it's after a shocking event or experience or hearing something shocking. And Mr. Klug did describe Ms. Bauer as shocked. The words, there's, no magic words for excited utterance. You just have to describe that heightened emotional state, which Mr. Klug has done.
Well, I agree there's no magic formula here. It is spontaneous. And it sounds like the witness or the person that made the statement was in shock based upon the description of Mr. Klug. And I I think it's a classic excited utterance. I agree. So we're going to bring the jury back in the,
Your Honor, before we do that, there's a possible objection coming as well that we might want to deal with so we don't have to bring them back and forth. My guess is that Mr. Klug, based on his statements thus far, is going to be going into why he believes that Ms. Bauer said this, and I believe that would be speculation and inappropriate.
I can't predict what the state's going to ask. I wish I could. So if we get in that area and I think it's speculation, make your objection.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, bring the jury back out.
All right, so they're bringing the jury back out, so I'm going to talk very, very quickly. So Judge Doro's campaign manager, Amber Schrader, she is under police investigation for an alleged misdemeanor crime. We just got this information sent to us. So this is a developing story, and we will continue to follow it and update you guys as we get more information. Stay tuned during longer breaks. We're going to talk about the confrontation clause and why the letter wasn't used. We're going to talk about some old case history to give you guys some background information on things that are going on. We'll talk about Marcy's Law. That's one thing we haven't talked about on this channel. We heard that from Judge Milosauskas when they were talking about the word victim. So we'll kind of talk to you guys about what Marcy's Law is. Again, we'll talk about how the Sixth Amendment Confrontation Clause changed in 2004 with a very iconic U.S. Supreme Court case. We talked about that yesterday during the stream. We'll give you guys some information on it again today for all the new viewers. Monday morning, they're not in session, so we will still be live at 8:30. We are going to play the archived footage, full testimony of the forensic pathologist, Michael Chambly, and compare that to his testimony yesterday. Type in the chat what you guys think about Chambly's testimony yesterday. Do you think the defense shut him down, or do you think he was still a good witness for the prosecution? He was a very key witness in the original conviction of Jensen in 2008. Make sure you guys like the stream. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for all notifications. If you're watching on Facebook, be sure to like and follow the Facebook page. And please share the stream out. Tag your friends in the comment section. Invite people to come over here. We are the only platform that is giving details about the case, background history, playing archived footage, talking about breaking news in between the breaks. You are not getting your questions answered on lamestream media coverage of this case. We are the only platform giving you guys the juicy scoops on Mark Jensen. So they are bringing the jury back out. We are still waiting for that. In the original trial, I will tell you, I believe it was Ed Krug who made a comment to investigators and testified that Mark was, like you hear him in this trial, searching the internet when it comes to poison, when it comes to antifreeze, all of these things. And allegedly, Mark had told him some of this stuff that he's testifying to. And after Mark's computers were seized from his house, Ed Klug made a comment to Mark saying, man, it's a good thing they didn't grab your work computer. All of a sudden, the very next day, Mark's work computer didn't work and the hard drive was completely malfunctioned. That is a detail from the original case. We'll see if that really gets highlighted during testimony here. We'll see how the defense shuts this down. I'm seeing that in comments on Facebook and YouTube. You guys don't like Ed Klug. His testimony does seem to be a bit rehearsed and a bit staged. Richard Allen, the Delphi murder suspect, does have a court hearing coming up today. So we will try to give you guys some coverage of that during the break if we can find a stream up. They are going to, let's see, little details about that. There's 4 considerations for attorneys during today's court proceedings. They're expected to hear arguments on the gag order, a change of venue, broad discovery request from the defense, and another defense request for additional funding for investigators. Now, the gag order that's on the case, so Carroll County Prosecutor Nick McLeland filed a motion for a gag order during the November 22nd hearing. Gold didn't immediately rule on the motion, although she eventually approved a preliminary gag order that barred anyone associated with the case from talking about it until today's hearing. As far as the change of venue, so Allen's, here we go, we're going to pause. Ooh, you recognize that DA from the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Or it's not a DA, I'm sorry, defense attorney from the Rittenhouse trial.
Please be seated.
All right, we're back on the record on Mark Jensen's case. The jury is back in the courtroom. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. The objection was overruled and the question will be allowed. So go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
So, Mr. Klug, I was asking you, after you made that statement about Mr. Jensen's wife being dead, what did Ms. Bauer say?
She said, "Oh my God, he killed her."
Now, in terms of your conversation with Mark Jensen, did you ever confront him about it?
I didn't.
And then there was a time period when you learned that Mark Jensen had been charged with killing his wife.
That's correct.
And when was that approximately?
I thought it was like 06 or 07. I'm not sure.
Was it possible it was as old as 2002?
Oh, yeah, it could have been.
And then did something else happen in around 2006, 2007 related to this?
Like the evidentiary hearing?
Right, like someone reaching out to you about the case?
Well, I had made one phone call to the Pleasant Prairie Department, but the only thing they had asked me about was Mark using your computer? And I said he was, but the firm had replaced all of the computers on an upgrade. So it's kind of like I just didn't say anything after that to them.
So I just want to break this down by time period.
Yes,
There's a time period when you learn that Mark Jensen's wife is dead, correct?
that's correct.
And then after that, you did not tell police or prosecutors or anyone in authority about what Mark Jensen had said, correct?
No, I didn't.
And after that time period, did you tell your wife that Mark Jensen's wife had died?
Yes.
And tell us about that conversation.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Well, initially he's just telling us that the conversation occurred, so I don't think this question calls.
Well, you're getting close. I mean, he can talk about what he said to his wife. I don't have a problem with that.
Basically, I told her what had happened with the phone call from Mark, telling me that, that his wife had died. And then I let her know that Mark was being charged with killing his wife, that he was arrested, and he wasn't the manager anymore of the Racine office.
So during this time period, after hearing about the death of Mark Jensen's wife, and then after hearing that he had been charged with that, did your wife, Joanne, give you any advice about coming forward?
Objection again calls for hearsay.
This is not hearsay. This is a fact on the listener. It does not matter if it's true or not. It's what she told him.
I'll let you ask the one question, but we're not going to get any more into what his wife said. Okay, you can ask this one question. Go ahead.
All right. So did your wife advise you either way about whether you should come forward?
She said she would support me in whatever decision that I made.
And at that time, you made the decision not to tell anyone in authority about what you
Yes,
knew.
I did not want to get involved.
Now, it is true that some people that you worked with did know what Mark Jensen had told you because you had told them.
Yes, that was Quinn Yorton. He was the manager of the Green Bay office, and I knew he had some police background, so I was asking him questions.
And so were you seeking his advice?
Yes.
And after that conversation with Mr. Yorton, did you make a call either to the Pleasant Prairie Police Department or to prosecutors?
I called. I believe I called the courthouse or somebody. Then they wanted to question me after that.
Now, when you did that, did you talk about this conversation you've just described at the hotel at the conference?
Yes.
You're saying that you told in 2000. You're saying that in that call that you talked about the specific conversation where Mark Jensen said he had killed his wife.
Yes.
Objection. I think we need a time frame here.
You want to put a date in or a year? Or...
So it might help if I show Mr. Klug. I have another exhibit. This is State's Exhibit 13.
All right, show him 13.
Yes.
So let me just ask you about that particular exhibit. Do you recognize what State's Exhibit 13 is?
Yes, that's my handwriting on a document describing what I had remembered from the conversation.
Some notes that you had taken?
Yes.
And what prompted you to write down those notes that you see in State's Exhibit 13?
Quinn had told me to keep like a log, to try to jog your memory. So it was on 3/21/02, I called the DAFS and left a voicemail in Kenosha.
All right. But to be clear, when you made that phone call, you did not describe this conversation at the
No,
hotel.
that's correct. Yep.
And then you said something about computers. Is that what you talked about?
Yeah, then that probably was the next conversation about they wanted to know if Mark was using any computers. And I said he would have used the computers in my office, but that we had replaced those computers in a firm-wide upgrade.
So, Mr. Klug, can you tell us why you didn't tell the police or prosecutors or someone in authority about this conversation?
I was scared of Mark. I was scared of the fact that if he killed his wife, what could happen to me?
Now, I want you to think back to the time period of July of 2007. Do you remember during that time period someone from the district attorney's office reaching out to you?
Yes.
And was it only at that point that you told the district attorney's office about this conversation with Mark Jensen?
I believe so, yes.
And then shortly thereafter, shortly after that contact, did you end up testifying at a hearing about that?
Yes, because they wanted to get my statements of my recollection of what had happened.
And then sometime a few months later, did you testify again? Do you recall? So do you recall 2 prior testimonies?
Yes.
And then at some point before the second testimony, is that when you discovered those notes you're looking at in State's Exhibit 13?
Yes, because I went through all my compliance files and found notes.
And so you turned those notes over?
Yes.
And so again, what was the time period of those notes in State's Exhibit 13?
The date was 3/21/02, and then 4/10/02. And then there's no other dates beyond that. Oh, I'm sorry. These are notes saying when the conference was, and when the weekend was that Kelly was at my office and Mark was at the office. Did you want me to read the notes?
Not at this moment.
Okay.
Now, during the course of taking these notes, was that to remind yourself about this conversation that you had had with Mark Jensen?
Yes,
And at that point, that was acting on the advice of Quinn Yorton?
that's correct.
All right. And so in these notes, do you note things like Mark Jensen wanting to get rid of his wife?
Yes. He's saying how unhappy his marriage was and that where are we at here? He wanted to get rid of her.
And I see that you wrote down the word psycho. Was that in reference to
To Mark,
Jensen?
yes.
Was it in reference to him or
Oh,
him referring to his wife?
What page is that on?
So that would be the 4th page, the top of the 4th page.
He wanted to get rid of her. Psycho. Next. I'm thinking it was about his wife that he was telling me that she was psycho because it was he wanted to get rid of her was the comment before on the previous page.
And then did you also note that it seemed like he was trying to be your friend or wanted to be your friend?
Yeah.
And then finally, did you note something about Benadryl and an OD?
Yes. Okay, so next Monday, unless your thought was odd, talked every few weeks, would call every so often, try to say Benadryl overdose, get out of bed. She was depressed. And then I just put, he was my boss from 10/1/98 to 3/15 of 99.
And then you note the 10/1, by that date, you note that Kelly came to the office?
Yes, yep. And I put 10/1 weekend 01. Kelly came to set up the office. I can't read my writing. 2 people, conversation, uneasy about. Yeah, it's basic notes about what I wanted to remember.
Now, is it fair to say that as you look at these notes, this is not like how someone would write out a statement, correct?
No, it would be random thoughts that would have been talked about as during the conversation.
So like if someone else is looking at this, they might not be able to interpret what you've written, correct?
Correct. Or read it because my writing isn't good.
Like for instance, if you look at the first page of these notes, do you see something written there, sick feeling in stomach?
Yes, sick feeling in stomach, Quinn Yorton recommended. So,
Now, do you know what you were talking about when you wrote that?
I think it was talking about my feelings, because it was like bringing up, it was hard to talk about it.
So anticipating maybe calling the police or talking to the
Yes.
police about this?
Yes,
All right. And so again, you turned these over once you found these,
yes,
and you believe you found them at some point before your second testimony?
yes.
Now, Mr. Klug, do you remember someone working at Stiefel Nicholas by the name of Dave Nering?
Yes, Dave Nearing was a fellow investment broker. He worked in Mark's office.
And did you ever have contact with Dave Nering?
I've talked to Dave, yes.
And do you remember ever talking to him about what Mark had told you?
Yeah, he was Mark's best friend, and he was telling me,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
So just tell us about what you said in this conversation with Dave Nering that we're talking about.
sure. Mark always would sit in his office with the door closed and the blinds closed. Dave spent a lot of time at Mark and Julie's house.
Objection, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Klug, what I'm trying to ask you is whether there
Can
was
I just sustain the objection first? It's okay. Thank you.
sustained. All right. So, Mr. Klug, what I'm trying to ask you is with Dave Nering, was there a point in time where you would have told him or mentioned to him this conversation that Mark had with you about killing his wife?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember the context of that?
The context was, they were coworkers in the office and friends, and I wanted to tell them what was going on.
So you knew that Dave Nering, even though he didn't work in your office, you knew he knew Mark Jensen.
Right, because it was another office close by.
Now, Mr. Klug, to be clear, when prosecutors reached out to you in the summer of 2007 to talk to you about this conversation, you knew at that time that Mark Jensen had been criminally charged with killing his wife, didn't you?
Yes,
So you knew it was a serious conversation, correct?
that's correct.
And you knew it was important to be as accurate as possible, correct?
That's correct.
And then it was just within a couple days of that you testified the first time, correct?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you about things that have happened more recently. Did you and your wife, Joanne Klug, did you divorce?
Yes, she filed for divorce in September of 2011, and it was final February of 14.
And your wife, Joanne, does she now live out of state somewhere?
Yes, she does.
And in terms of your life, have you remarried?
I remarried in 2015.
Now, was there a time period, I want you to think back approximately a year ago, last December, was there a time period where someone acting as an investigator for Mark Jensen came to talk to you?
Yes, it was my grandson's birthday, and I had arrived at their house, and there was somebody there. I don't remember his name, but he wanted to have a conversation about the Jensen trial. And I said, well, it's my grandson's birthday. I can talk for a few minutes. And then, because I thought I was compelled to talk, I didn't know I didn't have to talk to him. I was just being cooperative.
Okay, so you did talk to that person?
Yes.
And was that for a fairly long amount of time?
Yeah, it ended up being probably an hour and a half.
And so then to be clear, you've talked in detail about what has occurred. You testified twice.
Yes,
There's also this investigator person you talked to. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Just about your observations during that conversation, do you have any idea whether that conversation was being recorded?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to sustain that.
Now, Mr. Klug, do you have any expectation of getting money as a result of testifying in this case?
No,
And you've been a known witness in this case from 2007, is that correct?
that's correct.
And has it caused you to get a bunch of money?
Have not received one penny. It's cost me money to be a witness.
Okay, I have no further questions, and I would just move the exhibits that were testified to, so that's
Can you,
11.
just say those numbers for the record.
Yes, so that would be 11, 12, and 13.
All right, subject to cross to 11, 12, and 13 will come in. Who's doing the cross? Go ahead, Ms. Renner.
So, Mr. Klug, you testified you first spoke with Mark Jensen over the telephone, correct?
What are you talking about?
When you very first met Mark Jensen, your first conversation with him was over the telephone.
Yes,
And this was the conversation about transitioning from your former brokerage to Stifel Nicholas?
yeah, that's correct.
And this was a business conversation.
Yes.
It's not a social or a personal conversation.
No, because I didn't know Mark.
And you then met Mark in person on October 1st.
Yes,
And that's when he was in Appleton to help with the transition.
that's correct.
And your conversations that day were also business related.
That's correct.
They weren't personal.
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Jensen had become your supervisor upon the transition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's because you did not have the right kind of license to supervise the office.
To supervise the trades, he was managing the trades. I was managing the day-to-day operations of the office.
Now, Mr. Jensen, though, is only your supervisor for about 5 months.
Yes,
In fact, he works out of the Racine office.
correct.
You were in the Appleton office. That weekend in October was the only time that you had Mr. Jensen in your office. Is that correct?
Yes,
As your supervisor?
yes,
And that's when you got your Series 8 license in March of 1999, correct?
that's correct.
And after that, Mr. Jensen was no longer supervising you in any way.
That's correct.
So prior to the Blueprint conference, you had what, maybe 20, 25 minutes worth of conversation with Mr. Jensen?
He was there the whole weekend.
He was there,
Yes,
but you said he was hanging out in an office?
yes, with the door closed.
And so he was talking, but he was talking to you during that whole weekend?
There would have been some conversation, probably if I had a question on a form or procedures.
And so those conversations would have all been business related, correct?
Correct.
And they weren't personal or social in nature?
No.
So then you go to the Blueprint Conference, correct?
Correct.
And let's turn then to that Friday night. Now, after a day of listening to different speakers, there was a cocktail hour.
Correct.
And during that cocktail hour, you drank.
Yes.
And what did you drink?
Probably, I don't remember. It was some form of alcohol. Could have been a beer with mixed drink, depending on what was there.
Well, you testified previously in this matter, correct?
Yes.
And the testimony on July 30th of 2007, and for counsel, that's page 20, lines 4 for 12.
Thank you.
So on July 30th, you were asked the question, would you have a cocktail prior to dinner? Answer, yeah, that there would have been a social hour before dinner.
Correct.
Question, and what's your usual drink? Answer, a couple of drinks. Question, and so what's your usual drink? Answer, I'll drink a Bud Light. Question, so you think you had at least 2 Bud Lights and a couple glasses of wine? Answer, correct. Was that your testimony?
You're reading it. I don't see it in front of me.
Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
And so those couple glasses of wine were during dinner, right?
Yes, correct.
Now, you also testified on January 8th of 2008 in this matter, correct?
Okay. Yes.
Well, you testified twice.
Okay.
And counsel, this would be page 177, lines 1 through 4
177 on the transcript, you're saying?
on the transcript,
And lines?
1 through 4. So on January 8th of 2008, you testified in this matter. And to be clear, for both of these times that you testified, you did have to raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you did testify
Yes, that's what you're reading.
after swearing to do so, right?
Yes.
And on January 8th of 2008, the question was, and on Friday night, you had a happy hour? Answer, there was a happy hour, yes. And question, you had 2 Crown and Cokes? Answer, yes. Was that your testimony on January 8th of 2008?
Yes.
So today, you don't remember what you drank that night,
It was 20 years ago.
but it could have been beers and it could have been Crown and Cokes.
Possibly.
And as we already established, you had a glass or 2 of wine at dinner.
With food, yes.
And then after dinner, you went to the lobby bar.
Correct.
And you were drinking in the lobby bar,
Correct.
having about 1 or 2, probably about 2 an hour, would you say?
I don't know.
So again, you testified on July 30th of 2007. Counsel, this will be page 20, lines 16 to 25.
That's the page on the transcript?
Yep. For July 30th, 2007.
Right, let me just. Transcript starts on.
All right, so we saw just a little bit earlier when they kind of zoomed out like this, behind the defense, sitting in those benches, we saw a familiar face. That was Mark Sarafasi from the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. So he must be in Kenosha County Courthouse for something and stopped in to check this out. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. If you're watching on Facebook, be sure to like and follow the page. If you're on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. Stay for the breaks because we discuss case details, history. I've got Klug's original 2008 testimony queued up for the break, so we can watch some of that while we're answering questions and giving you guys some background details.
22. But
Okay.
my apologies.
Thank
So on July 30th of 2007, you testified, well, I should say you were asked, and what did you have to drink? The court asked in the lounge. Question, in the lobby. Thank you, Judge. Your answer was, at that time, I would have had a few more beers with the group. Question, and how many? Answer, 2 or 3. Question, how many were you drinking every hour? Answer, probably 2 an hour.
Okay.
Is that your testimony at that time?
Yes.
And that night you were drinking a mixture of Crown Royal and Coke and beers?
Yes.
So in total, you had probably 11, 12 drinks that night?
Possibly.
And during the time in the bar, you were socializing, right?
Yes.
You were talking to different people.
Correct.
And you said that things started to clear out towards the end.
Yes.
But at bar close, Don Cooper was there,
Yes.
and Ron Ruck was there,
Yes.
Kelly Labonte,
Yes.
Mark Jensen,
Yes.
and a number of other people that you maybe can't remember.
That's correct. I know there's a broker from Ohio, but I can't remember his name.
What time did the bar close?
Probably 2 or 2:30.
Okay. So 2 or 2:30, the bar closes. And at 2:34, you are on the phone with your wife.
Yeah, let her know. Yes.
And how long would it take you to get from the bar area to your room?
A few minutes.
So when the bar closed around 2 or 2:30, you went to the lobby.
Yes.
And you were in the lobby with Mark Jensen and Don Cooper.
Yes.
Don Cooper was talking about her divorce that was going on.
I believe so, yes.
So about 2:30, you go up to your room to call your wife.
Yes.
And that phone call was at 2:34,
Yes.
and it was a 2-minute phone call.
Yes.
Did she call you or did you call her?
I called her.
You called her?
Yep.
Okay.
No, wait a minute. Let's see. No, let's see. I called her, let her know, and then I believe then she called me because that she must have fallen asleep. Oh.
You have Exhibit 12 up there with you, don't you?
Yes,
And prior to 2:34 a.m., the call before that was from November 5th. Is that right? At 11:12 a.m.
yeah, that was a 21-minute call.
But it's your testimony today that you called her and she called you back?
No, yes, you're confusing me.
Now, it's your testimony today that during this 2:34 a.m. phone call, you told your wife that Mark was talking about killing his wife, correct?
Correct.
During this 2-minute phone call, right?
I would have checked in and just said, hey, there's conversation, what's going on, and went back down.
Now, on July 30th, 2007, you testified about this phone call as well, right?
Yes,
And counsel, this will be page 69, line 19.
Okay, thank you.
You were asked the question, and in this first conversation at 2:34, you did not talk about Mark Jensen, correct? And your answer was, I don't believe so.
okay.
That was your testimony?
Yes, you're reading it.
But after this conversation with your wife, you go back down to the lobby
Yes,
and you meet back up with Mark Jensen and Dawn Cooper.
yes,
And at this point, you're having a discussion about your significant others.
yes,
The three of you are talking about Dawn's divorce. Correct?
yes,
And Ms. Cooper, Dawn Cooper, was upset. Would that be fair to say?
yes,
And you told Dawn and Mark that you had filed for divorce about a year prior in 1997.
okay,
Is that correct?
yes,
And you filed for divorce in part because of this non-sexual relationship with Stacy Bauer?
it may have been one of the reasons.
Now, you were down in the lobby for less than an hour. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
And we know that because you have this second call with your wife
that's correct.
at 3:38 a.m.
Yes,
And that was a 4-minute phone call.
yes,
Then there's another call at 4:01 a.m.
yes,
That was 1 minute. Another call at 4:02 a.m. That was 4 minutes.
yes,
And another call at 4:06 a.m. That was 5 minutes long.
that's correct.
Did you hang up on your wife during that phone call?
Probably.
Probably.
Yes,
And then called her right back?
yes,
So you two were arguing during that conversation?
Possibly, yeah, because of what I had told her.
Your argument was possibly also about you being out so late?
Possibly.
Your wife had expressed concern that you were in a bar that had women in it during that conversation?
Possibly.
Now, your testimony today was that Mark told you about websites.
That's correct.
Did he specifically give any website addresses?
Yeah, he talked about poison. He talked about howtokillyourwife.com.
So howtokillyourwife.com
Yeah.
was something he brought up?
Yes.
Now, the next morning, you spoke with Ronald Ruck earlier in the day.
Yeah, he came to my room to pick me up to go to the conference.
And at that point, you told Mr. Ruck that you'd stayed up all night with Mark talking,
Yes.
and you'd told him that you'd stayed up late talking about killing your wives. Right?
Yes.
So you were a part of that conversation as well.
What do you mean? I was talking to Mark.
And you were wife bashing.
Yes.
What specifically did you say about your wife?
I don't remember. Probably this fact that I had filed divorce and we got back together, and it's having conversation.
So it's your testimony today that you didn't say anything mean about your wife that night?
I'm sure I did.
Now, when you talked to Mr. Ruck that morning, you were laughing when you talked about this, weren't you?
It was not. It was probably more of a shock than a laugh.
But you were laughing.
Possibly.
Your Honor, if you'd like, this might be a good spot to take a break, and I can continue my cross after the break. I know it's 10:30, and at least some at this table would like a couple minutes.
All right, sounds like we need a break from the defense side. So folks, go in the back, please don't talk about the case. Thank you.
All right, guys, what is up? Chat, type in the chat. What do you guys think about the credibility of Ed Krug? Hit number 1 if you think he is a credible witness, or type 2 if you think he is not credible. They're taking about a 10-minute break, so they'll be back about 10:35. This is a great time to ask your questions in the chat. We will fire off answers as fast as possible. Now, they just mentioned a website. I'm not going to repeat the website because we don't want social media to take us down, but they mentioned the website. The website is true. It is still up. You guys can go look at it for yourselves. I'd love to screen share it, but I'm nervous that social media is going to whack me on it. So let me just kind of tell you guys what it's about. Again, you can go and find the website and confirm everything I'm saying. This website documents, this is a true story of an American citizen, Teresa Schiavo, who was starved to death by her husband, Michael Schiavo. I might be saying the last name wrong. And the incompetent Judge George W. Greer, who handled the case. And some background details, just to let you guys know, this is my cheesy reporter voice. Michael Schiavo called police at 4:30 a.m. and told them that he found his wife face down on the bathroom floor and didn't know how it happened. Listen to some of the similarities in this case compared to the Jensen trial. Michael Schiavo never told ER doctors that he picked his wife up and slammed her to the ground after hitting her on the back of the head so hard that it caused her to go blind. The negligent hospital took x-rays weeks later, which revealed she had broken bones and damage to her spine. Michael Schiavo then hid the smoking gun medical records from his wife's parents for 10 years. Extreme fear and pain causes the body to activate the fight or flight response, which forces the body to excrete magnesium, which makes the blood more acidic and causes it to thicken. Severe magnesium loss will cause hypokalemia. Unfortunately, this was not well known until 2007. There's a link on the site you can click. I'm sure it takes you over to something about hypokalemia. I'm not going to click on it right now. Long after Michael Schiavo had his wife put to death by telling a court of law that she no longer wished to live, with the aid of Florida hospice lawyers and Florida Republican Governor Jeb Bush. I just watched a documentary on the George Bush, the first Bush president, that there may be some link to him in the JFK assassination. I think it's called Dark Legacy. I found it on the Tubi channel. It's kind of far-fetched, but crazy. Anyway, Jeb Bush, who wanted to rid the state of people in nursing homes whose insurance money ran out. United States citizen Teresa Schiavo was ordered to be starved to death by Judge George Greer, who was found to be legally wrong 3 out of 4 times when cases were brought to a higher court. A little background on that. Pretty crazy. All right, let's give you guys a little background on the confrontation clause. So we went through this in great detail. I'm probably not going to do that today, but I'm going to give you guys some background. So the confrontation clause of the 6th Amendment in the United States Constitution. So all you Republicans need to stop attacking the Constitution and iconic Supreme Court cases. Provides that in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to be confronted with the witnesses against him. The right only applies to criminal prosecutions, not civil cases or other proceedings. Generally, the right to have a face-to-face confrontation with witnesses who are offering testimonial evidence against the accused in the form of cross-examination during a trial. The 14th Amendment, which is another one that the right likes to attack, that's due process, makes the right to confrontation applicable to the states and not just the federal government. Now, the iconic 2004 Supreme Court of the United States formulated a new test in Crawford v. Washington to determine whether the confrontation clause applies in a criminal case. The confrontation clause has its roots in both English common law, protecting the right of cross-examination, and Roman law, which guaranteed persons accused of a crime the right to look their accusers in the eye. Now, in 2004, Crawford v. Washington, the Supreme Court of the United States significantly redefined the application of the 6th Amendment's right to confrontation. So we went into super great detail, but because of the 2004 change in the confrontation clause under the 6th Amendment, that is why the original letter from the grave is not admissible in this case. Now, there's a lot of details. On a lunch break, we're going to play 2008 archive footage from the original trial of Ed Klug's testimony. We'll play that for you guys. We'll answer some more detailed questions on Monday. Keep in mind, they are not in trial on Monday morning, but we will still go live at 8:30. And what we're going to do Monday is we are going to play the forensic pathologist Michael Chambly's original testimony in the 2008 trial. And we're going to compare that to his testimony yesterday. Now, keep in mind, at the end of yesterday's hearing, we stayed live for about another hour, and we went through some really important things when it comes to medical examiners and autopsies, the 5 manners of death, things like that. We talked about the John Doe hearing that happened here in Wisconsin with former Wauwatosa police officer Joseph Mensah in the shooting death of Jay Anderson Jr. We have some articles up on our website. You guys can check that out on Never.Stop.Voices.com. But just to give you guys a quick little thing, what we talked about yesterday. So let me just pull this up on my article so I can quote this exact. We like to be exact over here. Otherwise, people try to attack us for misquoting things. Let me find this. Okay, so the 5 manners of death. So you guys get super excited when you hear the word homicide, right? There's 5 manners of death when medical examiners look at a death, a body, okay? Natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined. Now, homicide in these medical examiner terms, by its simplest definition, just means death by the hands of another. So if a police officer shoots a bad guy, it's technically considered a homicide by its simplest definition. Somebody breaks into your home and tries to get you, and you happen to unalive that person, technically homicide by the simplest definition. Now, in this John Doe hearing case about the shooting death of Jay Anderson Jr., the medical examiner, who I believe is the same medical examiner that testified during the Rittenhouse trial, because all the guys get excited because she's kind of a pretty woman. So in this case, she had labeled the death a homicide further than just the simple definition after extensive review of the investigation, videos during the scene, police reports, medical records, and her own investigation during the autopsy. These are how things are supposed to be happening. And we heard yesterday during cross-examination of Chambly that he did not review very important investigative documents, files, videos, pictures. He didn't review a lot of things. He originally classified this as an undetermined death. The investigation of Julie Jensen's death took nearly a decade. Chambly did not change his opinion of the cause of death until the jailhouse snitch had come and said Mark confessed, and then investigators went to Chambly and said Mark just confessed to the killing of his wife, Julie Jensen, and then Chambly changed the manner of death. That is an interesting thing. The suffocation part of the trial. Let's just go into this a little. So a lot of you guys that have been tuned into us from the start, you're going to hear some of this very repetitive. We have some new viewers every day, new viewers tuning in. The suffocation argument was a shift in the case that came after Aaron Dillard, a jailhouse informant with an extensive criminal record, came forward. So they didn't think there was any type of suffocation in the beginning of their investigation. And the way the state presented this yesterday is that this was something that they thought of early on. But they didn't talk about suffocation in the 2008 trial until later on. Now, we know that Dillard is going to testify. There's been a lot of contention between the sides, talking about him being a con man, talking about him being a documented liar. Something else that we found out yesterday, chat was bringing up the Ambien and the Paxil. State is alleging that Jensen poisoned Julie Jensen with antifreeze and then gave her Ambien to knock her out so that he could suffocate her with the pillow. State has brought up that Mark Jensen got these pills and then fed them to Julie. Here's an important detail from the original case, and we haven't heard this yet, and I'm sure it will come out. I'm surprised that defense, as hard as they were attacking Chambly yesterday, did not come after him on this part. In the original trial, Dr. Richard Borman, Julie's longtime physician, testified that she came to see him days before her death and that he was worried. She was highly upset. It was burned into my mind. I'd never seen her look like that. She was distraught, almost frantic, actually. Borman said Julie was concerned about her family's previous history with mental illness, particularly her mother's lifelong struggle with alcoholism and serious depression. Borman prescribed her Paxil and Ambien. That's a pretty important detail. Now, looking at the letter, I think there's something up with the letter personally. The letter has too much foreshadowing to things that never happened. Something that we discovered from playing archived footage of the opening statements from the 2008 trial, we found out that Julie Jensen had a medical background, a nursing background. So she would have known the effects of these drugs. She would have known the effects of antifreeze. And she put in the letter that she hardly ever drinks. Antifreeze gives off the perception or image of being intoxicated. This is a foreshadowing thing prior to her even being poisoned with antifreeze. Now, some can argue that because she saw things on Mark's computer that she assumed she was going to be poisoned with antifreeze. I think it's a little too much foreshadowing. She talks about not taking prescription medication, something else foreshadowed in the letter. But yet we find out that she was prescribed these things from her doctor days before. Now, the defense's theory in 2008 is that Julie Jensen was trying to frame Mark for attempted murder and that she was trying to poison herself, take some pills to basically just be sick and then call 911, have them come, and then claim that Mark was attempting to murder her. Hence the letter, hence the sporadic behavior for the month leading up to this, telling neighbors, blah, blah, blah. So there is some doubt that maybe that is what actually happened. However, there is some circumstantial damning evidence against Mark as well. There is no doubt that this guy is more than likely a narcissist. He was probably gaslighting her, making her feel crazy. Probably did not, forgive her for the affair in the early 90s. Definitely probably tormented this poor woman. But did he try to murder her? Did he do it? That's the thing. So, questions, ask your questions now. Get them in here. No idea what's going on with the trial and why this is taking so long. They were supposed to be back a few minutes ago. They are not. Some other news, breaking news. Judge Doro, who became nationally known during the Darrell Brooks trial. We wrote an article about her campaign manager. You can find that on our website. Her campaign manager is under investigation for an alleged misdemeanor crime. It's a developing story. We are the only news outlet that has reported on this. It's developing. We'll continue to let you guys know more details and how that happens. It looks like they are back in court. Make sure you guys like the stream, share it out.
Please be seated.
All right, we're back on the record on Mark Jensen. The appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. We're continuing with the cross-examination. Mr. Klug, you're still under oath. You can start anytime you want, Ms. Runner.
I'd like to talk about other people now that you've told about this conversation with Mr. Jensen. You testified you told your secretaries about the conversation,
Yes,
and you specifically told them that Mark talked about killing his wife.
that's correct.
And it's your testimony today that you told them the Monday after the Blueprint conference?
Yes,
And again, you testified on July 30th of 2007, right?
yes.
And at that time, you swore to tell the truth.
I'm objecting. This is asked and answered. Just go to the line.
Where are we going again? What subject are we at?
We are talking now about his conversations with other people regarding the conversation with Mr. Jensen.
So if the,
Go ahead.
just to clarify, so if the question is about something previously said in testimony, just go there. Instead of all these preliminary questions, you testified before, you swore to tell the truth. I'm objecting.
Are you trying to impeach him with prior testimony?
Yes.
And what was his answer? What did he say different?
On page 68, line 24,
Which date, Counsel?
the 30th of July, 2007. The question was asked, and is this the first time? Then do I understand that the first time you spoke with your secretaries was after the charges in this case as well? Answer, no. No, that's something we talked about after Mark's wife had died.
So what's the impeachment?
He just testified that he told his secretaries about this the Monday after the conference, which was prior to Julie Jensen's death.
Okay, let's move on to another subject.
Prior to testifying today, did you review any documents?
Yes.
What did you review?
I read the transcript.
The transcript from your testimony on July 30th of 2007?
Whatever was provided.
Your testimony on July 30th of 2007 never mentioned ethylene glycol or antifreeze. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Your testimony that day talked about poisoning with Benadryl, right?
Yes.
First time you testified about antifreeze was on January 8th of 2008, right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to telling your secretaries about this conversation, you testified you told Ron Ruck, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yes.
After testifying in these cases, you also would tell clients about your testimony in this case.
Not that I recall.
You don't recall indicating that you were a star witness?
Is there a specific client?
You also had a viewing party for television coverage on this case.
I had a client that owned a supper club, and yes, I had invited friends to watch the 2020 in 48 hours, I believe.
And that was a viewing that you set up?
Yes,
You invited people to it?
possibly.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 13. Is that up there with you still?
Yes.
And that's your notes about this case?
Yes.
And today you testified First, that you wrote those in 2007. And then you testified you wrote them in 2002?
No, it would be 2002 because that's what the date is on the notes.
So you didn't write these immediately after your conversation with Mr. Jensen?
No,
You didn't write them in the year after 1999?
no,
You didn't write them in the year 2000?
no,
You didn't write notes in the year 2001?
no, it's 2002. We can go right to that date.
So there was 4 years in between the conversation and your notes?
Yes,
And in your notes, you write, she was depressed. That was in reference to Julie Jensen, wasn't it?
yes,
Because Mark was talking about how his wife was depressed.
yes,
You also, in these notes, talk about Mr. Jensen being unhappy in his marriage.
yes,
In these notes, nowhere does it say ethylene glycol, does it?
no,
And nowhere does it say antifreeze.
no,
The only drug mentioned in these notes is Benadryl.
that's correct.
Now, you said you created these notes for a anticipated conversation with police or the district attorney's office,
Yes,
and you testified that you called the Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
that's correct.
In fact, you called the district attorney's office, didn't you?
I don't recall. I know.
And at that time, when you called the district attorney's office in 2002, that was after Mark had been charged,
Yes,
and you had read the criminal complaint at that time?
I did not read the criminal complaint.
No?
Nope.
When you spoke with the district attorney's office in 2002, you did not bring up this conversation, correct?
I think I was telling them that the conversation that we had and that they wanted to talk to me about more information.
No, you in fact called them and said that you thought they should check the computer in Appleton.
Possibly.
You didn't tell the district attorney's office or law enforcement about this conversation until 2007 when they reached out to you, right?
Possibly.
And as far as these notes go, you testified about the note in 2008 in January, correct?
Yes.
But you also testified on July 30th of 2007. And page 23, counsel, beginning at line 19.
Okay.
Question was asked, you don't have any notes about a trip to St. Louis in November 1998? Answer, I made a few notes about when Mark became my boss and When I was in St. Louis, I had to, find the calendar and get the dates. Question. So you have notes showing that you went to St. Louis. Is that what you're telling me? Answer, yes. Question. Do you have any notes about any conversation you had with Mr. Jensen during that time? Answer, no, I don't. Question. Any sort of recording, audio, video, anything like that? Answer, no, I don't. Question. Anything on a computer, any emails, anything else showing, reflecting anything about these supposed conversations? Answer, no. That testimony was in 2007, right?
Okay.
5 years after you wrote this note? 5 years after you wrote these notes in 2002? Right?
Yes.
And looking at these notes, it appears that there are places where you added more information after writing the initial piece. Is that true that you did that?
Those are my notes. I don't know if things were added.
You don't know if things were added,
I don't know.
but they're all in your handwriting?
They're in my handwriting, yes.
But most of it is in cursive, but some of it is printed?
Possibly, yes.
And most of the lines start along the left, but some of them start in the middle of the page?
Yeah.
Those would be things you added later?
Or after I read it.
And in those notes, you specifically state you can't remember everything
That's correct.
because you were drinking?
No. The length of time.
Now, Mr. Klug, you're no longer a stockbroker, right?
That's correct.
You're now working in real estate?
I'm a realtor, yes.
And while you were a stockbroker, there are times that you would make trades without a
I'm
client's.
objecting, Judge. We addressed this in a pretrial motion.
Sustained when we did, so we're not going to go into it.
Your Honor, I'm not going into those
You're
things.
going into it.
From 2013 to 2015, you worked with a woman named Shelley Burnt.
I'm objecting to the relevance of this testimony. If some other witness is going to be called, then that's relevant. But in terms of what Mr. Klug has to say about that, that's not relevant.
What sort of relevance are we trying to establish?
This is prior acts of untruthful conduct.
Judge, this was the subject of a pretrial
On the
motion.
back, folks.
All right, here we go. We might see crotchety Judge Anthony Milasowskis lose his beep on this attorney. We've been waiting for this. This is going to be interesting. This is where you see Milasowskis get very, very stern with attorneys.
Jury is outside of the courtroom. I thought we had a motion hearing and I said nothing's coming in and suddenly it's all coming in.
Your Honor, that was about the FINRA documents and the 2016 criminal case, with neither of which I have asked about at this point. What I am planning to ask about is what I have a good faith basis to believe that Mr. Klug would make illegal trades where he needed a signature to make those trades, and he would do those without a signature or have his secretary forge signatures.
Sounds like another act.
So
You don't say anything. Sounds like another act should have been brought up, so we
Your
could have discussed it.
I believe this is it's not an other act. It is a instance of prior untruthful conduct for which I do have to accept Mr. Klug's answer. I do not get to impeach upon it.
Sounds like another act.
So, Judge, I believe that Ms. Burnt was mentioned in their pretrial motions, and this is part of what the court denied. Am I incorrect about that? I
Thought
remember.
I signed an order to that effect.
I don't believe there was anything about Shelley Burnt's testimony.
Yes,
in
there
that.
was. Shelley Burnt was in the pretrial motion. I looked at it this morning. She's listed in the pretrial motion.
We're going where we're not supposed to.
I understand the court's ruling.
Well, we had a hearing about this. We discussed it. I signed an order, and I'm always amazed when we get in a trial, people still try to get in evidence that's been denied.
Judge, Attorney Krause, my concern is that this is specifically about the untruthful conduct of a witness, which
Should have
is
been
not,
brought up prior to all this.
it's not specifically in other acts.
You're trying to get it in a back door.
We're not trying to get it in a back door. This is information that the prosecution has. This is not a back door.
It's not
They
coming.
have this
It's
information.
not coming
Judge.
in. It should have been in a pretrial motion.
Under 90608, we have the ability, we have the right to cross-examine a witness under sub 2 and sub 1 about their characterful truthfulness. And that's what this is.
Well, we had this massive motion hearing, and we talked about all these issues.
The only thing that was talked about was FINRA and that one prior conviction,
We
which
talked about more than that.
not as it related to Mr. Klug.
I believe that we did. If we pull up the defense motion, it specifically references Shelley Burnt and what she would have to say about Mr. Klug. So I don't know why we're debating what's in writing.
I agree.
Where in the signed order does it say that we cannot go into Mr. Klug's untruthful character?
I'll look it up.
We had a motion hearing. It was all brought up. I signed the order, and now it's not coming in.
So the court's not going to allow the defense to cross-examine this witness about specific instances of untruthful character.
Well, you should have brought it up when we discussed all these other acts.
Judge, I'm just asking a question so we can clarify the appellate record.
You're not going to get an
Court's not
answer
allowing
that
us
you
to.
want.
I just want to know if we can cross-examine.
You understand that?
I do, Judge.
You're not going to box me into something.
I'm not trying
I'm not going to play that game.
I'm not trying to do that.
You
Judge.
are.
I'm just trying to clarify because there
I
are.
told you we had pretrial motions.
Judge, I want to know.
You
so
were
that-
here.
I know I was.
So was Miss Renner.
I want to know for when we call witnesses. So I need to clarify this so I can determine.
Maybe look
whether
at the order I signed in the motion you filed. It's not coming in. Bring the jury back.
There you have it, folks. There is the crotchiness from Milisauskis. He is a stern judge in Kenosha County. I guarantee you, if this trial was not being televised, the sternness from Milisauskis would have been a lot worse. I wish you guys could have heard my hysterical laughter when he snapped. I'm seeing over on Facebook, there's lots of thumbs up going on in the chat. Chat is spamming the chat with thumbs ups and laughter. They are laughing hysterically in chat over on Facebook. It is hilarious. Kenosha County judges do not play around when it comes to other acts evidence. We saw that in another iconic case, the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
2002 CF 314, the appearances are the same. I sustained the objection, so let's move into something else, Ms. Renner.
I have no further questions.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. So you were asked about your conversation that you had the very morning after speaking with Mark Jensen with Ron Ruck. Do you recall being asked those questions?
Yes, I do.
And did you have as full of a conversation with Ron Ruck as you had with your wife, Joanne Klug?
Not at that time.
And so that morning, you did not describe in detail what Mark Jensen had said to you, to Ron Ruck?
I may have told him that what Mark was planning on doing, because Mark was also his manager and wanted to let him know the character that he was working with.
And to be clear, it was not you and Mark mutually talking about killing your wives?
That's correct. I was not planning on killing my wife.
So, Mr. Klug, you were asked questions about your initial testimony in July of 2007 and whether you specifically mentioned ethylene glycol. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Now, at that forfeiture hearing, you did testify about Mark telling you about a substance that would slowly crystallize you from the outside. Is that correct?
Inside out, yes, correct.
Or inside of your body out?
That's correct.
Okay, so you recall at that time not saying ethylene glycol, but talking about crystallizing.
That's correct, because I didn't know what that chemical was.
And to be clear, at that hearing, you didn't just testify about Benadryl, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about poisons.
That's correct.
Now, there was some discussion about how you composed these notes that you prepared. So I'm going to show you, this would be on State's Exhibit number 11. Now, if you look in front of you at the paper that is State's Exhibit 13,
Yes.
just take a look at that and then take a look at the screen and let us know if you believe that those are the same things.
Yes, they are.
Okay, so you have 4 pages in front of you.
Yes.
Okay, and so as you can see from the screen and what's in front of you, this is clearly not a written out statement, correct?
That's correct.
And is this how you would write notes to yourself?
Yes. I mean, when you're getting a thought, you write it down and you review it, and you might have some more thoughts, and then you add to your thoughts.
Okay, and then when you talked about the date of these notes, you referred to there being a date right on the notes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so is that what we're seeing on the screen here in the middle? These
Yeah.
two?
Yes, there's 2 dates, 3/21/02 and 4/10/02.
Okay, and so this is where you mentioned Quinn Yorton, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then calling the DA and leaving a voicemail?
That's correct.
Okay, and then your feeling about it above that?
Yeah, and then I put people have a tendency to open up to me. We talked for a long time in the lobby of the hotel. He told me how unhappy he was in his marriage, about his marriage.
Okay, so that's page 1 that you've just
That's
told us?
correct. Yep.
Okay, and then page 2?
Conversations about,
Could that be spouses?
spouses. Yes, spouses. Conversations about spouses. After bar closing conversation, can't remember everything.
Okay, so that would be page 2 of your
Correct.
notes? And then page 3, there's some drawings on page 3?
Yeah, yeah, my doodling. Then it says home, let's see, something, conversation, tired, friend to befriend, Mark Jensen. And
Is
then,
that, instead of tired, is that tried?
oh, I'm sorry. Mark tried to friend, conversation friend to friend.
Okay, so you were writing down your impression of your conversation with him?
Yes, right.
Okay, and then you see the word in the middle here, premeditated.
Yeah, premeditated.
Do you recall where that word came from, why you wrote that?
I believe it was because we had the conversation. He was telling me how he was going to kill his wife, so he had plenty of time to think about how he was going to kill her.
And then you have these notes on the side with the various dates.
Yep, Friday and Saturday, 11/8, 11/6, 11/7. The blueprint for success.
Okay, and then Dawn Cooper was one of the people who was there.
Yes. And then it says, is that gay talk? Gay talk at bar. Hotel, 2 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. Question mark. After bar, sat in the lobby drinking coffee. He talked about getting rid of his wife. Mark Jensen unloaded a lot and gave me a story about how his wife had affairs and he wanted to get rid of her.
And so here in the middle where you kind of have this crammed in here, he
Mhm.
talked about killing his wife. Is that what it says?
Yes.
And then finally on this fourth page, that begins with the word psycho.
Yes.
And did you believe that that was the word Mark had used for his wife?
I think so, yes.
And then it says something like next Monday, useless here.
Yeah.
Do you have any recollection of that?
Next Monday, useless. I'm not sure what that means.
And then thought was odd, talked
Yeah.
every few weeks. Do you see those words?
Yeah. We never mentioned anything about the conversation, so that's probably what my notes were, that it was odd that he never brought it up again. I've never had another conversation with Mark about that.
And so when the defense is kind of asking you about stuff written off to the side, that would be like this phrase here, she was depressed.
Yes. Yep.
And then you have written here, is that an attempt to spell Benadryl?
Yeah, BENADER, and then /OD, overdose, / get out of bed.
And then
Right.
you made note of when the time period when he would have been in charge.
Yeah, 10/1 at boss from 10/1 of 98 to 3/15 of 99.
Okay, and so you think that was actually 3 March and not February?
Yes. Yeah, because it looks like I had 2, but then I changed it to a 3.
All right, and then what is this next part here under the line? Is that talked? That
Talk,
word?
TAL. Yeah, talk to people, conversation, uneasy about. And then the 10/1/01 weekend. Let's see, Kelly came to, so actually I put 10/1/01, but that would have been 10/1 of 98. So that date would be wrong on there. And then Kelly came to set up the office. Dawn Cooper was best friends at Kelly. I called her back. Is that back fourth? Back?
Maybe Rockford?
Oh, called her Rockford. Maybe she worked in the Rockford office or something. I'm not sure. Or
Was
she
there-
was setting up. She was on another transition. She was setting up the Rockford office. They were converting a Baird office to Stiefel.
Okay, and then you have some note about here, like above the gay talk again.
Yeah.
And then finally, remember.
Yeah, I think
something?
that the gay talk was something about Mark drawing pictures of penises or something. It was a really odd conversation that they kept a diary, Mark and Kelly, about all the.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay outside the scope of this witness's
Sustained.
knowledge.
Let's go to another question.
So again, when you were asked about maybe adding things or whatever to the notes, I mean, this is what it looks like.
This is what it looks like. My handwriting is horrible.
And there's some things in here that even you can't really.
I can't even read some of my own writing.
Okay. Now, and when you were asked about these notes, you were asked about your first initial testimony after you had been contacted by the DA's office. And to be clear, the time frame there, you only had a couple days between talking to the DA's office and testifying, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you found these notes later.
Yes.
Okay. So were you trying to be misleading about not having notes?
No, I'm a pack rat. I keep everything. And I went through the different files that I had, and these are what I came up with, from my compliance file.
Okay. And did you provide those phone records too that we had looked at?
Yes, I think I went through my tax documents then because I wanted to, I was amazed that I had this record.
And so then just to go to those phone records, just so we can be clear on that. So if you look at the screen, is that the same as Exhibit 12 you have in front of you?
Yes, it's my home phone bill from AT&T Ameritech.
Okay. And so in terms of your memories about the conversations with your wife, about what Mark Jensen had said, you recalled an initial conversation with your wife, correct?
Yes,
And then you go back and you talk to Mark Jensen more.
yes, and she didn't want me to go down and talk anymore. Right.
Okay. And then you have another conversation with your wife still in those early morning hours.
Yes,
Okay. So here in State's Exhibit number 12, you can see that there's the initial 2:34 a.m. phone call, correct?
correct.
Then there's a time gap
Yes.
until 3:38 a.m. Is that correct?
Yep.
And then there's another time gap until 4:01, 4:02, 4:06.
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which time gap is the time gap where you went downstairs to talk to Mark again, or can you not independently recall that now?
I can't recall that, and I'm not sure if I went down there twice or if I went down there once. But I know that I did go back down to talk to him, and and I can picture it in my mind sitting there talking with him.
Okay. So I want you to think back still to that late evening conversation at the bar with Mark Jensen. So you just reviewed the notes that you have provided, that you eventually provided. So in those notes, there is a reference to gay talk.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall anything that would have matched that note in your conversation with Mark Jensen at the bar or after the bar?
The only thing that I remember was the fact that they were talking a lot about penises.
Okay, and that's you and Mark being a part of that conversation?
Yes.
Okay, and that's downstairs at that bar?
Yeah.
Okay, and you said they were talking a lot, so what do you mean?
Well,
by
it
that?
was Dawn and myself and Kelly, I believe, and me.
Okay, so you at least remember those four people?
Yes.
Okay, so you remember those four people as part of that conversation
Yes.
before the other people cleared out and you were with Mark?
Yeah, that was after bar close. It was drinking coffee. It was, just having conversation.
Now, during that conversation, do you recall anything about drawings or diagrams or anything?
Drawings or diagrams? I don't.
Okay, so in terms of any reference you've made to drawings or diagrams, is that anything that you heard from the defendant?
I know that they were talking about drawings. That they were basically comparing different penis sizes, and Kelly was saying,
Objection, Your Honor. I believe the witness hasn't actually answered the question of, did he have any conversation with Mr. Jensen about that? Because that's the only way that should come in.
Why don't you just rephrase the question, Ms. McNeil?
So again, I'm just talking about things that you heard, not if you know whether it's true or not,
Okay.
but whether anyone in those conversations that you were having either at the bar or after the bar, whether you heard anyone talking about diagrams or drawings of penises.
yes.
Okay. And what did you hear about that?
There was a lot of talk about different size of penises from lovers and ex-lovers.
Okay. And you remember Kelly Labonte being a part of that conversation?
I don't recall.
Okay. You remember Mark Jensen being a
I
part of that
remember
conversation?
Mark and Dawn.
Okay. And is it true that Kelly was there for a large portion of the night?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. And so, going back to your notes, is that what you were referring to with gay talk?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay, so what you've just testified to, is that something in terms of standing out in your mind? Is that a conversation that was unusual?
Yeah, the whole conversation was unusual.
So that's not a topic that you typically discussed at bars when you're out with people?
No. No.
So Judge, I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Thank you. Mr. Klug, Kelly Labonte actually left at bar time, didn't she?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
And as far as the notes, which is Exhibit 13, you said you testified you wrote these in 2002, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't turn them over to law enforcement in 2002.
That's correct.
You didn't turn them over to law enforcement in 2003.
No.
You didn't turn them over in 2004.
No.
You didn't turn them over in 2005.
No.
You didn't turn them over in 2006.
No.
And it was only after your testimony in 2007 that these came to light.
That's correct.
Nothing else.
All right, you're excused. Thank you. Number?
I think she's 32.
My distinguished co-counsel says it's number 32, Your Honor. I don't
Thank
have
you.
the list.
Yeah, it's 32.
Yes, it is 32, she has confirmed.
Just remain standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear in. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can have a seat. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Ms. Klug, did you hear the question? The judge instructed you to spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Joanne, Joanne, Klug, Klug.
And Ms. Klug, do you know Ed Klug?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell the jury how you know Ed Klug?
I was married to Mr. Klug for 29 years.
And you say that in the past tense, so you're no longer married to Ed Klug?
That is correct.
And who filed for divorce, you or him?
I did.
And when did you file for divorce?
That was in 2011,
And when was your divorce final?
2013.
So it took almost 2 years to get divorced?
Correct.
And was it an amicable divorce or was it a rancorous divorce?
In the end, it was amicable in the end.
But earlier on, it was not so amicable?
No, not during the 2 years.
Where do you live these days?
I am in Wyoming.
So, and when did you move to Wyoming?
That would have been shortly after 2013 when the divorce was final.
And so you've lived there since 2013?
That's correct.
So it's quite a trek for you to get here for the trial.
Yes.
What was the weather like in Wyoming as you were leaving?
We had a storm the night before.
So what kind of a storm was it? A snowstorm? Or?
Well, it was a snowstorm. I had gotten 7 inches of snow, but it was wet, heavy snow. And the main highway from my town to Casper, where I was supposed to fly, it was dangerous roads and there were crashes and there was a chance that it would be closed.
So it was a struggle to get here.
Objection, relevance on this line of question.
We'll go on to something else. We're done with this area.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Klug, you were married to Ed Klug back in November, December of 1998. Is that true?
That is true.
And do you remember a time in November of 1998 when your husband, Ed Klug, had gone to St. Louis for a conference for his place of work at Stifel Nicholas?
Yes, I do remember.
And what was it that stood out about you? And what was it that stood out in your mind about that trip that he took to Stifel Nicholas? Was there anything unusual about it?
It was in the early morning hours of November 7th, anywhere from 2:30 to 3:30. I had 2 phone conversations with him.
And so, you know, I probably talked to my wife back in November of 1998 too, but I don't remember the conversations. What is it that would cause you to remember these conversations now, 24 years later?
I had placed a phone call to the hotel and they transferred me to his room and he picked up the phone.
And what, do you remember anything about that conversation?
Yes.
What do you remember about the conversation?
He said he was having the weirdest conversation with Mr. Jensen and that they were talking about wives. And from there, he said that Mr. Jensen had said that there were websites that you can go on how to kill your wife.
And so when your husband told you this, gave you this information, do you remember what your response or what your reaction was to that?
Let me think for a moment here. After he had told me that, he had mentioned the word Benadryl.
Was this during the first conversation or the second
This is
conversation?
the first conversation.
So after he'd mentioned the word Benadryl, do you recall what your response was to these statements that your husband was making to you?
Mr. Klug wanted to go back to the conversation. And I basically told him that he was stupid to do so.
And did he listen to you or did he go back to the conversation?
No, he did not listen to me. He went back.
And did you have any other conversations with Mr. Klug then later that morning?
There was a second conversation.
So tell the jury about that second conversation.
I placed the phone call. And again, he answered it.
Do you remember about what time that call was or how much time elapsed between the first and second phone call?
It had to have been more than a half an hour. As far as I can remember, it was more than a half an hour.
So do you remember anything that your husband told you during this second conversation?
In the second conversation, I asked him, what would two educated men be doing talking like that in the early morning hours?
And did he say anything more about the conversation at that point?
At that point, no, he did not.
Did you talk to your husband again once he got to the airport?
He called me from the airport.
And do you remember anything about the conversation when he called you from the airport?
He was going to tell me his flight, when his estimated time for arrival, coming home. And then, because the question in my mind after those first two conversations, I was trying to understand, how can someone die from Benadryl?
And did you ask Mr. Klug about that?
Yes, I did ask.
And do you recall what Mr. Klug told you in response to that
And
question?
he told me antifreeze.
Do you remember anything else about that conversation?
After that conversation, no, I do not. I do
Now,
not.
at some point after your husband had returned from the blueprints in St. Louis, do you recall ever hearing about whatever happened to Julie Jensen?
That was December of 1998.
And how did you hear about what had happened to Julie Jensen?
I heard it from Mr. Klug.
And what did Mr. Klug tell you?
He told me that he called Mr. Jensen to offer his condolences.
So at the time that you'd learned, you'd heard previously about this conversation that Mark Jensen had with your husband about killing his wife, and then just a month or so later, you hear that Julie Jensen is dead. Did you and your husband discuss whether he should go to the authorities and tell them about this conversation?
He had asked me what he should do.
And did you have any insights as to what he should do?
Put the ball in my court. I put it back into his court.
So what do you mean by that?
He was there that evening. He heard the conversation. Then he was relaying it back to me. And I remember telling him that if he goes forward with this, that I would stand beside him because he made me party to that conversation.
But did your husband come forward at that time?
No, he did not.
Now, at some later time, you had heard that Mark Jensen had been charged with the murder of Julie Jensen. Is that true?
Yes.
And how did you learn that Mark Jensen had been charged with the murder of Julie Jensen?
That was from Mr. Klug.
So when Mr. Klug told you about that, did you and he again discuss the likelihood or the appropriateness of him to step forward and tell the authorities about that conversation that he'd had with Mark Jensen?
I did not offer any more advice on it. It was like having an elephant in the room. You didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to talk about it anymore.
So he did not come forward in 2002, did he?
No, he did not.
And when was the next time that anybody talked to you about this conversation that you'd had with your husband, Ed Klug, on November 7th, 1998? Do you remember when the first time you ever spoke to a law enforcement officer or anybody from the government about this?
2007.
And what transpired at that time?
That was when I was called to talk to Detective Ratzberg, and he asked me questions and he wrote things down about my conversation.
And then you testified in 2007?
Yes,
And you testified again in early 2008?
that's correct.
And now you're testifying again in 2023?
That's correct.
As you're sitting here today, is there anything else that you remember about those conversations that you had with your husband back on November 7th, 1998? Is there anything else that you can remember that you haven't disclosed already?
Well, in 2007, no, I have no recollection of onward of having a deep discussion about the conversation. He didn't want to talk about it. I did not want to talk about it.
So, but what I'm asking you now is right now today,
Oh,
is there anything else about that conversation, those conversations that you had with your husband in 1998? Is there anything else that you can remember about them that you have not already disclosed?
well, December of 1998, when he told me that Julie died, and he gave the condolences to Mr. Jensen, he said that Mr. Jensen told him that she had been sickly and taking too much Benadryl.
And at that point, did you ask your husband if he confronted Mr. Jensen about the conversation that he had with him on November 7th?
No,
In December of 1998, did you know what the relationship was, the business relationship was between your husband and Mark Jensen?
well, he was senior vice president of Stiefel Nicholas, Mr. Klug, and he was transferring clients from Robert W. Baird. And Mr. Klug did not have his Series 8 license to sign off. And then Mr. Jensen, he was supposed to be doing that, helping him with the office.
At some point during the November 7th, one of these November 7th, 1998 conversations with your husband, did you ever ask him what he'd been drinking or if he'd been drinking?
Let me think back. In November of 1998, in the second conversation, when I had asked him what would two intelligent men be talking like that so early in the morning, and his response was they were bashing wives and talking about secretaries. And then I said, "What are you drinking?"
And why did you ask that? Why would you ask him what he was drinking?
Well, as opposed to how much, I was what you were drinking, because
Well, why would you ask what he was drinking instead of how much he was drinking?
Mr. Klug does not drink beer. He drinks mixed drinks and has been known to have them watered down so that he can continue talking to other people at the conference. So that was why I said, "What were you drinking?" And he said, "I switched to coffee."
When you talked to your husband, did he, on November 7th, 1998, did he sound like he was intoxicated to you?
He was clear.
His words
Very-
weren't slurred?
No, there was no slurring of words.
So do you have an opinion as to whether or not he sounded or to be under the influence or not?
He did not sound under the influence.
Now, since you moved to Wyoming, have you had any conversations with anybody about this case?
No,
Do you recall anybody from the defense team reaching out to you?
Objection, relevance.
Oh, we'll see what she says.
yes. Somebody
We'll
from.
get into it. Go ahead.
So tell us about that. Tell us about how this came about.
A strange guy came up to the door and knocked on the door.
And did he just tell you who he was?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Well, what if the prosecution had somebody talking to your witnesses? Wouldn't you ask that question? So I'm supposed to be neutral. We're getting into it.
So tell us about when this person knocked on your door, what did he say?
I stepped outside and he addressed who he was. And I think I asked if he was defense. And he said he was. He wanted to talk about my testimony. And I said, no, my testimony stands as it was in 2008. In fact, I said it 3 to 4 times to him. He didn't want to go away. And he achieved that by sitting on the picnic table. And then he wanted to ask me about 2 witnesses. And I told him that I don't know what their opinion is. I don't want to know what it is. And that my testimony from 2008 stands at it as it is. And he left.
So when this person, you live in kind of a remote area of Wyoming, is that
Yes,
true?
it's rural.
So you're not accustomed to strangers coming to your door.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Let's move on to something else. Go ahead.
So did this person, when they knocked on your door, had they called you first to set up an appointment?
Objection, relevance.
We'll try to get to the point, Mr. Jensen.
You can answer the question.
No, he just showed up.
So when you testified in 2007 and 2008, at that time you were still married to your husband.
Correct.
And now you're divorced from your husband.
Correct.
Is there anything about your testimony that would change? Is there anything that you would change about your testimony from 2007 and 2008 to today?
No,
So you stand by your previous testimony.
that's correct.
So let's talk about the question, the conversation that occurred when your husband was at the airport on November 7th, 1998. Tell us what it was that you were confused about again.
Well, in the first 2 conversations, I didn't get my answer as to how could Benadryl harm you.
And so you wanted clarification on that point?
Well, I didn't know how Benadryl could kill you. So in that 3rd conversation in the airport, I asked him.
What did you ask him?
I asked him, how can Benadryl harm you? And he said, antifreeze.
Thank you, Mrs. Klug. I don't have any further questions.
All right, who's doing the cross?
That'd be me, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Ms. Klug, is your last name still Klug?
That's correct. That's correct.
Now, you testified that you spoke twice with your husband on the Friday night, Saturday morning of the Blueprint Conference.
Correct.
And the first conversation was around 2:30 a.m.
From my recollection, anywhere from 2:38 to 3:30, the 2 conversations occurred.
Would it assist you to refresh your recollection if you looked at the bill from that time of period? The telephone bill?
Sure.
Ms. Klug, I'm showing you Exhibit 12 here. If you could review that and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
All right, we're going to be coming up on a lunch break here, I
I'm showing
imagine.
2:34
shortly.
and 3:38.
Correct. So the first conversation was at 2:34 a.m.
Correct.
And that was about a 2-minute conversation.
Yes. To me, it was 5 minutes, but it was quick apparently.
So again, you're looking at Exhibit 12 right there.
Yes,
And that's what's showing you that it was a 2-minute conversation?
correct.
You indicated that during this conversation, you didn't want Mr. Klug to go back downstairs,
That's correct.
but he was interested.
Yes.
He wanted
It was-
to go back down.
He wanted to go back down and I told him he was stupid to do so.
Did Mr. Klug sound like he was having fun during that first conversation?
No, he was just amazed at the type of conversation he was having.
And so then there's a second conversation at 3:38.
Correct.
And how long did that conversation go
It's
for?
showing 4 minutes.
So that's the second conversation you spoke about?
Correct.
Now, there's a number of phone calls at 4:01 as well.
Correct.
And
Or-
it appears that there's a number of hang up and callbacks.
Yes, I was checking to see if he came back to the room, but he did not pick up the phone calls for those series of phone calls.
Well, for that series of phone calls, I'd ask that you look at Exhibit 12 and tell me how long those phone calls each were.
Let's see. 4:02 is 4 minutes and 4:06 is 5.
So Mr. Klug did pick up during those, didn't he?
I can't recall at 4:02 and 4:06 the exact time, but maybe it was later than what I thought.
Now, Ms. Klug, you didn't reach out to law enforcement in 1998, did you?
No,
You didn't reach out to the district attorney's office?
no, not in 1998.
You didn't reach out in 1999?
No,
You didn't reach out in 2000?
correct,
You didn't reach out in 2001?
correct,
You didn't reach out in 2002?
correct,
You didn't reach out in 2003?
correct,
You didn't reach out in 2004?
correct,
You didn't reach out in 2005?
correct,
And you didn't reach out in 2006?
correct.
Now, you heard in 1999 that Julie Jensen died.
Yes,
Or you actually, was it in 1998 or 1999, if you recall?
December of 1997,
98?
or December of 1998.
Okay.
Yes,
It's okay. It's a long time ago, right?
correct.
22 years ago?
Yes.
Or 24
Or
years?
20, yes, 24.
Sorry, council's math is not so great today.
This council's is. It's your council. You speak for yourself, councilor.
Now, you first spoke with law enforcement about this case in 2007.
Yes,
Now, you also were aware in 2002 that Mr. Jensen had been charged with this case.
yes.
And in fact, you had looked it up on the internet.
The internet was a reporter, but that was way back in 2007. So from 2002 onward, I got on with life.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a 20-year-old who moved back home, but he took a girlfriend who had an 18-month-old. I had a daughter in high school, a son in middle school, and their lives were active.
So you had your own life going on.
So I did not address that situation. I got on with my family.
But you were made aware of the charging in 2002.
That's correct.
Now, you first spoke with Detective Ratsberg on July 31st of 2007, right?
It was July or August, one of the two, from what I can remember.
Well, it was the day after your husband testified in this case.
It may have been.
And
Yeah.
you were aware of your husband testifying?
Yes, he told me he was going to testify.
And you spoke with your husband about the testimony?
I didn't ask him about his testimony.
But you did speak with him afterwards?
Afterwards, when he came home that day, I just asked him how he felt about the situation, if he could do a recall, but he was reticent He didn't want to talk to me. And I was fine with that because I didn't want to hear anything.
Now, when you spoke with Detective Ratsberg, he reached out to you, correct?
Yes,
And you knew how serious of a case this was.
that's correct.
You knew that you had to tell the truth, right?
Yes,
And you had to tell the detective everything you knew.
from my recollection, yes.
Right.
It's coming close to that noon hour, so I'm sure there's going to be a lunch break soon. Stay with us for the break. We're going to play some archived footage.
As Exhibit D14. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a Pleasant Prairie Police Department witness statement.
And that's your statement.
Yes,
Now, that was written by Detective Ratsberg, correct?
correct.
But you signed it.
I signed it.
You also initialed it?
Just a signature, no initials are showing on here.
Now, this statement, there's no reference to antifreeze, is there?
That's correct.
You don't reference ethylene glycol?
No,
The only thing talked about is Benadryl, correct?
correct.
Now, you made sure that this was an accurate statement when it was written for you, right?
Accurate at that time that it was written.
And you made sure it contained all the information you thought was relevant?
At that time, but there was still something missing, and I could not put something in if I could not remember it.
And this statement doesn't include anything about a conversation when Mr. Klug was at the airport, does it?
That's correct. It's not in here.
And in fact, it states, I do recall after Ed returning home, he discussed what Mark said about the websites, etc. However, it was a minor discussion, right?
I don't, to this day, I don't remember that discussion, though.
You don't remember the discussion that happened in the
when
airport?
Mr. Klug comes home and discussing websites with Mr. Jensen.
So you didn't say that that wasn't your statement?
No, this is my statement. It's just when Mr. Klug came home on July of 2007, I can't remember any lengthy conversation. It's just I know that he was reticent, but he didn't go back into depth about talking about websites.
So during your discussion with Detective Ratsberg, did he ask you if you recalled any other conversations about your conversations from November 7th?
No, I cannot recall being asked if I had any more conversations.
And you
But it
did
was-
not tell Detective Ratsberg about any conversation while Mr. Klug was at the airport?
No, because that was a part that was missing as I was trying to do recall. And I don't act upon emotions. I'm very logical and patient. And that's why in July of 2009, I remembered that. That was the missing piece. Because I wanted to know how Benadryl could kill you.
And so you recalled this in 2009?
No, it was sometime afterwards, before the trial of 2008.
And Ms. Klug, in your testimony, no, strike that. So Ms. Klug, you recalled that airport conversation almost a decade after it occurred?
No, that was in January 2008, after the 2007 forfeiture hearing.
So Ms.
That's
Klug,
when I,
so Ms. Klug, you gave a statement in 2007 to Detective Ratzberg, right?
correct,
On July 31st.
yes.
And at the time of that statement, you did not recall the airport conversation.
It was something there, but I couldn't remember the whole thing.
And so you didn't talk about it with Detective Ratzberg.
So I did not talk about it to Detective Ratzberg.
And you did recall it before 2008.
Correct.
So there was almost a decade between the actual conversation,
But 2007 to 2008 is only
the conversation with Mr. Klug from the airport.
oh,
There's almost a decade in between that and your recall of it.
okay, gotcha. Yes.
Nothing further.
Are we done with this witness, Ms. McDaniel?
You testified in July of 2007 about this matter, is that correct?
Correct.
And in July, I think it was July 31st, 2007, I'm sorry, August 30th, 2007, you testified then about the conversations that you had with your husband, both at the hotel and then later at the airport. Is that true?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay, so when you testified in August 30th of 2007 at a hearing in this matter, at that time you did relate the conversations, both conversations that occurred at the hotel and then the third conversation that had occurred at the airport, correct?
Correct. And one of the proceedings.
Yes, and that was essentially the same testimony that you've given today.
That's correct.
You testified in August of 2007 that he had called you from the airport, correct?
Yes.
And it was at that time you'd asked him, how could Benadryl kill you? And you said, and he said it was the antifreeze.
Correct. He said antifreeze.
And that was your testimony on August 30th, 2007.
Yes.
About the conversation that you'd had November 7th, 1998.
Because November 7th of 2007 was the forfeiture. So yes.
Nothing further.
Anything on those, Ms. Renner?
No.
All right, folks, I got to talk about some legal issues with the attorneys, so they're going to get a shorter lunch than you. So 1:15, be back.
All right, stick with us during the lunch break that'll be coming up here shortly after this. We're going to play some old footage.
I had a chance to review everything on the issue of Mr. Klug as to what Ms. Renner was trying to ask and what Ms. Krause was asking me. Here's the record. 2016, a motion was filed, and we heard this motion November 21st, 2022. It says, defendant's motion to admit specific instances of conduct of Edward Klug. It's signed by Ms. Renner. On page 5 of the motion, it says we're going to talk about two different evidentiary reasons. One, other acts, also 90608, which is character and conduct of the witness. So we had the motion here. And thank God the transcript is in front of me. Usually it's not typed up that fast. And what does the transcript say? This is Ms. Renner. Page 36. Your Honor, under the rules of evidence, we're also able to get into specific instances of untruthful conduct. And we went through all the facts of the untruthful conduct, the financial dealings. The allegation was he was signing documents that clients didn't know about. He was doing all this illegal activity. We argued it. I basically said there was nothing there. There was a complaint filed by some client that it was going through a divorce. There was no IRS issues. There's a board for brokers. They never found him guilty of anything. There was nothing. So then we all decide, well, let's put that in writing. Let's put that in the order. So I got two orders. I got one from the defense. I got one from the state. This is the defense's order. Number 10, in regards to the defense motion regarding Edward Klug, the defense is precluded from questioning Mr. Klug about the FINRA allegations, but may question him regarding some criminal allegations, and that issue went away. So this is your order saying you're not going to be able to get into it. Don't interrupt me. And then we got the state's motion, their order. Page 2 of the order I signed. Besides the defense's order that says we're not going there, their own order. It says defendant's motion to admit specific instances of conduct of Edward Klug filed on November 29, 2016 and July 31st of 2017. The court denies these motions for the reasons stated on the record. So we got two orders saying we're not going to get there. And what does the defense do? Goes right to that area. And what does the other counsel do? We'll explain your order, Judge. It's in writing. It's part of the record. It's here. It was denied. It was heard. Now, if the state had done something like this, the defense would be screaming. That's the problem sometimes with cases. The state can't appeal some issues. The defense can. So it should not have been gone to. It's in the record. And I'm shocked that you're telling me, well, wait a minute, Judge. That's not what the order says. Look at the statute. Read the transcript. Have a good lunch. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
May I make my record, please?
We're going to lunch.
What time are we due back, Your Honor?
1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Judge, at some point, can we talk? In chambers. Judge.
I don't know if the jury's gone, so hang on. They're all gone.
Or they're staying.
Okay, he can go. Thank you for reminding me. Well, let's have the defendant go.
Wow. Classic Milasowskis. Slight little admonishing there by Judge Milasowskis to defense counsel. We are definitely going to be clipping that and putting that up. We'll make a reel of that on Facebook. We'll clip the whole little thing and post it up on YouTube. We'll have a little reel of it up on our TikTok. That is hilarious. All right, stay with us. So we'll probably an hour break, probably a little longer. That's what they've been doing. Stay with us for the break. We're going to play some old 2008 archived footage. This is a great time to ask your questions, get some background history of the case, get your questions answered. Let's see. Let's take a little poll for the chat. So chat, where do you think, who do you think's winning the trial right now? Put a number 1 if you think the defense is putting on a great defense for Mark Jensen and they are dominating. Put a number 2 if you think the prosecution is still dominating this case.
Stiefel Nicholas.
Are you out of breath?
Yeah,
Sit
I'm
back
sorry.
I'm going to have something marked as an exhibit. Just sit back and catch your breath. We didn't mean to have you run up here. I'd request that these be marked as 2 exhibits. Have you had an opportunity to catch your breath?
Turn the
now?
volume
Yes.
down a little bit on
I
this.
show these items that are marked as exhibits S18 and S19.
Tara on Facebook.
Yes,
I'm a
that's
new
correct.
follower and I cannot wait to see the
Take these
reels
other
later.
exhibits
Thanks
back
for the
here.
follow, Tara. Yeah, so for those of you that are new to the platform, so we are a independent investigative journalist company in Southeast Wisconsin. Some of our investigations take months, some take years. We were in Kenosha when the 2020 Kenosha unrest happened.
Which one is S18?
I was on the street
Mr.
when
Klug,
Kyle
and which one is
Rittenhouse opened
S19?
fire.
S18 is the
Never Stop
page that
Media
says
has the most
kept
compiled
saying how she was
uh,
unstable.
video
That's
footage,
correct.
records,
Okay.
when it comes
You
to
can
what
just put
really
those down. I
happened
just have those
in
marked right now so you
Kenosha
can catch your
during
breath.
the
Okay.
2020 unrest following the
Now,
Jacob Blake shooting.
And
We have hundreds of videos on our
according to
YouTube
the-
channel. If you're
the
not
head
subscribed,
notes or the heading
subscribe
on
to the
that, it
channel.
says that you're vice
We have
president
body
or
cam
something
footage
at,
from there. We have
Stuyvesant
Inside the
Actually, I'm a
Bearcats.
senior vice president and co-branch manager.
Lincoln.
We have
Is that
articles
Southern
about
Branch?
Kenosha
That's
up on our
senior vice
website. You can
president,
find that at
co-branch manager.
Actually, it's a
neverstopvoices.com.
senior vice president investments branch manager.
Okay. And how long have you been senior
We
vice
have
president and
a
investment?
recent, we've done
branch
3
manager for
articles so
Stiefel
far
Nicholas?
I
about
opened up the office
this
September
situation
30th
we
of
found on
1998,
TikTok. Another
and,
Wisconsin
I
incident
became
where
branch
a
manager
girl who
after
was a
passing
minor,
my Series 8,
this
which is
25-year-old
an
was
NASD,
having intercourse with a
branch manager's
15-year-old
exam,
girl.
March of 99.
And based on a lie that a Fond du Lac County district attorney told the judge that was handling that case, a blatant lie, the case was thrown out.
Have a chance to make a proper objection.
It was a big investigation that we're
I'll just
still
take
doing.
it
We've
now,
written
so
3
I
articles
was-
on it.
Like I said,
It's
I only
crazy.
have marked now so that he could catch his breath. So
Sure.
we'll get to these in a little bit. So, Mr. Klug, before September of 1998, how were you employed?
I was employed as a senior vice president at Robert W. Baird and Company in the Appleton office. and I started there in, December of 1990.
And that you were also a stockbroker there?
Correct. I was a senior vice president stockbroker.
Ed,
And
Ed looks a little,
what kind of educational
little different
background do you
than
have
what he
which
looks like now.
qualifies you, or in training do you have that
Mrs.
qualifies you for that
Klug
position?
was
I
very
have
distraught. She was on the verge of
bachelor's degree
tears today.
from Lakeland College in business administration with economics minor.
And how long have you been a stockbroker?
I've been a stockbroker since 1985.
Now, how is it that you came to go from Baird to?
So we did a stream a few days back. We played the
How is it that you
2008
decided to go from Baird to
opening
Stiefel Nicholas?
statement from
The
Jamboy
management team that is
and the
currently
opening
running
statement from
Stiefel Nicholas
defense.
is,
Defense counsel back
three
then was
gentlemen that I have
Craig
respect
Albee.
for that now are senior management at Stiefel Nicholas.
We actually reached out to Albee to see if we can get an interview with them.
Myself and my partner decided
And we
to
also reached
transfer
out
our
to an
business
attorney that
to,
handled
Stiefel
Mark's
Nicholas.
case in
And when
2016
you
and
decided to do it, who was the
2017.
contact person?
And she
predominantly during
denied
that
an
transition
interview with
period?
us,
The contact person would be Scott
which sucks
McCaig.
because she's also
That's
our legal counsel here.
MCCUAIG.
So that
And
sucked.
what is his position at Stiefel
He
Nicholas at
is
that time?
the president and national sales manager of Stiefel Financial Companies.
And did he have anybody that or assign you to
Oh yeah.
speak with anybody?
So for those on
in
YouTube,
Wisconsin
Facebook
regarding this
asked
transmission?
Yes,
if I
he
was
had
serving
asked
up
me
lunch
to,
today. I told him
talk to
that
a
we were having
broker
mac and
by the
cheese.
name of Mark Jensen.
So we got mac and
Mark
cheese
had
over on
opened his
Facebook.
office with the firm about 3 months before I was deciding to make the move to the new firm. So it's customary to talk to another representative who had made the transition a few months before you, just to talk out details and find out if the firm is what you're looking for to transfer your customers to.
And so did you speak with Mark Jensen?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak to him in person or over the telephone?
I talked to him over the telephone.
And when did you ever speak to him in person?
The first time that I had talked to Mark in person was when I met Mark at our Appleton branch during the initial transition, which would have been the first weekend in October of 1998.
And Mr. Klug, just so that you know, in this particular court, the judge would prefer that we refer to people by their full name as Mark Jensen
I'm
or
sorry.
Mr. Jensen rather than by their first
Mark
name.
Jensen. Okay.
So do you see this person whom you've referred to as Mark Jensen anywhere in this courtroom today?
Yes, he's sitting over on the in the middle of that table.
And Your Honor, thank you, Your Honor. So that's the first time, when was the first time you met Mark Jensen, actually talked to him in person?
The first time I had met Mark was either a Friday or a Saturday in the transition. He had come up from Racine to be there to help us in the transition.
Now, at that time, you weren't licensed to be a branch manager, is that true?
That's correct. He was my direct supervisor at that time. He would be signing all the forms, all the documents, making decisions on those types of compliance issues.
So he was like what you say, your direct supervisor, he was like a boss?
He was a boss. Mhm.
Okay. And
So if you guys
did you
have
ever
any
talk to him very
questions
much
that you
during
want
that,
answered, type
transition
them in the
period?
chat.
Well, during that
Do our
transition
best to
period,
answer 'em.
It's very
I'm
hectic.
from Kenosha, so I know a lot about
because you're
this
trying to
case. I've done a
contact your
lot of
clients,
research
you're
on this
trying to
case.
put together
I've watched
packets that go out to the
hours and
customers
hours
to-
and hours
so
of
that
this
the clients
archived
can sign
footage.
and get their account
It's
over
interesting,
from
the
the
original
former
trial
firm. So
took
I would
5
have been on
weeks for the
phone
prosecution
a
to
large
put
amount of
their
time,
case on.
maybe
and
a few moments to
If
to
I'm
talk to Mark.
correct, I want to say it was only
and where was
5
Mark during this
days
period of time when this transition was
from
taking
the
place?
defense.
Mark was in one of the offices behind closed doors with.
I'll verify the 5 days. We
another
talked about it
person,
yesterday.
Kelly,
I believe it was
Levante
5
from
days.
St. Louis.
And did you know what they were
5
doing
weeks
behind
for the
those closed doors?
prosecution and like 5 days
you
for
know,
the
it's one of those
defense.
things where, it was,
If you know, tell me. If you don't know, then you don't know.
Yeah,
Just know.
it
Tell me
was
what you know.
flirtatious.
Okay. And
Nothing I can do about these 30-second commercials, because it's archived footage. So some other background history, just so you guys are aware, the original bail for Jensen was $500,000. After this case was kicked back, the judge said, look, he's either got to be freed or you got to figure out if you're trying him again. State said they're going to try him again. They held another bond hearing, and it was the bond was raised to $1.2 million. So that's why he's been in jail the entire time. It took nearly a decade for the investigation before they brought him to trial in 2008.
November 5th through November 7th, 1998.
And is that what they call it, a sales convention?
It was called the Blueprint for Success.
And tell us what transpires at the blueprint for what transpired at the Blueprint for Success in November of 1998.
They said her name,
What
or the guy's name that she was having the affair with.
A series of speakers. You'd get educational.
I didn't write that down. Let me
credits.
find that. They've said his
listening
name.
to speakers about changes in the industry, new investments, rule changes. As well as getting to know other.
If anyone in
brokers
chat
the-
knows and
in
you can
the-
beat me
in the
to it,
financial
put it in
system.
chat.
As in order to be
I'll find
licensed
it,
as
though.
a stock trader, you're required to go to these continuing education classes.
It's there's what's called firm element, and firm element is continuing education that's required that each NASD firm, or it's now called FINRA. It's a self-regulatory organization that
Facebook
the
chat
member
is
firms
having a
belong
blasty
to,
blast
and you're
over
required to
there.
get so many firm element credits each year, as well as firm element credits for your license.
So you were attending at least ostensibly for that purpose.
Correct.
Now, in addition to the educational component, is there another component that transpires?
Well, something
at
to keep
these
in mind for those of you that are
Yes,
not
there would
from
also be
Wisconsin and not from the
camaraderie,
Kenosha
the
area,
getting to know other brokers in the firm,
you know, around this
socializing,
time frame,
meals,
in
drinks,
these 90s,
entertainment.
Kenosha was very, very
Now,
corrupt.
By November of 1998, how long had you been with Stiefel Nicholas?
For about 5 weeks.
So did you know a lot of people there or not?
No, the only people that I knew was Mark Jensen, Ron Ruck, who were in my office, and there was a few other brokers that I knew who had made the transition to the firm. So, and the transition team that would have been at our office from St. Louis putting together the move from the other firm.
Julie Jensen had the
So during the
affair
course
in
of this conference, did you have
1991
occasion to
with
spend any time with
co-worker
Mark
Perry
Yes, I
Tarika.
did.
That's
Tell
who
us
it
about
was,
the time
Perry
you spent with Mark
Tarika, to
Jensen at
answer
this
chat's
conference.
question over on Facebook.
Well, this would have been, we would have had the meetings during the day. We would have had dinner. There would have been evening conversation.
Chat
and then,
in Facebook with all the videos you got during the
then I
Blake
would've
stuff. Did you have to
talked to Mark,
testify?
and then,
No. I
later
was
in the
named as a
evening,
potential witness in the
it kind of
Rittenhouse
filtered
trial,
out
but
to where,
I was never called. A lot of us live
Mark and I
streamers that
one
were
of the
there were
few
never
people that
called,
were
which was
left talking
surprising.
in the lobby of the hotel.
Well, let's start at the beginning of that day.
Three of us that
and
were main
proceed into that
streamers,
evening. At the
myself,
beginning of the
Mercado
day, you were at
Media,
the conference.
CJTV, none of us were called to
Listening
testify.
speakers and learning about being a stock trader.
And
Correct.
we all, you guys
and then
watched
there
our
was dinner?
streams
Then
during
there was
that
dinner.
trial.
There also were breaks during.
I'm going to kind of silence this a minute here. If you watched any of our streams during that trial, or some of you were bouncing back and forth with all of us, we were all losing our shit on our streams covering that trial because there were so many lies that were being said during testimony. And we were all playing our footage, debunking a lot of things that were said. And since you guys brought that up, we've seen some familiar faces in the Jensen trial. We saw Mark Sharafasi a little bit earlier. He must be in the courthouse doing something. He stopped in. We saw his face sitting behind prosecution table. The infamous, our arch enemy, Kevin Mathewson. He's the gentleman that's responsible for bringing militia to Kenosha. He is there sitting next to him. Some of you have thought that might be a Jensen boy. It's not. It is a photographer named Nathan DeBrune. He testified in the Rittenhouse trial. We've done streams debunking some of Nathan DeBrune's testimony. We filmed things that he testified to that he said happened, and we filmed it, and it didn't happen.
I don't.
What about Kelly Labonte? Can you state whether or not she was at the table with you? Do you remember?
I can't remember that.
Okay. So you, did you have any alcohol to drink before dinner? Or
But if you
during
guys want to
dinner?
see, you know, just hundreds of hours of exclusive
tell me what
Kenosha
kind of
footage,
stuff you would have to drink before and
check
after
out the
during dinner?
YouTube channel, Never
Basically,
Stop
we probably
Voices.
I would have had a glass of
We
wine
have
during dinner.
tons and tons
before,
of body
dinner,
cam videos, stuff
I would
inside
have
the
had
Bearcats,
probably like
scanner
a Crown Royal
audio,
and Coke. I like
all types of
So
stuff.
was this dinner and this cocktail
And we have
hour, was it
articles
the
on the
same
website
hotel
about
that you were
Kenosha,
staying
about
at,
what
or was it a
really
different
happened.
place?
it was at the
You want to
St.
know
Louis
how many
Marriott.
law
Same
enforcement
place.
You
agencies
didn't
were
drive
out
anywhere
there?
after
We
dinner?
got
No,
it.
we
You
didn't.
want to know how many
Just
National
keep it
Guard were
real.
there? We
Correct.
got that. You guys
So,
were all lied to.
Before dinner, how many drinks would you say you had, if you can remember?
You know, at that time, being a new company, I would have probably had a couple of drinks, and then I've also been known to put Coke in a glass and just have a straw so that I wouldn't, have a lot of drinks.
You didn't want to make a fool out of yourself. the
Correct,
first,
because I did not know
together.
anybody at the company.
Okay. And then how much did you have to drink during dinner, if you remember?
Just the glass of wine during dinner, so there was nothing else besides dinner.
And then after dinner, what happened?
After dinner, dinner would have lasted until about 9 o'clock. And then at that point, then we would have went down to the hotel lounge.
We're getting ready
So did you go down to the hotel
release an
lounge?
article
And when
about
you went down to the
the
hotel lounge,
Kenosha
what you were there
curfew
with?
that happened in
I
2020.
was down there
I'm
with,
gonna kind of pause the volume here, talk to you guys. So this is gonna be coming out shortly. We're just waiting on 2 more documents to get sent to us on what really happened with the curfew. So that was another thing that a bunch of us suspected was some dishonesty by the city, telling the residents and as well as the millions of people that were watching every night. And we finally have proof that the city lied to everybody, and we're going to expose the truth behind the curfew, what actually happened, what didn't happen, what should have happened. And, we do a lot of that here. We want to make sure that the misinformation and disinformation that went around about the Kenosha unrest, we want to make sure you guys know the truth about what happened. That's what we do here at Never Stop Media. That's why we spend so much time on our
Before the people
investigations.
started filtering out.
it was there until,
Will Jennifer Doro be
between midnight and
investigated
bar
also?
closing.
You remember what time
I would
bar
highly
closing was?
doubt
2
that
o'clock.
happens unless,
And,
Judge Doro does some
toward the
illegal
tail end
stuff.
of the evening, who was there?
But right now,
Towards the end of the evening,
there's
it
some
ended up
damaging
where,
things against her
it
campaign
was
manager.
myself and Mark.
Nobody else?
Kind of
that I can
surprising
recall.
that Doro would
No,
hire
was this
her.
before or after bar closing time?
That was after bar closing time.
So after bar
Yeah, we
closing
got
time, you remained
breaking
in the
news.
bar, or did you go
Doro's
somewhere
campaign
else?
manager
I
is
actually
being
had,
investigated for a
gone up-
misdemeanor crime.
Well, actually, there was a coffee bar that after that, then we had started drinking some.
Gotta be a little
coffee,
cautious right
sitting
now on
around
telling you
and
guys
talking
exactly
with-
what it's
with
about.
Well, were you
No,
talking with
but
Mark in the
hold
bar
off on
too, or
that.
just in the coffee bar?
I was talking to Mark, but our main conversation.
But
would have
once I
been in
can
the,
talk about it, I'll
in
tell
the
you.
Lounge drinking coffee at that
We'll be
time.
posting the
In the
details
coffee
soon.
bar.
In the coffee bar.
So tell me about the conversation in the coffee bar. How did that get started, and what were you guys talking about?
Well, basically,
But it's really
it
unfortunate
ended
with
up,
Doro
becoming
because a
point
lot of people fell in
where,
love with her during the Brooks trial.
That
And to hire somebody
started
like
talking about
Amber
wives,
Schrader,
and
who has a
the
very,
conversation got to
very
the point
checkered,
where
sketchy
it
past,
ended up being a normal,
a very
gripe session, a
sketchy
bitch
family
session,
history,
to the where you might have
some very far-right
talked about
extremist
having
views,
problems that you may have had in your marriage.
almost
Okay.
seemed like it
So, do you
contradicts
remember who started
Doro's,
complaining about whose wife first? Was it you, or was
viewpoints,
it him, or do you remember?
which we come to find out
I
doesn't.
think it really was Mark, because I think Mark started talking about.
And then now she's being
his
investigated
wife
for a
at that
crime.
time, and I thought, well, here's somebody that I can talk to, and but I think he
I wonder if
started
that's going to
opening up to
affect
me
Doro's
about-
chance for
about his
Wisconsin
problems.
Supreme Court.
So then you started opening up to him about your problems?
Yes.
And so tell us, I understand that your wife's going to hear about this, so and probably already has. So tell us what you said about your wife.
Yeah, well, basically, it goes back to before I
Layla
was
says over on
employed at,
Facebook, can't
Stephen
judge
Nicholas when I
fairly
was
if
working
you are
at
leaning
Baird,
more to one way.
spring of 1997.
I agree with
I had
that. I'm going to pause
filed
the volume
for-
here. I agree with that. And that is what is so concerning about Doral running for Supreme Court, having a campaign manager that is very far right radical. It's that's really interesting. And originally it questioned, does Doral have those same types of viewpoints? And then we find out that Doral, on her application to be a judge, had wrote about a 2000 and let me get the correct dates, because people like to try to misquote me all the time, and we got to be very careful about how we say shit. People like to screen record and try to say I said shit I never said. So, Waukesha County Circuit Judge Jennifer Doral called the 2003 Lawrence v. Texas decision by the U.S. Supreme Court a prime example of judicial activism at its worst in her application to be appointed judge. In that case, the High Court ruled that a Texas law criminalizing consensual sexual conduct between same-sex individuals was unconstitutional because it violated the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. Doral said the court went well beyond the four corners of the U.S. Constitution to declare a new constitutional right. That directly contradicts Judge Doral's statements about protecting everyone's rights that she said in multiple interviews. It's a little interesting. It's very unfortunate.
You how to poison your wife, how to
We really like Doral,
how you could use
in my company too.
Benadryl,
We're kind of looking forward to
antifreeze,
following
things
her
that,
campaign, and
that would not be detectable.
unfortunately, we found out some
I
bad
found
stuff.
it interesting,
or questionable stuff. Let's put it that way. Some
I
questionable things.
I was fascinated by.
We do have a full article up on the Never.Stop.Voices website about Doral's campaign manager, Amber Schrader. If you want to look at that, we've got some videos of Amber up on the YouTube channel.
It would be,
you guys make up your own minds.
So strange that, somebody that, was my coworker, a professional, college educated man would be.
We're seeing, a lot when it comes to Republicans and conservatives. Kind of your traditional conservative, where some of these government officials, have these kind of far right-leaning extremist views. A lot of conservatives are backing away from these public officials. We're seeing public officials backing away from Trump now because of some of his box of crazy that was going on. They realize they're not going to win these elected seats if they continue backing people that have these very extremist views. And it's the same with the left. That's even dangerous too. If you have far left leaning extremist views, it is dangerous. Dave over on Facebook says, who doesn't have skeletons? This is true. We all have skeletons. Nothing I can do about the commercials, guys. That's what happens in this archived footage. Monday, they're not going to be in court session Monday. They're having the day off because of the holiday. So we will still go live at 8:30. We're going to play archived footage from forensic pathologist Michael Chambly, who testified yesterday.
Well, I had to excuse myself.
We're going to play his old stuff.
And I went back up to my room.
And compare it to yesterday's testimony.
Used the restroom. And at that time, my wife had called and we had a few minute conversations. And I told her what was going on about my coworker. And, it was like, I got to get back down there. And she says that my wife had at that point.
Why do we have to see these guys' feet? Nothing I can do about commercials.
Get involved with him. It was like, she was warning me not to go down there, to not get involved.
But you went back down there anyway.
Yeah, because it was intriguing. it's a point that, I had never heard that in my life.
About what time was it that you had this conversation with your wife?
That would have been 2:30, between 2:30 and 3 in the morning.
So when you were in the room
Yes.
at that point, did you call her or did she call
She
you?
called me.
Your wife called you at 2:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Is this one of the things that irritated you about her, that she was calling you at 2:30 in the morning? It's
Well, it was, no, that didn't irritate me at that point because whenever I am out of town, we've always made a point to talk at the end of the night to just check on, how the kids are doing, how our day is, but at that point I didn't even, want to hear any of that. It was like, so then I think there was 2 or 3 calls at that point, that she kept calling me back. I don't know. We'd have to look at the timeline.
Well, but after this first conversation that you had with your wife, did you have another conversation with her or did you go back downstairs right away? Or do you remember?
I think she called me right back, and then it was either 1 or 2 calls at that point. Then I went back down to the lobby.
This guy's testimony was
Still there?
goofy
Yes, he
even
was.
back in
What did you guys
2008.
talk about that?
We continued to talk about the fact that because my wife said, well, how can you kill somebody with Benadryl? Mark told me that if the dose is over a long period of time, it's relatively undetectable. That in your body it starts crystallizing you from the inside out.
The Benadryl or something else?
The Benadryl plus the antifreeze.
He told you the antifreeze would start to crystallize over a
Correct.
period of time inside the body.
Correct.
Look at
that would
Attorney
relatively
Craig
be
Albee
undetectable.
laughing. Jensen too.
And was this before you went up to talk to your
What do you
wife,
guys
or
think?
after
Do you
come
guys
back
think
down
that
after
Ed
talking to your wife, or
Krug
don't you
is a
remember?
credible witness for prosecution?
It was. I think he had said something.
This was some damning stuff back in 2008.
To the room. That's
Put
when
a
I had
1
told,
if you think
she couldn't
Krug
believe
is
that you could kill
credible. Put a
somebody with
2 in
Benadryl.
chat if you think he's
So
not
it was when you
credible.
went back down, then he explained.
Yeah, then he went back. Then it was more. He elaborated more on the antifreeze part of it.
You didn't
Dave,
tell me
I
to talk to your
realize
wife
you guys
about it,
are
did
you guys all know
No.
each other.
You didn't say, my wife wants to know how you kill somebody with. Okay. So, well, did you have to
That's good. Bring more friends, Dave.
cross-examine
Bring
him to
more.
get this out of him? And was it
No,
difficult?
he was talking freely. It was like, here, I've got a kindred soul that I can talk to about somebody that at that point maybe hated his wife, or, the alcohol may have got to the point where, it might have, say, hey, this person will listen to what I have to say.
Make sure you guys share out the streams.
This
If you're on
was
Facebook, like and
November-
follow the page. Share the
This
stream
would have
out.
been
Bring
November of
friends.
1998.
We like friends
You
here.
remember what day, what night?
Regardless
day
of
the week this
size, I
was?
don't give a
That
shit
would
what
have
side
been
you guys
a,
represent. Just,
a Friday
be
night.
respectful to one another if you have differences of opinions.
Into Saturday
Even
morning.
if you have a difference of opinion with me.
Actually,
We like nice discourse on this channel.
yes, and yes, correct.
And we talk about a lot of controversial
And
shit. I am
so-
one of the most controversial journalists in the state of Wisconsin.
I guess the dates are a little confusing because it may have been a Thursday night into Friday.
Layla
it
says,
was,
"What is
it
your
was
name?"
One of the nights that
My
we
name.
were there,
So,
but that-
yeah, we're very transparent on this channel. My name is Kevin Glowicki. You guys can, look me up and find out all of my skeletons. Doesn't matter. We've talked about all my skeletons. I used to be a very deplorable human being. I was not a good person. And, all those skeletons are out there. I've doxed myself before anybody else doxed me. We've talked about it extensively for the last 2 years. But yeah, that's who I am. Kevin Glowicki is my name. Investigative journalist. My company is called Never Stop Media. We're based here in Southeast Wisconsin. Layla says, nice to meet you, Kevin. Thank you, Layla. Nice to meet you. What is up, Tara? But yeah, you guys can ask whatever questions you want. We can talk about the trial. We can talk about articles I wrote, videos we have posted. You can ask me questions, whatever you want. We're very transparent here on this channel. I don't hide anything from you guys because I don't need my integrity questioned, especially when it comes to our journalism here. So that is why we are transparent. We get a lot of our viewers that donate money. I let you guys know when donations come in. I let you know how much money we've raised because we don't ever want people questioning us about money. We've done it where it's like, shit, I'm out of cigarettes. Somebody want to donate $10, I can buy a pack of smokes. I tell you exactly what I'm doing. Hey, we need $100 for open records. We show you guys the receipts. This way, there is no question about any donation that comes into this company, because you guys have been scammed by a lot of fucking live streamers in the past. And we don't want that here. We want to make sure our integrity is intact.
You say it in a different fashion.
Over here at this company. We do use naughty words here. So if you're offended by that,
yes,
I'm not sorry. We use naughty words. We're all adults. Trying to tone it down a bit because we're trying to do some professional stuff streaming this trial. When we do like very professional news reporting, I try to tone down the naughty words.
It's hard for me to know.
But we do use them. I've had judges tell me I'm crass, abrasive, rude, vulgar.
So then you went to the morning session.
We love it
that's
here.
correct.
Did you see Mark Jensen that morning, or do you remember seeing him?
I don't remember seeing Mark at that point.
Dave over on
And
Facebook
then
says,
later
"Hi
that day,
Kevin,
you
I'm
flew
the good
back
one.
to
The rest
Wausau?
can be kind of shady."
Actually flew back to Apple.
For those of you on
Apple.
YouTube, chat
And,
over in Facebook is they
Did you
are a
talk to your wife
handful.
again that day?
Yes, on the way
They
home
are
at
having a
the
good
airport in
time
St.
over in
Louis, I
chat
had
over on
made a
Facebook.
call to her from a payphone.
They are funny. They
and,
got
just
serious
wanted to
jokes
check
over
in
there.
with her and let her know, that I was on my way. And
Layla
and
says,
then,
"I love this free speech here. Both
we had
sides
talked
have
about what had
opinions.
happened
It's
again
okay.
the night
We should
before.
all
Well,
disagree."
To the extent that you can remember.
Yeah,
it,
that's,
tell me what
that's the
you said
thing,
to her
right?
and
So,
what
I
she
mean,
said to you.
obviously, being a journalist, right, I have to value free speech, even speech that is offensive to other people. And I can be extremely offensive. And I absolutely am. I don't give a flying F, right? And that's kind of the point, right? What we do when it comes to true journalism, we should be ruffling feathers. We should be challenging people's thinking. We should be making sure the truth is being told. So we do love free speech. We value the First Amendment. We value people's rights. That's, what we focus on here in my company. We focus on civil rights issues. We focus on corruption within systems, right? That gets us confused that we are on the left. Some people say we're on the right because we got the big giant Punisher skull in the back, right? Nobody fucking knows. We just want the truth out. We want people to know what's really going on. However, talking about free speech, we are a private organization. I am not the government. So if you guys get psychotic, you start name calling each other, you start coming at, getting crazy on the platform, we'll give you a warning and we will ban people. That's why we say, just be respectful with each other. Have a difference of opinion. That's perfect. We love that.
Now,
Civil discourse is what it's all about.
so when you got back to your office or back to your home, did you talk to anybody else about this conversation that had occurred between you and Mark
Unfortunately,
Jensen?
Facebook doesn't allow our free speech for most of us. Well, and we suffer
when I
the
got
same
back to
thing.
the
Facebook
office,
whacks us all the time.
I ended
We
up
lost our
talking to,
original Facebook page, which is
my
unfortunate.
assistant.
We
And
get
who's
shadow
your
banned on
assistant?
Facebook. We get
Stacey
shadow
Bauer.
banned on
And
on YouTube.
was there anybody else that you spoke to besides Stacey Bauer?
We had
Joan
a full stream get taken down on YouTube. We were and we ended up writing an article about it. But we were discussing basically the propaganda machine from the Cold War to modern day society and conspiracies and a lot of these things. And we were talking about historical facts, and YouTube pulled the entire stream. We just had another stream that I had to challenge. I had to appeal. We actually won this one. I'm kind of surprised. We did a whole another stream, and YouTube stopped my stream and then blocked the entire thing. I had to appeal it. We had a good argument, and we actually got the entire stream back, but we had to delete a part of it, which is not a big deal. I'm okay with that. We had to delete like 5 minutes of the stream. But yeah, so we get censored over here too.
About Julie
I don't make a
Jensen
big
dying.
deal about it
I
because
had
again,
been
these
to
platforms
Boston,
are
we,
private, entities.
from
They're not the
November 30th
government.
to about December Yeah, November 30th
But
to about December 5th, that first week of December of 98. For a
with
training
how
session to get
powerful
my branch
Facebook
manager's
is and
license,
how,
was in
what they
Cranon
do
Horse.
kind of
So when I
changes
got back
society,
that following
it's
Monday,
interesting with the
in
government
December,
interference.
that's when I had gotten a call from Mark Jensen telling me that his wife had died.
In 2020, we were going through constant bans.
Now, at the time that you
Constant
received this
bans.
phone call from Mark
We were getting
Jensen,
30-day bans back
did
to
you
back.
at that time remember the conversation that you'd had with Mark Jensen back about a month earlier in St. Louis?
Dave
Yes,
says
I
on
did.
Facebook to
I
stock
did
up
not
on
bring it up.
ramen. Dave, I am a long distance hiker, so I have a lot of ramen over here. We talk about that on the channel too. So I am a long distance hiker. I don't know if that stuff interests you guys. It's just sometimes I can't be reporting on this depressing shit all the time. It's miserable. It's depressing. There's nothing fun about it. So I got to dip out every now and again and travel, and I go on these hikes, and then I film and document that. And we post that up, on the platform too, just to give you guys something a little bit more fun and refreshing, write a few articles about it. But yeah, my hikes are up on the YouTube channel. You can watch those. When we talk about the pandemic, right? I have more right to be pissed off than a lot of people. I lost everything during the pandemic. So I filmed everything during that. I documented what I was dealing with. And we have the first 2 parts of my docu-series up on the YouTube channel. You can kind of follow that journey. Layla says you can join our club for $3.99. You guys can join our club over on YouTube. We have memberships for even cheaper than $3.99. Layla,
and then he tells you his wife is dead.
it's a great way to support the platform.
Instead of confronting him.
Well, I was afraid of Mark. I guess he was my direct supervisor. I think he wanted to make me think that.
But yeah, so we post that stuff up on, the YouTube channel.
And you never raised it with him.
And I never brought it up with him. I was hoping that he would forget that.
We do a lot of things on the channel. We'll have just regular live streams where we kind of do, Q&As or
about Julie's death from
just chatting with viewers, whatever. It's kind of free range. It's kind of interesting. Sometimes the chats go real sideways.
What happened when these were the same staff members whom you had a month earlier been telling about this conversation?
Correct.
And when you told your staff that Julie Jensen had died, what was the reaction?
I believe the reaction at that point was, Stacy had said that, oh my God, he did kill her. It's like, what I had told
won't be
was,
undercut.
what had come to fruition.
We got, for the memberships on the YouTube channel, we have 3 different levels
Didn't
of
that maybe alert you to
memberships.
the notion that perhaps you should contact somebody?
But yeah, I'm pretty sure, I think we started like 99 cents.
And that I
Try to make
like
it,
I mentioned, I
pretty
guess I
easy
had
for everybody
not
to get
wanted
in.
to get involved at that point.
And why is it you didn't want to get involved at that point?
Well, like if Mark was my direct supervisor, he was signing off on all my trades, all my new
But
accounts.
we
I
do,
didn't,
here's
he
this
was
whole,
transferring my business to the firm. If he was capable of killing his wife, what would he do to me?
this is what they were trying to get in. This
So
is what
because
this
you were
whole
afraid?
argument was
Yes.
about. This right here.
After you heard about Julie's death, did you discuss this issue with anybody other than with your clerical staff?
I had talked to my wife and told her that, Julie had died.
And when you disclosed this to your wife, this is the same woman who a month earlier had been telling her about these conversations. What was your wife's reaction?
I wonder if, would you gentlemen come up for a moment?
Oh, look, back in 2008, they were having sidebars.
When you're a month earlier, you've been talking to your wife about this, about what Mark had told you about wanting to kill his wife, about planning to kill his wife. And now she's dead. And when you discussed this with your wife, what was her reaction to that?
My wife at that point said whatever my decision was at that point, she would stand behind me.
Decision regarding what?
If I wanted to go to the authorities or, get involved.
So at that point, you did discuss with her the proposition of going to the authorities.
Yes.
And she didn't counsel you one way or the other. She just said whatever you did.
Sustained.
Well, did she counsel you one way or the other?
No, she didn't. She said whatever my decision was at that point, that was up to me.
And so your decision at that point was to do what?
To not get involved.
And how do you feel about that decision today?
Is sustained, or sustained.
Well, at some later point, you became aware of the fact that Mr. Jensen had been charged, correct?
That's correct.
And how did you become aware of the fact that Mark Jensen had been charged with this?
I still got to make a reel from the first
Well,
day
Mark had been
about the amount of
communicating
penis
with
and
me
fellatio that was
between
being
the
talked
time
about.
of his wife's death.
That was a big contentious
and,
point in the
the
2008
time
trial too.
that I was not
Was about
his
all
direct- or
the
he was not
penis
my
and
direct
fellatio stuff.
supervisor.
Not as aggressively
And what was he
argued
talking
like
to
we've
you
seen
about?
it in the
Well, he had
current
told me
trial,
that
but
the insurance company was
um,
not going to pay because they were questioning.
still a point of
the
contention
death.
back then.
And did that cause you to think that perhaps I should contact the insurance company or I should contact somebody with a badge and a uniform?
I didn't. No, I mean, like I said, I did not want to get involved.
And then at some later time, did you hear of Mark Jensen being charged with this criminal offense?
Yes, it was in 2002. We had heard that Mark was accused of killing his wife in 2002.
Not just accused, but charged.
Charged, I'm sorry, charged.
And at that point, did it seem to you that perhaps it would
Yes.
remember, you gotta let me finish the
sorry.
question. Did it seem advisable to you that perhaps it was your duty as a citizen to pick up the telephone and call the police?
Yes,
And did you pick up the telephone and call the police and tell them what you knew about this case?
yes. What I had done is I had called the branch manager of our Green Bay office, Quinn Yorton. Quinn, at one point before he became a police officer, before he became a broker, was a detective or police officer. So I had wanted to talk to him before I had called and where I had called was the district attorney's office. And I had told the person that I had talked to that Mark was in our office. You may want to come up and check our computers. So it was kind of like a half-hearted, come up and talk to me.
Well, now, Mr.
I saw
Klug,
Amy
please listen
kind
to the
of
question, because the
snapped at
question
me when I
asked
said
you
the word
was, did you
Republican
call
earlier. I'm
the
afraid
law
of
enforcement
her.
agency, either the DA's office
I'm
or a
afraid to
police
say
department,
those naughty
and
words
tell
of
them what
Republican
you
and
knew
conservative with
about
Amy
this
in the
case.
room. She's
Now,
gonna come
did you
get me.
call a law enforcement agency or a DA's office and tell them what you knew about this case?
I called, but I did not tell them what I knew about the case.
You concede that the information that you gave to them, that he was in the office, he'd used the computers,
Yes.
that kind of information would probably not elicit as much interest from a law enforcement agency as I talked to him, he told me he was planning to murder his wife.
Right.
Well, we were talking about
at that point, maybe
iconic
there
Supreme
would have
Court
been somebody that
cases
would have
and
questioned me, or
there's,
I could have
documented
then started
history
talking,
that
'cause I
the
was scared.
right
I didn't
likes
know
to
how
attack
to get involved. I
Supreme
have never
Court
been
cases.
involved with the judicial system.
So it goes back to that issue of being
which
fearful
kind
and
of
frightened.
fucks with all of our rights. So that's what I was.
When was
That's
the
what I was
first
referring
time
to.
that you
Then
actually
you
spoke
yelled at me.
with a law enforcement officer
Started to yell,
or
and
a
I was like,
representative
"Oh,
of a
shit.
district attorney's
I'm about
office
to get grounded
and
over here.
told that law enforcement officer or district attorney or assistant district attorney what Mark Jensen had actually told you about murdering his wife?
That would have been in July of 2007. I had talked to the assistant DA, Gabriella,
This assistant DA seated to my right, Angelina Gabrielle.
Yes, correct. I'm sorry.
Dave, the dark
Yes.
side is
You
always
spoke to her
better.
over the telephone.
Yes, she had called me on a Friday afternoon. And
He's like, and I left. You know, I'm not
Yes.
worried about it. The same thing happened
And I was
yesterday.
present at that
We had
time also.
we had a bunch of people that, you know, are right leaning, whatever. They saw the free speech logo, they got excited. They're like, man, we're in the right spot. I posted the website. They went to the website, didn't even read shit, didn't even bother to read shit, just went, nah, fuck this, not our jam. And the whole fucking chat left. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. We get accused. Because we're civil rights journalists, we cover a lot of civil rights issues. Yes, we are a little friendlier to the right, but to the left. Fuck, man, someone's gonna clip that shit. We are friendlier to the left, yes, but it's because of civil rights issues. But even right now, like we have Second Amendment issues. That is, you know, obviously a very right-leaning argument. And there are some things when it comes to that, like Illinois just put a ban on certain R-word things. And, you know, I don't agree with, I think there's a lot of weird shit when it comes to the Second Amendment there, when it comes to these bans. So that is more friendly towards the right. So I don't care what side, whether you're left or right, if there's a constitutional issue, if there's rights issues, I don't give a shit what side you're on. Even in, you know, this Judge Doral article that we wrote about the campaign manager, right? So there was a situation where they were trying to have some signage up. They were trying to protest outside. And the city of Mequon came and basically told them they can't do this. Take your signs down. Get off the streets. You can't be here. And they hired an attorney. There was going to be some lawsuits because it was a violation of their First Amendment. The left obviously cheered and clapped and whatever. Me being a civil rights journalist, we have to respect that because their rights were being violated. Whether we agree with the speech or not, or it's offensive, who gives a shit? We have to protect our rights. So that's why, you know, it's funny to me that, you know, the right comes at us very strong, and, you know, tries to label me, tries to label the company because of the stuff we write about, because of the stuff we film. And we've tried to do a lot of stuff filming the rights and doing stuff. And, you know, we get fucking beat up when we go. So it's interesting.
What were you dispatched to that location for, sir?
Pulseless non-breather?
A pulseless non-breather?
Correct.
And what is a pulseless in your vernacular as a paramedic? It's kind of self-explanatory, but please tell us what.
Well, that was all right. So we're done with Krug. Yeah, you know, and that's the thing, right? So like for me, you know, I'm situational, man. That's where I'm at. You know, what's right or wrong? You know, what's the real thing? We've said a million times on this channel, right? The right is full of shit. The left is full of shit. The right tells the truth. The left tells the truth. You know, these simple cutting things down to simple verbiages, it's really screwed up. You know, there's a difference between leftists and liberals. There's a difference between, you know, right and just all these verbiages. You know, but we investigate things, and, you know, like for Kenosha, for example, right? A lot of people have an opinion about Kenosha. There's a lot of misinformation that's gone around. There's a lot of disinformation that's gone around, right? I was there. I filmed things. I watched people say, oh, this happened. And it was something I filmed. And I'm like, what are you talking about? That's not what happened. So we try to put out the information. We want you guys to read it. And then, you know, take those facts, form your own opinions, whatever. That's, you know, that's what it's all about. Here's the actual truthful information. Do what you will with it. Right? Like during this trial, we're talking about some stuff. I've already been accused of being a Mark Jensen supporter because I'm questioning certain things. So some things that we do here on the channel too is we put out thought-provoking questions. We're meaning to ruffle some feathers a little bit, make you guys think, use those critical thinking skills. You know, in this trial, for example, some things that I'm sitting here listening to, just like you guys, and questioning, going, man, what do you guys think if you were on the jury? Here's some details. Layla says, instead of left and right, what happened to just right and wrong? Exactly, Layla. Exactly. Right and wrong. Morals. Just treat each other with respect. That's what it should be. Tara says, I am the jury. Okay, we'll play one of my favorite clips. Hang on. Oops, shit.
I think it's fair to wait for
I'm gonna ask you one more time. Pick up your stuff and stop.
What I'm telling you is that you just got arrested last night and you're putting us in a fucking difficult position 3 times.
This is one of my favorite clips from Kenosha.
Goodbye. I'm not going to report anything. That's what we were trying to show her. Well, how long does it take?
There's been nobody out here for a couple hours. Right, but after curfew, like from 6 o'clock on, there's been nobody here.
Ma'am, keep walking.
I'm going 397. I'm walking. Don't touch me.
I don't know why the video is
I'm walking.
backing out a
You
little
don't need
bit.
to touch me.
Goodbye.
I'm walking. You don't need to touch me. At this point, you're just showing all of us how little your dick is. I'm out.
You're under arrest.
For what?
Disorderly conduct and curfew.
I'm not. You've got 4. Don't touch
Ma'am?
me. I haven't done anything.
She's under arrest.
For what? For what? I haven't done anything. I'm not doing anything. You literally. I literally. He's
Calm
like
down.
waiting for this.
Calm down, okay?
What are you?
Okay. Put your phone down, ma'am.
Hey, can I give him my phone?
Put your phone down. You're under arrest. Well, we're not trying to break it.
So now what are you arresting me for? You're going to get tried. Don't tell me anything. Like I was walking away.
It's one of my favorite clips from Kenosha. So that was me in the background being interrogated by law enforcement too. I was the first journalist in Kenosha to get arrested. We went out, we live streamed. I was the only live streamer that was out there for the full 9 days live streaming. And they waited until I turned my live stream off and got down a dark road and then came and snatched me up. They falsified police reports. We did a whole stream on that too, talking about the police reports and showing videos. And they said I was doing suspicious shit, even though I was on a live stream for fucking hours on end. This clip, so this is the second live streamer that got arrested. I had gone out the next day. I was like, hey, can you come with me? Because I don't want to be walking out here alone. Law enforcement is sketchy as shit. She's like, yeah, let's go together. Within 5 minutes of leaving the house, we haven't even turned the streams on. We weren't even near the courthouse. And we got picked up by KPD. Then the FBI came. The FBI cleared us and let us go. And then about an hour later, this officer, his name is Pablo Torres. He's a detective in Kenosha. He is one of the biggest pieces of shit cops in Kenosha. We have done everything possible to try to get this man fired. He rolled up on the grass real crazy and aggressive. And they were originally going to arrest me. Then they were going to arrest her. Then it was back to me. Then they let me go. And then she said he has a little dick. And then they arrested her. Major First Amendment violation. They falsified her police reports too. We got copies of all that. We aired it out. What we ended up getting pages and pages and pages of complaints against Pablo Torres for beating the shit out of suspects, including a female. And we aired out his dirty laundry. He shot 2 people in Kenosha. He's a nut job. Yep, Jennifer, that's correct. She got arrested because she said he had a small thingamajigger. Yes. What came of the charges? So my charges got dismissed. Her charges got dismissed. A lot of those curfew charges were dismissed. You know, if you were doing like an actual crime, you obviously got arrested. You know, so some details, you know, Kenosha. See, let's put up the little deets. So what we know there were 31,204 calls for service. There were 3,465 911 calls. We know there was 243 arrests in Kenosha. So if you guys remember too, right? Lamestream media kept putting out that the arrests in Kenosha, they were mostly from out of towners coming to the city of Kenosha. So that's very misleading. So some of these arrests were people from Racine, Somers, Milwaukee, right? These neighboring cities. The way Lamestream media put it out is that, you know, it was a lot of people from other states, Illinois, Minnesota, Seattle, all types of box of crazy. The city damage, so like the light poles, stop signs, garbage trucks, things like that. $385,000 for Kenosha County damage. City damage was $1.95 million, and then there was $50 million worth of damage, you know, total done to the city, you know, with like business buildings and things like that were set on fire. Other rhetoric that went around is that there were thousands of protesters. Law enforcement was outnumbered. That is bullshit. We know that there were 51 agencies in Kenosha, from local law enforcement to the feds. Each of those agencies sent anywhere between 3 and 12 officers. Kenosha Police Department had alone 250 some odd officers on staff. Kenosha County had 350. So we know that there was over 1,000 officers that were there. National Guard, we have documents that show that 1,500 National Guard were in Kenosha. And the craziest part about it is that the majority of National Guard and law enforcement was 3 miles away at Bradford High School, hanging around the parking lot, and 5 miles away at Kenosha County Detention Center. They hadn't even set up a command center until after 7:30 p.m. on August 25th, Kyle Rittenhouse night. We have an article up on the website. It's called "How Prepared Was Kenosha for a Riot?" And we detail timestamps of when decisions were made. This is all factual information from documents that we received from open records requests. We're the only media company that sued Kenosha PD for records. We won some of it, lost some of the other stuff, but they lied to the judge in our mandamus lawsuit and told the judge it was going to cost $150,000 for the records we were asking for. And with the help of our viewers sending in donations and plus thousands of my own money, we went elsewhere. And we filed on 26 of the 51 agencies, which is what's gotten us to what we have now. Layla says, I was watching CJ when he had to stop and do the tourniquet on Gage. A lot of people did. Here's an interesting thing. So for those of you that don't know, CJ and I are fucking arch enemies. We are not buddies anymore. And we even wrote some articles about CJ TV. And I can finally legally talk about these things. This was a big thing on our channel, and this challenged our integrity. We lost a lot of viewers. And this is why I say we're very transparent on this channel. I don't give a fuck. We tell the truth. After the Rittenhouse verdict on November 19th, November 21st, Kenosha had a protest. challenging the verdict, right? CJ and I had already had an online little tiff going on over a comment I made, and a lot of back and forth text messages, a nasty phone call. We aired all of it. We aired the phone call. We aired the text messages, all of it. And then we were both at this protest, and we had some verbal exchange. We do not like each other. And then I was physically assaulted by CJ. 8 days later, CJ filed a restraining order against me, alleging some very serious complaints, saying that I threatened to shoot him, that I encouraged crowd members to shoot him, that I assaulted him, that I threatened to assault his sister, all of these things. We aired all of that stuff out as well. We offered a $500 reward for anybody, that had any type of proof that I've ever done any of these things. All this stuff. And we go to court, and there was a temporary restraining order. That's how those things work. I couldn't talk about this 5-month court case. 5 months I had to deal with this shit, and I couldn't talk about it. And finally, after 5 months, we were able to testify. We brought in over 3,000 hours of video evidence, plus, other things to disprove all of the allegations that he made in the court case. This is crazy. So here's what started it, really, is that we were exposing him for fraud. Okay. We're going to get into this, later. I don't want to tie up the stream with this shit, but we were exposing him for fraud. So the restraining order was really to shut me up so that we couldn't expose him anymore. During the court case, he was fabricating evidence and tampering with evidence, trying to have me charged with criminal charges, not just some civil shit. He teamed up with Kevin Mathewson, the man responsible for bringing militia to Kenosha. They were trying to get my address. I have addresses that are sealed in the courts. Nobody knows where I live now because I get death threats on a daily basis, all this shit. And they were intentionally tampering with evidence, and they were creating shit, and they were fucking with my videos and doing all this stuff, downloading my videos, uploading them to random YouTube sites so they can change titles and dates of uploads and all these crazy things. And we proved all of this. And after 5 months, a judge found in my favor that CJ didn't produce a single bit of evidence to support any of his claims, and ruled in my favor. And we had to wait a long time before we were able to talk about it. And we wrote an article detailing what happened. Our next steps, we're getting the transcripts, and we're going to air that out so you guys can. We're going to read it to you guys, and we're going to put out word for word exactly what was said in that trial. I wrote this. The rap is actually really good, but I'm white. I can't rap for shit. It's cringy. But the verbiage in the rap, right? So we get attacked by a lot of people. So I put out like a diss track rap, right? And we have 4 lines in there about CJ. My rap came into the court case, and he cut and pasted me doing this rap live on a stream. He cut and pasted portions of the song and put it together as like it was one verse. So we exposed that. I had to fill out a firearms document saying that I don't own firearms. It was a big contention about my address. I actually got yelled at by the commissioner, but then I was told I could put a PO box. So I put the address where my business is registered. It's not the address I live. I let the courts know that. The court sent a letter to an address that I didn't even fucking live at. I don't even know. I don't know. This is an old address, I think. So they screwed up, and they tried to, CJ and Mathewson tried to allege to the courts that I intentionally falsified a document. It's crazy. But you can read all about that. We have articles on that too. Layla says, I like how transparent Kevin is being, unlike some people. Fake cough. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And, you know, we're very transparent on this channel. For those of you that are new, we talk about all types of things. I've got a checkered past about me as well. I've done some really bad things in my day. Like I said, I was not a good person. I was a pretty deplorable fucking human being. And, you know, back in 2020, you know, I doxed myself. I told everybody about it. You know, people like to come on here and still try to attack me on it. And it's just funny to me now. You know, I tell people, stop coming at me, you know, try to discredit my journalism, right? Discrediting me, it doesn't do anything because I've already talked about these things. I don't, you know, it is what it is. If I was still acting like an asshole today, then by all means, you guys have every right to, you know, to challenge that. You know, but like, I mean, shit, we're watching Dana White right now with the UFC. He's going through some shit. And, you know, I mean, it's similar shit that I've done in my past, whatever. And Dana White is even saying, and I agree with him 100%, you don't bounce back from these things. You don't. And it's just, you're fucked forever now. And it is what it is. I get that. I own up to that. And we're fine with it. Doesn't bother me. Layla says, I'm an open book. Made a lot of mistakes, but learned and grown from every one of them. That's how it should be. You know what I mean? That's really what it should be. If you still, you know, are acting with negative actions and behaviors, you know, today, then yeah, then that's a problem. But if you change your life and, you know, do the right shit, then, you know, we got to be able to forgive people. But yeah, so, you know, the website, we've got tons of articles. You can read the CJ stuff on there if you guys are interested, because some of you know him, you follow his streams, whatever. We can't stand him over here. Even Mercado Media put out a press release saying, you know, we're done with our connection to him. We got 3 articles. You guys, this is really important. You guys should really share this because this is a travesty. So there's a girl, her name is Savannah. She posted a TikTok story about statutory R word. We got to be careful saying certain words, otherwise we get fucking whacked on these platforms. But you know what I'm saying, statutory R word. 25-year-old guy, she was 15. And 9 years later, she's telling this story about what happened. So our first article, we kind of described what it's all about. We got the videos up on our YouTube channel. Then she's dealing with a family court case because they have 2 kids together. And the judge is getting, you know, hundreds of phone calls because they're pissed off because this case got dismissed. And the judge entered a court order that she had to remove her TikTok videos. So arguably, you know, violation of the First Amendment. So we wrote another article about that. And then, you know, we had filed open records request on the police department that was investigating all this. We got it 75 pages. You know, a lot of these little internet sleuths are claiming she's a liar. This shit never happened. Because the crazy part is if you go and look this guy up, nothing comes up. Everything that she talks about in her little videos, none of it comes up. So being good at what we do, we investigated, we found a bunch of things. We found court cases that there's, you know, documents missing out of the files, convictions, felony convictions that do not show up anywhere. A lot of stuff. It's really weird. And then, like I was saying earlier, this Fond du Lac County that's in Wisconsin, district attorney intentionally lied to the judge that was handling the statutory R case. The actual charge was sexual intercourse with a child, 16 years or older. And the DA lied to the judge about the details of what was going on, and the case got dismissed. So, you know, we exposed that. We're still working on the story. She's being punished because she's exposing a corruption within the judicial system, and they're coming at her pretty hard. She's got a court hearing on March 8th where they're trying to hold her in contempt. So that's pretty fucked up. We have an article up on the page. So if you guys remember during 2020, right, all the Antifa stuff, a senator in Portland, I believe it was, released a basically a confidential report. The if you guys remember, the director of Homeland Security under Trump's presidency, he basically, the short of it is that the director of Homeland Security basically told all of his people, we want you to manufacture these fake Antifa threats because we're going to try to help Trump get reelected. So we wrote a big article on that. The documents are in there. You can read the report yourself. So that's, that's a perfect example of, hey, here's the shit. Here's what really happened. Here's reports. It's in their own words. This guy's saying, lie about this shit because we want to help this president get reelected. Tell these lies. So that's a perfect example. Read that stuff, make up your own minds, whatever. It's right there. It's in black and white. What else? The Darrell Brooks thing, right? He's the guy that drove the vehicle through the Waukesha parade. We're still on break, just so you guys know. We're not missing the trial because I'm chatting, but I do see some heads moving. But we'll just pop this up so you guys can see it. But the Darrell Brooks thing. So, a lot of you that are not from Wisconsin, you don't know the backlash that whole thing had surrounding different areas. The rhetoric that went out that it was a hate crime, it was intentional, there was all these things, whatever. We wrote an article detailing that and how the right used that for political agenda. And then a lot of backlash that was happening. So there's another article we wrote about this Wisconsin coalition leader. So, she's obviously on the left, that received a nasty death threat. We kind of outlined some of the white supremacy stuff that was happening here in Kenosha following the Brooks Waukesha parade incident. So, those are the kinds of things you can find on the website. Things like that. Again, the YouTube channel, hundreds of videos exclusive. You guys have probably never seen it. All about Kenosha. There's all types of stuff on there. Press releases. The Facebook page, we try to do some daily news updates. Still kind of try to keep it to, sort of what we cover here. We're kind of like if Never Stop Media was a giant news company, right? Like you'd have your weather, you'd have your sports, you'd have your investigative section. We just stick to the investigative stuff. Very old school in that way. What else? We've got, some other good articles to check out on the website. For all you guys that back the blue and you fly the blue Lives Matter flags and all of that. Some of you may not know the history behind that flag and that blue line. We put that stuff out. One of our articles blocked a $49,000 grant in Kenosha for automatic license plate readers. So for those that, support those things, read that article because that tells you the truth about those ALPRs and why they're dangerous. Even if you're not doing anything wrong, you're not a bad person. Why those things are dangerous to you. It violates your privacy. When you have police-involved shootings, right? You hear the police shot the bad guy who had the gun. We've exposed a lot of things where, yes, the bad guy had the gun, but was still alive. There was no threat after he was shot, and law enforcement then walks up and executes him. Exposing that box of crazy. And, when it comes to they may not have been found guilt towards the officer, but then you hear later that they had to pay millions of dollars in a wrongful death lawsuit, right? So we have an article that kind of really covers the insurance side of that and who's actually paying. and how the police department takes money from the taxpayers to pay those things, and then your sidewalks are fucked, your streets are fucked, your garbage system is fucked. You know, and they never pay those monies back to the city. All that's a really good article. Stuff like that. So that's what we do here. Those are the types of things, you know, we write about. Some of it is just like interesting to me, and I'm like, man, I didn't know this. I had this belief and this viewpoint because I bought into rhetoric that was told to me. And then we do our own research and find out stuff was wonky. Ever find anything good on Binger? All right, so shoot, yeah. Jennifer asked this question over on Facebook. So here's, I'm going to tell you, I'll tell you some stuff. So this is just Kevin saying this. This is not Never Stop Media. Let's just make that clear. I try to distinguish that with you guys so you guys understand. Kevin has his own opinions aside from Never Stop Media. So it has kind of been proven. We've never, like, I've never written on it because, you know, whatever. So when I sued Kenosha, okay, so my judge, here's more transparency. My judge for my divorce is this judge, Anthony Milosauskas. I can't stand this guy. This guy's a fucking asshole. You know, like you saw the attorneys trying to correct him on law and stuff. I did the same shit. I was actually right. And he tried to hold me in contempt for 6 months. He did that like 6 times, and he violated my rights in the court thing. But that's beside the point. So when I filed my lawsuit against Kenosha, Milosauskas was the judge that was supposed to handle my mandamus lawsuit. And I filed for basically a change of judge. And I was like, absolutely not. This guy doesn't like me. He's biased. I suffer from complex PTSD from some other shit. And when this guy fucking screams at me, it twacks my PTSD out. And, you know, a couple times he almost held me in contempt for a PTSD thing that I was dealing with. So it was cool. They said no problem. And they gave me Judge Kirkman. Now, if you guys watch the Rittenhouse trial, right, a lot of people were like, man, what is Binger doing? He's not really prosecuting this kid. He's saving the city's reputation. No liability on the city of Kenosha because they have blood on their hands. And here's the fucking crazy part. We found this out, and I almost, you know, went at the judge on this, but we didn't because it'd kind of be a stupid thing to do. But allegedly, we'll use this word so we don't get in trouble. Allegedly, Binger is a swinger. Say that. That's a rhyme. Say that shit. So allegedly, Binger is a swinger, him and his wife. During the Rittenhouse trial, Binger was getting death threats. Okay, hundreds and hundreds of them. Allegedly, he is a swinger with Judge Kirkman and Kirkman's wife. During the trial, Binger went and stayed with Kirkman. So there's some inside juice for you guys. Allegedly. Now, what I thought was funny kind of around that whole thing is that, you know, again, because of what we do, Binger was trying to protect the city's liability over the Kenosha shit, the Rittenhouse shooting. And we find out about this thing between them and how close they actually are. And here Kirkman is my judge on whether or not I get these files released to me. And we almost challenged it, you know, trying, like, saying like, hey, this is corrupt. And there's like this, you know, there's some shit happening in the background, and that's why these files aren't being released to us. But yeah, so, you know, KPD lied. They said it was going to cost $150,000 for files. And see if I can pull this up fast enough before this trial starts. This is a good video. This is something we've been exploring for a long time. Kenosha came at us fucking hard over this. KPD put out a press release about me too. Very unprecedented. It's odd that a police department would come at a journalist, especially an independent journalist, right? And I'm fucking nobody compared to, you know, a lot of people. Let me see. Oh shit, they're coming back into court. We'll play it on the next break. I'll play you guys a video that we put out. So hopefully I kept you guys entertained during the break. That's the point. But yeah, you guys can, you can ask any questions you want. You can ask about the trial. You can ask about Kenosha. You can ask about articles we wrote, videos we've put up, hikes I've done, my life, whatever. We obviously don't talk about my kids on this channel because, shit that Mathewson has put out about me has put my kids' lives in danger. I get death threats all the time. We had to wear a vest for over a year. So we don't talk about them on the chat.
What's that? All rise for the jury. Just turn the chair around.
All right, folks, here we go. We are back from lunch. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Please share it out. Invite people over here. We're trying to build a platform. We're trying to provide good quality entertainment for you guys, plus some really, really good stuff. Am I single? Yes, I'm single. But yeah, share it out, guys, if you like being here. We welcome everybody. I don't care about sides and politics and all that shit. We make fun of everybody. We're abrasive here. We're rude. We say naughty words. I'm trying to be pretty chill on the
Jensen matter 2002 CF 314.
Here we go, folks.
It is Friday afternoon at 1:20. We're going to continue with the state's case in chief. And for the benefit of the jury, what are we going to watch this afternoon, Ms. McNeil?
Judge, this is State's Exhibit 15, and it is for the unavailable witness, Officer Ronald Kosman.
And for the record, that is Kosman is Kosman. And you also indicated off the record you're going to pause through the video to show exhibits that had been filed, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so just let us know when you want to do that. With that, let's start the video.
There will be. He said it's yes, it will. Please be seated.
For the record, would you please state your name and spell your first and last name?
Ronald B. Kosman, R-O-N-A-L-D. Last name is spelled K-O-S-M-A-N.
And Mr. Kosman, by whom are you employed?
By the Village of Pleasant Prairie Police Department
In what capacity?
as a patrol officer.
How long have you been employed as a Village of Pleasant Prairie patrol officer?
22 years.
Were you employed as a Pleasant Prairie patrol officer in late November 1998?
Yes, I was.
Was there a time that you went on a deer hunting trip?
Yes, there was.
And when was that?
Would have been the weekend before Thanksgiving of November of 98.
When you returned from your hunting trip, did you discover that you had any voicemail messages for you at the police department?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about those voicemail messages.
It was a message from Julie Jensen.
So when you got that message, do you remember what day it was that you got that message?
Would have been the 24th of November.
What did you do when you got that message?
I immediately went to our chief of police and to Sergeant Rasberg and explained the situation. And I then contacted Julie.
Tell us about the contact that you had with Julie.
I gave her a phone. She asked if I could stop over after 10 o'clock. She wanted to talk to me. She sounded confused, a little afraid. And
you were familiar with Julie Jensen's voice?
yes, I was.
So you knew Julie Jensen as of this time.
Yes, I did.
And how was it that you come to know her as of that time?
Throughout the years, I had approximately 40 to 50 contacts with Julie Jensen.
And what were the 40 or 50 contacts you had with Julie Jensen concerning?
And Judge,
The majority of them,
excuse me, I have an objection that I previously placed on the record. If the court would like me to further state the grounds, I'm happy.
Necessary. So the objection's overruled.
That means you can answer the question, officer.
the majority of contacts I had with Julie Jensen were for harassing phone calls or other strange incidents occurring around home.
What kind of strange incidents?
Excuse me, small. Do you want a special?
Not at this moment.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Your Honor. What sort of unusual circumstances were you describing besides the harassing phone calls?
Pornographic pictures being left around the residence.
So as of November 24th, you were familiar with Julie Jensen's voice.
That is correct.
So then you went to see her?
Yes, I did. When I called her, she asked if I could stop over after 10 o'clock.
So after this phone conversation that you had with Julie Jensen, what happened next?
I then drove over to their residence and I met with Julie Jensen at that point.
And about what time was it, if you can recall, that you met with her?
I'm going to say it would be shortly after 10 o'clock, probably within 10:15 or 10:30.
And this was on what date?
November 24th.
So you spent a fair amount of time with her that day.
That's correct.
Did she ever get you the film?
Yes, she did.
So you waited there while she went and got the film?
We went outside and she went to the neighbor's house to get the roll of film and I stayed in the front yard.
How many rolls of film did you get?
I believe it was one roll.
And so she brought back the roll of film, and then what was the understanding between the two of you as to what was going to happen next?
I told Mrs. Jensen that I would take the roll of film and we'd get it developed. And I also explained to her that if at any point in time she felt any fear of staying there, to contact the police department immediately, or if there was some other place that she could stay, I offered to try to get her some help for Women's Horizons, or if there was a relative or someone else in the area, if she felt compelled that something was going to happen, to please take that course of action.
And that seemed like pretty good advice to you?
At that particular time, yes.
What did you do with the film?
I took it down and had the roll of film developed.
And then what did you do after you had roll of film developed?
After I picked up the pictures from being developed, I brought them back in and I viewed them at that point with Sergeant Ransford.
When did that occur?
Would have been, I believe, might have been the same day or it might have been the 25th. I'm not sure. I don't recall the exact date.
And well, when you and Sergeant Ransford looked at the photos, did you see anything there that would cause you to believe that Mr. Jensen was trying to kill his wife?
At that particular point, I didn't. I'd have to review the pictures again at this particular point, but there's really nothing that sticks out in my mind.
Well, when we find those photographs, we'll show
Yeah.
it to you. But tell me this. Nothing leapt out at you at that point when you looked at those photographs?
I'm sorry?
Nothing leapt out at you when you looked at those photographs?
Just the list, I recall those being written down on his day planner being photographed.
You remember about how many photos there were?
I would say probably 20 to 24. There may have been more, I don't recall.
Now, after you and Sergeant Ransford reviewed those photos, did either you or to your knowledge, Sergeant Ransford ever take those photos back to Julie Jensen and indicate your thoughts on that?
I did not. After we had viewed them, I entered them into evidence. And I did not have any other dealings with Julie Jensen at that conversation on 24th.
There was a Mr. Voigt that thought there was a squad car stopped in front of the house after those photos had been turned over to you. That wasn't your squad car?
Objection to any suggestion that there was a squad car. He doesn't know there's a squad car either. He was there, he wasn't there.
Well, I think he's testing his memory. The objections are ruled.
I don't recall going back to Julie Jensen's after I had had roll film involved.
So you don't recall telling Julie about your findings with respect to those photographs?
No. At that point, a lot more of my time was being spent out as a court officer as well at that point, and a lot of my time was being taken up in court. That's when Detective Rasberg did more of the investigative portion of it.
Well, at some point after these photos had been turned over to you, you heard that Julie Jensen was found dead.
That is correct.
And were you at the scene that day?
No, I was not.
When did you find out that Julie Jensen had died?
Because of my past dealings with her, I was notified sometime that afternoon after 3 o'clock. My shift had ended. I was home for a little while, and I received a call from our chief at that point advising me that Julie Jensen had passed away.
And did you consult anybody else in the police department on that same day or not?
That same day?
Yes.
No. I just asked our chief if he wanted me to come to the scene, and he said no, that we had adequate personnel there at that point.
We're going to get back to those photos in a minute because they're being marked as an exhibit, but let's talk about some other photos. You'd indicated that in the years preceding Julie's death, you responded to that residence on numerous occasions because of harassing contact and photographs and so forth.
Pornographic photos that were being left around in residence.
Do you know when that course, when was it that Julie Jensen started first complaining about this course of conduct?
I believe it would have been right around the same time I had the first contact with her, about 94, 95 in that area. About 94, late 93 and in 1994.
And so back in 94, 93, 95, whenever this was that this first started, what was the complaint at that time?
Her complaint was that she felt that someone maybe being too close to the home, that they were leaving those types of photographs there, and she was starting to feel very uneasy. She did state, however, that most of the time that photos were found, Mark Jensen had usually found the photographs and found them outside the residence.
So she was telling you that Mark Jensen was finding these photographs?
Yes. Well, he stated most of the time.
So, okay, she found some of them too?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And did they produce those photographs to you?
I'm sorry?
Did they show you these photographs?
Yes.
Tell the jury what kind of photographs were being left around the house.
They were pornographic photographs of men and women involved in various sexual acts, including oral sex and the ejaculation of a male onto a female's face.
When you talk about oral sex, you're talking predominantly cunnilingus or fellatio, or both?
Both.
Did any of the women that were depicted in these photographs bear any resemblance to Julie Jensen?
At one point.
Now, how many times do you recall responding to the Jensen residence over the years preceding Julie's death regarding these harassing phone calls and these photographs?
On a rough estimate, I would say probably 30.
So maybe once a month or so?
Sometime.
That's not once a month.
It doesn't, it's not clear that it is. Although the witness can answer, and I did apparently, so I suppose that it's really not something that I sustain objection.
There were times that it would go maybe 4 or 5 months without any kind of contact with either Mark Jensen or Julie Jensen. And then it would seem that the annoying phone calls and the pornographic pictures would start appearing again.
Did you ever propose to Julie Jensen or make any advice to Julie Jensen as to what she could do to assist the law enforcement in conducting an investigation in these matters?
I advised her that we could start putting a trace on the phone. And I also advised her at that point to start keeping notes, a little notebook concerning dates and times of phone calls.
Do you have any recollection now as you're sitting here, or any estimation now as you're sitting here, about how many photographs you recovered from the Jensen residence during the course of this multi-year series of complaints?
I would have to give you a rough estimate now. I would say probably between 50 and 60 photographs.
And I show you this photograph that is marked as Exhibit S-197.
Judge, I renew my objection to S-197.
There's on the eliminate
In limine and the general subject matter under 90404 sub 2 and 90403 and 90402.
Overruled.
And due process.
Overruled.
So I show this photo as marked as states Exhibit S-197. And I ask you if you can identify that photograph.
This was a photograph that Julie Jensen had given me, I believe it would have been in August of '98.
Is there a note on the back of that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And whose handwriting is that note?
It is Julie Jensen's handwriting.
And what does it say?
It says found 7/3/95 in truck.
And so, Judge, this would be the first exhibit that I'm showing.
Right, go ahead.
Oh my God, dude! The clip that, holy shit! Holy shit! Did you see that? What a fucking mistake by the court. They are gonna fuck my stream up over that shit. Holy shit. Somebody screen grab that shit. I gotta screen grab that later. That's going up on our
For the
Patreon.
record, say what exhibit that number was in that trial. So what exhibit number was that?
Judge, that is state exhibit 197.
That was straight out
Do
of the
that for
movie
each
Fight
one
Club.
because obviously the
Holy
people above us
shit.
higher in the higher courts that will assist them.
Guys, I can't believe I told you in the beginning there was going to be 10
And
issues.
did she indicate to you when she turned over this photograph to you that who found it in the truck?
She stated Mark, and there were also some other pornographic pictures, which were not the only photograph that is in color is the one that you just showed me. All the rest appear to be either Xerox copies or something made off like a copy machine.
So this was the only photograph that you recovered in that multi-year period?
There were others that were recovered into evidence. But apparently our chief, whoever was the custodian of evidence at that point, I believe had advised them to get rid of them.
But in terms of,
I want to be clear on this. This one is the only one of all of the photographs which you had received over the years that was in color?
That is correct.
And those that were destroyed then were all black and white?
That is correct.
All right, go ahead.
and were they on photographic paper, or were they did it appear that they'd been Xeroxed out of a photocopier?
Seemed to be off a photocopier with regular paper. That's the only one that had any kind of color boarding or anything written on the back.
And this is a photograph of an apparently nude woman whose face is right immediately over a man's erect penis.
That is correct.
Now, those other photos that were photocopies, or the other photocopies of photos, did they depict similar things, or were they, it was a wide variety of pornographic poses?
It was kind of a wide variety. On some there was writing and others there were not.
What kind of writing, if you can recall?
There were writings that would be on there like, remember when we did it this way? Or is he as big as I am? Things along that nature.
And the photos that would have the language, is he as big as I am, were those photos that depicted a penis?
Yes, it did.
Now, initially, when you commenced this investigation, did Julie Jensen indicate to you whether she had any suspects in mind for this behavior?
On the very first complaint, she felt it may have been a man that she used to work with, as she had a brief affair with.
Do you remember what that person's name was?
Perry
Tariqa?
That's correct.
So in the course of, were you the only Pleasant Prairie officer investigating this course of harassing conduct?
The first time I had met with Julie Jensen, she asked if she could contact me if she had any similar problems that would occur. She had some complaints in the past, and different officers would come to take the report. And she said she was just very embarrassed that she would have to keep repeating to different officers that she had an affair.
So she only wanted to deal with you?
With one officer, and at that particular point when I went there, that's how it evolved.
So when there was a complaint from the Jensen household, the first choice would be to call you there?
She would call the police department and ask if I could stop by.
And then you come out there and you'd hear about the complaint?
I'm sorry?
And then you come out there and you hear from Julie about the complained behavior?
That is correct.
And over the course of time, did you attempt certain investigative techniques in order to ascertain the identity of the person causing these problems?
Yes, we did. We had set up a couple of different phone traces.
Well, what was the purpose? Tell the jury what you're talking about when you put it. Was it trap and trace? Is that what you put on the phone?
It was a trace through Ameritech. You can call an 800 number and advise them that you are having prank phone calls. And it had been reported to the police department. She was then instructed to give the Ameritech, the phone company, a case number or event number that she had contacted the police. And then they would put a trace on the line so that they would record any incoming calls to that residence.
Now, how many times did you recall over the years having a trap and trace, or that system you just described, put in place?
Objective. He's never said that there was ever a trap and trace.
Well, whatever you just described.
That one was in 93.
Were there any others after 93?
Yes.
Well, how many times do you recall requesting of Julie Jensen that she institute this procedure of placing this trace system on the phones?
4 times, including that would be starting with the first one in 93.
And each of those 4 times, when the trace was installed or the system was installed, what happened with respect to the harassing phone calls?
I would stop by and check with Julie Jensen to see if she had received any phone calls, and she had advised me that the calls had stopped.
Each and every time?
Correct.
Now, around the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th time, did you become suspicious that the person who's making the harassing phone calls was getting tipped off?
Section of relevance.
After the second time, Julie made a statement to me that this person always seems to be one step ahead of us. She felt that it was still very possible it may have been Perry Dorica that had been making the phone calls. But I, at that particular point, also realized that after the second time, the calls did stop, which didn't make a lot of sense to me at that particular point, because someone would have to know that there was a trace on the line and to stop calling.
After the second time where this trace was put on and there were no harassing phone calls, what did you begin to suspect?
I became very suspicious that it would have to be someone who was aware that the traces were being put on the line. At that particular time, there were only 3 people that knew the traces were being put on the phone.
Well, how do you know the people that knew about this trace? To your knowledge, who told you about who knew about the trace?
I had to advise Julie Jensen to give that case number to put a trace on, which she was going to do, at which point she told me she would also tell Mark.
So who were the 3 people then, to your knowledge, who knew of this trap or this trace system being placed on the phones?
Mark Jensen, Julie Jensen, and myself.
So come time for the 3rd trace, when the harassing phone calls started up again, did you offer any advice to Julie Jensen?
Yes, I did.
What did you tell her?
Went again with the phone trace.
And when you asked for her to do the phone trace for the 3rd time, did you give her any advice about who she should not specifically tell about the trace?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that question.
When you asked her for this 3rd time to institute a phone trace system, did you give her any advice as to who she should specifically not tell about the trace?
It was either the 3rd or the 4th, and I asked her if she would not tell anyone, including Mark, that this be just between her and I. I explained to her at that particular point my concerns that Mark may be making the phone calls. She did not feel that Mark would do that. And I told her at that particular point, without having Mark having any knowledge that the trace being on there, if the calls stopped again, then we definitely had some other problem. But at that particular point, my suspicion was it was Mark making the calls, and I told Julie I wanted to rule Mark out as a suspect at that point.
I think when we left off, you were talking about trying to figure out a way to rule out Mark Jensen as a suspect in this case, correct?
That is correct.
And by this case, I'm talking about the harassing calls, or in the photographs we left around. And so what did you say to Julie in order to alert her to the means by which you could rule out Mark Jensen as a person that you suspect of putting these, making these phone calls, leaving these photos?
Julie didn't think that Mark would be the one that would be making the phone calls at that particular point. And I advised her that it seemed that someone unknown how would come up with the information that a trace was being put on the phones and the calls would mysteriously stop. At which point I asked her if she would keep a secret with me, and it would just be her and I that would know about this particular trace. And at that point, if it was Mark that was making the phone calls, we would find that out. It would be a civil action at that point. If she didn't want to pursue it, it would not be pursued criminally. And at that particular point, she agreed to the trace.
And she agreed to not tell Mark about the trace.
That is correct.
And so then you did another trace.
Yes, we did.
And did the harassing phone calls continue?
Is there a date for any of these traces, too?
Well, let's talk about this trace where you'd asked Julie to not tell Mark about it. Do you remember about when that trace occurred?
I believe it would have been either late 95 or in 96.
As you're sitting here now today, do you remember if that was the 3rd time the trace was put on or the 4th time the trace was put on?
Would have been the last time would have been a 4th time.
Okay, so this is the fourth time the trace had been put on.
That is correct.
And each of the three preceding times, as soon as the trace was put on, the phone call stopped.
That's correct.
So this fourth time, what did you say to Julie about not telling Mark?
Just not to tell him that it would be our secret. And again, if it were to turn out that Mark had been making the phone calls, she could handle it any way she wanted to. If she wanted to handle it criminally, it could be done, or she could just dismiss the whole thing. But I would, at that point, like to rule Mark out as a suspect. If the calls continued, then it would lead me in a new direction for the investigation.
So you put the trace on the fourth time?
That is correct.
And what happened?
After about 3 or 4 days, I had not heard anything from Julie Jensen. So I stopped by, I think it would have been probably about 4 days after the trace had been activated, to find out if there had been any more phone calls.
And what did she say?
She said the calls had stopped.
And what did you say?
Judging by her demeanor, she would not look me in the eye. She was looking down. And I asked her at that point if she had told Mark about the trace. And she said she had.
I want you to try to remember the precise language that you used when you asked Julie about this. How did you say it to her?
I asked her if she told Mark. And she said, yes, she had. And I believe I made a comment at that point of, Julie, why did you do that? Kind of in a disgusted language. And apparently I was a little loud, because I do recall one of the children being asleep inside the home and woke up. So I may have been a little boisterous at that point.
So you were upset with her?
Absolutely.
And did she offer you an explanation as to why she told Mark?
She did not want to keep any more secrets from him. She felt bad because she had the affair. She kept that a secret, and she wanted to keep no more secrets from Mark whatsoever.
So after that, you never put any more traces on the phone call, did you?
No, we did not.
Now, tell us about the location of some of these photos, as you recall. Over the years, did these photos show up in just one place, or were there a variety of places where the photos were allegedly popping up?
Judge, if we could have some specifics as to times and places.
That's her cross.
So that means you can answer the question.
She said basically that, again, Mark had been the one finding most of the pictures. They would either be left outside the house, near the front area, the front door, by the bushes, around the garage, on the deck, and near the pool, and also some out by a little storage shed that they had as well. And she did tell me at one time that Mark had found some pornographic pictures in a boat that was parked inside the garage.
Did she ever describe an incident where she found the pornographic photos?
No.
Well, did she ever tell you that she found the pornographic photos, or did she always say that it was Mark that had found them? Or don't
She always, most of the time, she said that Mark had found the photos. Other times, photos were found, at which point I did not ask who found them. I just assumed that Mark had.
Now, during the course of this investigation, early on, Julie had indicated that she suspected Puerto Rico, correct?
That is correct.
Did you ever talk to Mark Jensen during the course of this investigation?
About the allegations, no.
Did Julie ever describe to you Mark's claims that he had received some of these photos at work?
Phone calls and photographs at work.
Did she describe to you the manner in which these photographs were allegedly received at work?
They were being left on his vehicle.
Now, I'm going to show you a series of photos, and for the record, they're marked States Exhibit S196, I'm sorry, S173 through S196. Have you seen these, counsel?
Mark. These in order.
They're in reverse order, so you start. Yeah, they're in reverse order. This is 173.
Guys, I had one of our viewers screen grab that for me and then sent it to me. It is funny. I got to figure out where I can legally post that picture. I don't know where. Maybe our Patreon. I'm not sure. But we had a viewer nice enough to go back and screen grab that. That was absolutely epic. Listen, the FCC is going after all of us today. Television everywhere is fucked. We're all getting fined. It's happened. That was the funniest mistake ever in a trial. Thank you, Kenosha. You can always count on Kenosha for really screwing things up. This, I will say, is a bad day to be sitting at my house. I wish I would have came to the
Counsel's
Kenosha courthouse
comparing
today.
the photographs to his photographs there.
But I mean, went.
I'll ask you some more questions. Aside from proposing this trace to capture where the phone calls were coming from, did you ever suggest any other alternative investigative ploys or techniques that Julie or Mark Jensen might resort to in order to find out who's leaving the photographs around?
The placement of a camcorder at his place of employment.
Did you give him any advice as to where to place the camcorder?
I advised him to park in his normal location, and if he could find a spot inside the building where he could record his vehicle, to record the vehicle, and at any point, if you were to find any photographs when he came back out after work or his lunch break, to call me immediately.
And do you know, to your knowledge, did they ever do that? Did they place any video cameras either in their child's bedroom or in some vicinity to Mark Jensen's truck at work?
I offered him the use of a camera, and he, at that point, said that he had a camera that he could use.
So you did talk to Mark Jensen at that point?
At that point, yes, I did.
And when you were talking to Mark Jensen at that point, did he offer you any descriptions of his understanding of what was taking place at work with respect to these photographs or harassing phone calls?
At first, he said that the camcorder could be put in a conference room, or it could be aimed out a window and he could be able to record his truck. He then advised me that that would not work because the conference room was used by all the associates. And he didn't want to explain to all the associates that his wife had had an affair, and that's why he was recording his truck at that point.
Did you ever learn from Mark or Julie Jensen as to whether or not they ever put a camcorder anywhere to try to catch the person or persons that were allegedly leaving these photographs around?
I was advised that the camera had been used.
Who advised you that?
Julie Jensen.
Did she tell you if they found anything?
She said they had not.
Did she tell you who placed the camera?
She said that Mark had.
Did Julie ever indicate to you what Mark was saying about these harassing phone calls, what he would say to her about these harassing phone calls, or what he would say to her about these photos that were being allegedly left around the house?
He just was angry that she had the affair, and basically blamed her for all the problems.
And how was Julie reacting to this accusation that all of these things were taking place because of that affair she had so many years ago?
I was taking emotional strain on her and her marriage.
Now, Officer Cosman, I'm going to ask you to, we're going to go through these photos one by one. In fact, I wonder if I can display them up here. This machine over here. There we go. You want me to have him identified before? Because I was going to just put him up there, but he hasn't identified me. Officer Cosman, I guess before I put him on the machine there, I'll have you identify these photographs. Let's start with Exhibit S173 and these through S196. Just flip through those photos if you would, please. Got that turned on? Oh, you don't know how to turn that on. Don't push the wrong button. Yeah, we don't know what had happened.
They're worried about pushing buttons.
And I just want you to go through them and see if are those the photos that you developed off the film that was provided to you by Julie Jensen?
That is correct.
Thank you. Now we'll go through them. Did we get that thing turned on yet, Kathy, or not? Do you know?
There's a lot of jokes, guys, over on Facebook. There is a lot of peenie jokes over there. Facebook is live today. Come on, Kenosha, you got to give us another.
No.
So at this point, I'm pausing the video and I will be showing what has been marked that was previously marked as States Exhibit 173.
I got excited. I thought we were going to see another shot. Look, opening statements, they were talking about penises, fellatio. We knew this was going to happen.
Can the jury see that?
I'm going to try to get the view so it's most centered.
I'm going to file an open records request, guys. Hit the pinned link. Send in some donations. We are going to file an open records request so we can get all these shots. And then we're going to figure out how to show all that shit to you. I don't know where to post. Maybe I'll create a Pornhub account and we'll put them up there. I don't know. I don't know how to do this. There's got to be a place we can legally post it. We're filing. We are filing for these pictures.
Is that better for the jury? Can you see it? All right, they answered yes.
I will file another writ of mandamus lawsuit if they deny me. I will sue to get the pictures. That's how bad I want these pictures. For
So
those
now I'm going to resume the.
For those of you
video.
that didn't see it, if you email me, I'll send it to you in the email, the screenshot that was sent to me. Otherwise, you can be on YouTube and you can back it up.
I show you this
But I'll
item that you
email you
marked
if
as
you want.
State's Exhibit 173, and is that a photograph, one of the photographs that was recovered when you developed the film that Julie Jensen provided to you?
That is correct.
What does it say? And
It may be NJ.
okay,
It's hard to make out.
and then read the rest of it.
Aspirin, bottled booze, razor blades. Not sure what the other word is.
Is it
Librium.
Librium?
Shells. DeFazio, Terry, patches, shells, syringe, bag handles.
Bag handles. Okay. And so you, when you examine that list, were you able to fathom any significance to the things on that list?
Not really, with the exception of maybe the syringe. It doesn't seem to be an item that a lot of people would use.
Bag
Or
handles?
that and the second one, Nicotrol and the Librium as well.
Directing your attention to State's Exhibit 174.
So I'm pausing it again and showing State's Exhibit 174.
Does the jury have a chance to see that one? Can you see it? We're good? All right.
I'll try to blow it up a little bit.
We're not good now. All right.
And now resuming the video.
Also is a photograph that was developed from the film that you obtained from Julie Jensen.
That's correct.
And can you read what that says here? Let's see if I can. Can you read what that says?
Appears that it says low tolerance, maybe funky, neck. I'm not sure what the other one, funly or something along that line. 2 prior weekend.
It says funky, 2 prior weekend?
Does not mean anything to me.
Okay, doesn't mean anything to you. And then underneath that, what does it say?
I'm sorry?
Underneath funky, 2 prior weekend, what does it say under that?
Which one are you referring to?
Okay, what's beneath the third line? In other words, what's in the fourth line there?
Is it funly 2 prior weekend?
Funky? Is that funky?
It may be funky.
And then under that?
Pen, sweet, 63102.
Well, underneath funky, 2 prior weekend, what does that say? right here.
Second,
Second rate.
I believe it does say that.
And then beneath that,
It appears to say pen, sweet,
and then underneath that,
thinking.
and underneath that,
I'm not sure what that word is.
and underneath that is dollar sign.
Is underneath, whatever that word is a symbol used for money.
And then underneath that, what does it say?
Muckus? And I can't read what the second one is. Envious of me or envy of me?
Underneath that,
Maybe new?
well, under that, does it say has something, everything that he wants? Or have?
Everything that he wants.
And underneath that,
Obviously, I'm not sure what that word would be.
obviously successful, big producer.
Okay, successful, good producer, manager.
Maybe I can read that, move that up a little bit to make it easier to read. Let's see. Is that easier to read then, officer, if I do that for you?
Yeah,
Because I'm looking down here and I'm thinking, gee, it's easier for me to read. I can't hear it, I need to pull it up there for you. And then what does it say under the word obviously?
Manager, have own branches you put together, make and all look easy. And boys, with the line under that appears to be oils, PDE, comma, NE, the initial DD, initial HI, with a star next to the initials MCD at 6.5, and the star again with the initials MCK.
And that didn't mean anything to you, did it?
Judge, this would be improper opinion testimony from this witness.
If he knows, he can answer.
Okay. In your estimation, did this information, what was depicted here, did you see how it was relevant to Julie's concerns?
Some of it, yes.
Okay, tell us what you thought was relevant to Julie's concerns.
This is improper opinion, Judge.
No, he's not asking, he's asking about his historical opinion as opposed to what he now thinks, and as to what his reaction was to having seen this information.
I don't think it, at the time, his opinion would have been admissible or relevant.
I think overall.
So at the time you looked at this, did you see anything here that you thought might be relevant to Julie Jensen's concerns?
Maybe the envious of me. Obviously successful big producer, along with the put it all together and make it look easy. Oils and what the initials may have stood for.
Now, directing your attention to the State's Exhibit 175.
So I'm pausing it again and displaying States Exhibit 175. And now resuming the video.
State's Exhibit 175 depicts a another photograph that was contained in the film that Julie Jensen gave to you, correct?
Correct.
And I would say you probably can't read those, so I'm going to try and get a little bit closer to it. First of all, looking at this looks like a calendar page, correct?
That is correct.
From November of '98.
That is correct.
Well, let's put it that way then. Is there anything about Exhibit 175 that really stood out to you, or to your knowledge, Detective Ratsburg?
Not really.
Directing your attention to State's Exhibit 176.
I will now display State's Exhibit 176.
Anybody else nervous every time they talk about pulling up a picture? Anyone else nervous we're going to have a Fight Club moment? Tyler Durden's going to like pop up with his images. I gotta tell you this. I'm gonna try to say this fast before they go to the video.
And now resuming
hang
the
on.
video.
I'll do it after. Hang on.
And that's another photo that you recovered from the Julie Jensen's film, or the film of Julie Jensen?
That is correct.
I don't know if I can bring this, it can be red. It seems like the light is. We should turn the light off. That'd make it easier to.
2008, they can't work technology. 2023,
Move the
still
focus.
can't work technology.
Make it smaller.
Make it small.
No, that doesn't help.
Not a bad idea.
We got Judge Schroeder over here saying the piccolos are blurry.
I hold it.
No, that
Piccolos
doesn't
are
help.
blurry. We can't see them. Piccolos. We're gonna have to bring in a piccolos expert to talk about
I hold it just
piccolos.
exactly like that. Can you read what that says?
No foundation to maybe relevance, manipulation, doesn't want to be there, idolized him, drinking and sex, doesn't trust him, belittle, abusive, passive aggressive, and minimize.
And you didn't have any idea what that was referenced to?
At that particular point, I thought it may be kind of comparing the good side to a bad side.
Directing your attention to State's Exhibit 177.
I will now display State's Exhibit 177. And now resuming the video.
Back up so that you can see the photograph. That again is a photograph that you recovered from the film that Julie Jensen provided to you.
That is correct.
And the only thing there says October 1998, daily record of events, and time 8, it appears to be a time 8:40. Is there anything else on there that was of any significance to you?
No.
Directing your attention to Exhibit 178.
I will now display State's Exhibit 178. And now resuming the video.
Again, that's a photograph that you recovered from the film that Julie Jensen provided to you.
That is correct.
It shows the date of Friday, October 23rd, and the time 12:30.
That's correct.
Yeah, there was nothing there that would link up this particular photo or the thing that's depicted in that photo to Julie Jensen's suspicions, as near as you could tell, wasn't it?
No, there was nothing at that point.
And then directing your attention to the State's Exhibit 179. This is a photo that you recovered from the film from Julie Jensen.
That is correct.
And it depicts the date of Tuesday, October 20th.
Can we show 179?
Yes, Judge.
Thank
I will now display on the screen State's Exhibit 179. And now resuming the video.
And again, there's just a dated record of events and a time.
7:54.
And you don't know the significance of that.
I did not know the significance of it, no.
And State's Exhibit 180.
I will now display State's Exhibit 180.
The email request coming into Never Stop Media for the illicit shot. Our email is blowing up right now, people. If you email and we respond, I'm putting legal disclaimers in there. Image is being sent by request, not through solicitation by Never Stop Media. I'm going to have to contact our legal team over this. Dude, I got to tell you guys this, and my buddy that's watching, don't get mad at me. So I have a buddy, he works for corporate media. He's at home working the case or the trial, and we're texting back and forth. And same as you guys, I was like, oh my God, bro, did you see the thingy? And he goes, no, I walked away. What happened? I send him the shot, right? Sorry, my buddy in corporate, I gotta divulge our conversation. The chat is gonna love this. So just like I told you guys, I'm like, shit, the FCC is gonna just whack all of us. We're all getting fined. So I say that to him. I said, bro, I go, the FCC is finding us all today. Ha, 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 ha. So he laughs. Ha, ha, ha. He goes, yeah. To describe the image, here's his response. That chick is covered in it. We're toast. Sorry, my corporate media friend. We're not going to announce where he works. I don't want to put him on blast like that. But he is nice enough to be watching our stream instead of the media outlet he works for. So we love him. He's one of my best media outlet friends. He's a funny guy. Send in donations, chat, because we need to get enough money to hire him, pull him away from corporate media, and bring him over to the Never Stop platform. He is a killer-ass reporter, and we need to hire him. And we can't afford that. We can barely afford to keep me on the payroll. But we want him over here. The two of us on a live stream would kill it. The reporting style, man, we'd have to be really professional, though, if we hired my buddy. It would have to be super professional. But we need to pay him a lot of money. Send those donations in so we can hire way better reporters than me. For those on Facebook, keep in mind we can only stream for 8 hours. There's 2 hours left on the Facebook stream. We obviously are probably going till 5. So the Facebook stream is going to end. You'll have to jump over to our YouTube channel if you want to stay with us. And I encourage the Facebook chat to come over to YouTube because YouTube chat is dead
And
today.
now resuming the video.
We need to fire them up a bit.
Okay, it appears to be pages out of a calendar, daily calendar, correct?
Correct.
From
October
October 1998. Can you read the date? Can you read that?
October 13th,
And
but that's the October of 1998.
And let's see. You don't have any idea what SIA means?
On the 21st, I believe the initials are SIA, and underneath it is written dinner.
And then on the 27th,
The
it's circled.
27th being circled with the word regroup.
And you didn't know what that meant either, did you?
No, I did not.
And then first there's a star.
That's correct.
You didn't know what that meant?
No, I do not.
Second, another star with the word Appleton underneath it. You didn't know what that meant?
At that point, I was assuming that the stars meant that you would be in Appleton at that time.
So then on October 8th, what county is that? The word, what did I
I
do?
believe it was Scott.
What did I do here? Did I do? Oh, I guess I can. What did I do now? Now you've done it. Oh, I guess so.
Jesus, God Almighty, with the tech issues in Kenosha, everybody figure it out.
Just the word Scott, correct?
Correct.
And then on the 9th,
Mariella
and then
Dawn.
the word dawn,
Dawn.
D-A-U-N.
Dawn.
And then the 10th,
Call them all.
then on the 16th, Mike, Fred, or Marriott, right?
Correct. Marriott.
And then 17th, wedding call FGHT. You don't, that's what that says?
Here's what it says.
22nd, SIA, correct?
Correct.
And the 23rd, let's see, 22nd says SIA, there's no asterisk or star above it. 23rd, there's a star and an SIA, correct?
Correct.
24th, there's a star and an SIA, correct?
Correct.
Then the 29th, IDLYBAR. You know what that means?
No.
30th,
Door County.
Door County. 31st, Indy.
Correct.
And you know what any of that meant?
No, I didn't.
That was S180.
Judge, I object to continuing questions about whether he knows what it meant.
Oral.
Now, directing your attention to S181.
I will now display S181.
I mean, if it's more asterisks, please don't. I mean, the asterisks, he's guilty. We got 14 pictures of asterisks. He's got to be guilty at this point. Holy shit, Wisconsin cities. Wisconsin cities and asterisks. Mark Jensen is guilty. Chat, put in the chat who even cares about this trial at this point, and we are just so focused on the massive screw up by Kenosha once again. I've had to use the bathroom for the last 40 minutes now. I'm literally glued to the screen. Every time I'm like, oh, I'm going to jump up and run real quick. And then she's like, oh, I'm going to put an image up. And I'm like, oh, I can't leave. Can't leave. Got to stay. They may screw up again. Who wants to call the court? Who wants to call the court and let them know? Who's paying all of our fines from the FCC? Is the court? Does that come from Milosauskas? Does the DA pay for that? Who pays for that? Because when I get fined, when my channels are permanently removed, who pays for that? Who pays for my therapy? I got to devote, I've already called the therapist. We got to devote a session. And I'm a little upset that this was a bit discriminatory. They only showed one gender's situation. Listen, we're in a trial, and look, we got to see a crime scene. Okay, they are sipowitzing the crime scene live on TV for all of us to watch. They sipowitz the crime scene for us, and I want to see more photos. But I think it's unfair. They only showed, one. What about the other, gender that's there? Do we get to see that? Can we be lewd on the channel? She's covered. She's covered. Let's put it, if we were painting a house, they primered the walls first. But look, again, they only showed the one thing. Let's see it from the other side. We want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Okay, from the other side, right? Show us the girly version.
Now resuming the video.
Is there a strong pressure washer there? That's what we want to know. Show us that. We got one covered in primer. We need to know if the other one has a powerful pressure washer.
S21 is another photograph of another that was recovered from the film that Julie Jensen provided to you.
That is correct.
November 2nd, the word Brookfield appears.
Correct.
And on the 8th, there's an asterisk and the time 3:55 is noted, correct?
Correct.
And on the 9th, it says Cosney 1. And then what's that underneath? There's Storberg 4.
Correct.
That says. On the 18th, school conference 5:15, correct?
Correct.
On the 23rd, it says dinner May. What is this? What are the words after dinner? See? Is it M-N-Y or something?
Could be M and Y.
24th, the word is that session?
Session. Correct.
And then on the 5th, Thursday the 5th, there's an asterisk, blueprint MGA, sorry. MGR, 1:30 and 9:30, correct?
Correct.
And on the 6th, there's an asterisk, blueprint.
Correct.
On the 7th, an asterisk, blueprint.
Correct.
And then the 12th, that's it. DNVR and I don't know, what is that, session?
Correct.
13th an asterisk,
Correct.
14th an asterisk, and the letters PGNT.
Correct.
The 19th. I'm not doing that because the machine's doing that. The 19th, APPT 11, and then it says Scott underneath that, correct?
Correct.
21st, SHW.
Correct.
27th, looks like the word poor, doesn't it? Maybe not, I don't know. So,
I can't make a note.
on the 28th, it says dog 1050, and then laser, correct?
Correct.
Then on the 26th, it's printed the word Thanksgiving underneath that, correct?
That is correct.
On the 27th, the word poor appears, correct? Is it poor or pool? Can't make
Might
it
be pool. Maybe an L at the end or a C.
up. Pool. Okay. And then on the 28th, oh, dog 105011. Okay. So that was the State's Exhibit 181, which was another photo recovered from the film that you obtained from Julie Jensen.
That is correct.
I think this might be a good stop for a break.
All right,
And then
we're going to stop it then. Folks, please don't talk about the case.
Bullshit,
We'll take
Milosauskas.
Good 10 minutes, okay?
We are talking nothing about this case. That's it. It's on. All right, guys, I got to get to the cringy professional reporter voice. Let me tell you, let's read some comments because these are funny. I'm telling you guys, not to be mean to my chat on YouTube, but they are dead over there today. I don't understand why. There's a lot of people watching. Chat. We need everyone chatting. Facebook is lively. We have a bunch of troublemakers over here. Let me get into it. So I made the comment about, seeing the other side, right, of, Sipowitzing crime scenes and evidence. And one of our chat over on Facebook says this, the new Jensen shop vac. That is funny. I'm doing this in a cringy reporter voice so that it sounds professional and I can get away with my sarcasm. Let's see what else. We have another viewer says, gives a new name to spit and polish. We're putting these up there for you guys. This is what is happening over on Facebook. We are turned up. We are turned up over on Facebook right now. I am calling for subject matter jurisdiction on the lewd images. This is absolutely insane. Our email is blowing up. People asking for the picture. Here's the thing. One of our viewers over on YouTube, we love our viewers on YouTube because they are loyal, they are awesome, and they are just wicked fast. Even friends of mine are like, bro, Facebook Messenger that stuff to me, and I'm scared to send it through Facebook Messenger because I'm afraid my account is going to get permanently whacked for sending a lewd image on Messenger. Oh my God. Facebook is getting crazy. Let me find some of these other messages on Facebook. They're so funny. We're even I should probably be on Facebook under my real name and not NSM because I've made some pretty bad comments over there. Another viewer says we need to see all the evidence because it's necessary. Trying to find some other dude, I'm telling you, it's crazy. This is what happens. People are having, listen, over on Facebook, people are having smoke breaks after that. They are affected. I'm glad that you guys can't see from the waist down over here. This is interesting. This is funny. This photo will be posted in our chat messenger group, I'm sure. A lot of you guys went back and you guys went back and looked at it. There's a bunch of you that saw it. Boss, I want to send it to you, but I'm afraid. You know what, boss, you can text me. Text me and I'll send it to you through there. If you guys email, I'll send you the pic because one of our viewers screen grabbed it for us. I'll send it to you, but you are going to get a legal disclaimer. Holy Christ. Oh my God. It is so funny. I'm putting Facebook on blast. Look at, we got all quiet and shy when he mentions us. Yes. Oh, guys, it's too funny. I'm over here trying to run a professional stream and leave it to Kenosha to really screw that up. Layla says, Kevin, sit up, bro. What are you doing down there? Look, I don't have a computer chair. And I got to lean forward to like do stuff. I'm sitting in my great grandma's rocking chair. I love it, but I'm in this little tiny space of an office area, and this chair is too big and belongs back in my bedroom. I need an actual computer chair. We can't afford it over here because we spend too much money in open records. And I walked out of my day job because they were on some bullshit, and I'm thinking about exposing them, but I think I might get sued if I do because I had to sign an NDA, which pissed me off. But I walked out of the day job. We knew this trial was coming up, and fuck that job anyway. So yeah, now we can't afford computer chairs. Dave over on Facebook says hand check. Here we go, hand check. Can't show you what's going on underneath the desk, though. We may have an apparatus. We may. So we are watching, for those of you tuning in, we are watching the Mark Jensen antifreeze murder trial. It's a retrial from Mark Jensen. And today, the Kenosha County Courthouse made one of the biggest mistakes I can see in stream history of court cases. They showed a lewd image that was shared on every single stream that is up on this case. The only thing we can hope for is that lamestream media stop their streams early like they did yesterday. And there's only a couple of us that have this up. I'm nervous though. I'm honest. Listen, I am honestly thinking about making this video for members only. I know this is going to fuck us on views and whatever, but I am literally nervous. We can't afford FCC fines over here. That's not our fault. That's not our fault. It's not our fault. Dave over on YouTube, I gotta share this. On Facebook, Dave says it puts the lotion on its skin. Oh my God. Guys, I gotta figure out. I don't know how to share that. Somebody, what are the rules on Patreon? Can we share that on Patreon? We just set up a Patreon because, like I said earlier, we're getting some streams that we're taking down. YouTube hates us. Facebook hates us. We're too controversial. We talk about too much shit. They limit our monetization on videos. It's really fucked. So we just did a Patreon, and we're trying to get members over there so we can do streams over there and some really killer content. But I'm wondering, I'm putting my hands up. See, now you guys got me nervous. I got my hands up in the air. There we go. Now you guys see what's happening with the hands. There are no HJs happening over here. Listen, I'm not unaliving my crime scene. Not on a live stream. Not on a live stream. I'm going to tell you what, though. We are going to fucking poison this member later on. That's happening. That is happening. Absolutely. I'm gonna go and Sipowicz my crime scene when the stream is done. And it's gonna be a very thorough investigation. It's gonna be thorough. We're gonna look into all the evidence. We're gonna look at all of it. It's gonna be a deep dive. Listen, we do a lot of deep dive investigations on this channel. I'm going to tell you now, when we Sipowicz this crime scene later, it is going to be a very deep dive. We're going to take our time on this investigation. We like to do that here at Never Stop. Our investigations take a long time because we are very thorough in the job that we do when we divulge our investigations to you guys. So this is going to be thorough. It's going to be real deep. We're going to take our time. We're going to make sure we don't miss anything. I have been waiting for a time that we can get really in some serious stand-up comedy shit on this platform. And listen, I'm gonna email the DA and I'm gonna thank them for the content that they provided. It's unreal. If Judge Schroeder was on this case again, I guarantee you that photo would have been up for 47 minutes. We would have been talking about piccolos. He would have been examining it with his magnifying glass. Everybody would have seen it. Darlene over on YouTube says it's going to be messy at Kevin's house. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We have a great cleanup routine, though. It's not in a baseball glove for sure. You know, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. Chat over on Facebook can't breathe. They are having a hard time breathing over there. Fuck, we gotta make a shirt. We do have some apparel on our website for the media company, and then you know, there's links that go automatically on our YouTube channel. So Facebook, you guys are missing all that. But I have an apparel company that we use as our sponsor because we don't take corporate sponsorships because I don't like being told what I can and can't write about. So we have an apparel company. It's a lot of hiking stuff, but there's some other stuff on there. We're gonna make a shirt over this. We're gonna make a shirt over this. It's gonna fucking happen. It's gonna happen. Rachel over on Facebook says, "What are you all doing? Bad influencing NSM news updates." Listen, I am very dark and twisty in my own right. You guys don't get a lot of that because we got to be professional. You guys just get the naughty words, not the good dark and twistiness. Maybe what we'll do, maybe we'll do a contest and we'll see like who can come up with the best
All right, we're back on the record on
the
Mark
best
Jensen's
slogan
file
for the
case 2002
for the
CF
t-shirt.
314. We're going to continue with Ron Kosman's video. Anytime you're ready, Ms. McNeil.
And then whoever wins that, we'll send them a free shirt or something. We'll figure something out. All right, here we go. We're back.
And again, this is a photo that you recovered from the film.
And so now I will display State's Exhibit 182.
Look, for those of you that missed the image that was shown that everybody's getting fined by the FCC, I'm going to tell you it was a fine-looking member of society. All right, chat. On chat in Facebook and YouTube, type in the comment section. Let's get some slogans about the mishap today. Type your best ones. I think we'll do a contest. We'll announce something official, but you guys can start now.
Now
Just
resuming the
crack
video.
everybody up. I'll put them up on the screen.
Provided to you by Julie Jensen.
That is correct.
And does that appear to be OILS, oils?
Correct.
And then underneath that DD?
Correct.
And underneath that MCD?
Correct.
And under that MCK?
Correct.
And under that BT?
Correct.
And under that BA?
Correct.
And under that HAL?
Correct.
And underneath that mystery 1016?
Correct.
And then going to the top again. Let's see if I can. That's backing up VSOA.
Correct.
And then the word dawn, DAUN.
Correct.
Ring.
Correct.
Married, telling me. Worried. I'm sorry, worried. Okay. Thank you, counsel.
Yeah.
Worried.
Be worried.
Telling
Correct.
me. Correct. And then don't think it's going to work.
Correct.
It's up there. Then quotes,
Quotes, correct.
and that was from October 28th, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And directing, go back again here. Directing attention to,
So I will now display State's Exhibit 183. And now resuming the video.
this exhibit, I'm sorry, I got the number, Exhibit 183. Exhibit 183 is a photo that you recovered from the film that was given to you by Julie Jensen, correct?
That is correct.
And this is for Friday, October 30th, right?
That is correct.
And it reads, I think,
Correct.
MCK,
Correct.
MCD,
Correct.
big questions, big issues,
Correct.
blueprint.
Correct.
Is this going to work for you?
Correct.
Then Brookfield and a number of telephone. Correct? And then what's this? Her.
Correct.
Then directing your attention to State's Exhibit 184.
I'm now going to display State's Exhibit 184.
Somebody want to go back, either now or later, whatever. Later, if you know, whatever. Find out exactly what exhibit number that was. I like Tara's comment so far. She writes Exhibit 193, and then there's a picture of a zucchini. That's the funniest one for me so far. I like that. Somebody, if you could, saves me time because I got 8,000 things I got to do.
And now returning to the video.
Figure out what exhibit that was. We may make a shirt out of that anyway because that's fucking
This
hilarious.
is another photo that was recovered from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen.
That is correct.
And this is October 27th, Tuesday.
Correct.
And the word oils, correct? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then PDR, GLM, PE, and is that SL?
Did you say PDR, Mr. Chairman?
I thought it said PDR.
No,
Maybe
PD, what did I miss, did I hear it wrong?
Maybe I said PDR. I don't know. I'm trying to read it, and I thought it said PDR, so maybe that's what I
It
said.
doesn't look like PDR to me.
It wasn't. And Thank you, Judge. I'll try to get it. What does it look like to you?
It may be an E,
PDE, okay. GLM,
correct?
NE,
Correct?
SL, or, well, NE or WE, looks like one of those things. And then SL, does it look like B?
Looks like B,
And then under the word oils, there's DD,
Correct.
HI,
correct?
MCD, MCK,
Correct?
BT, BA.
Correct.
Guys, I'm sorry, but the Da Vinci
Does it say
Code
daily
is
pen
making
shop?
me crazy. What in the actual fuck?
Look
Look
like
at this.
you.
This is like
I'm not
a
sure what the second word is.
this is like a fucking
And the
QAnon puzzle
number
I gotta
underneath it is
figure out.
414-276-8900.
That is correct.
Underneath that it says LeGrand 185.
Correct.
Did you find out what that number was for?
Officer Cosman, did you ever find out what that number was for?
No.
And then there's a mark in front of the word question, and then a dash, and an E and a dash. Correct?
Correct.
And then underneath that, funky tolerance.
Correct.
And underneath that, fishing.
Correct.
And under that, evening blueprint.
Correct.
And underneath that, blueprint, Saturday/8.
Correct.
Saturday.
Sunday.
Slash Sunday.
Sunday.
Saturday/Sunday, I'm sorry. And underneath that, looks like dawn, DAUN, correct?
Was a line through it, correct?
And then the word new with a line through it,
Take that as now.
Now.
W.
okay?
Shit, he's
And
got
then-
fishing. He has
Short
fishing
form.
on the
With a
list.
line through it.
The guy's
The line
guilty
through it,
just for
correct.
now. He's
And then
a
underneath that,
he's an angler.
appropriate verbiage.
He's
Correct.
an angler. He's guilty.
Directing your attention to State's Exhibit 185.
I will now display States Exhibit 185.
Oh shit! Here we go. More calendar. Sorry, I normally don't talk during this stuff, but guys, what this is cringy, man. You know, they convicted this guy in 2008 off fucking QAnon riddles and penis pictures. That's what happened. Abbreviations, alphabet, drawings, alien symbols, Area 51 shit. Asterisks. Life in prison without the possibility of parole for calendar pages full of asterisks. Holy shit, 253 circled with either a peach, a butt cheek, a weird looking
And now
heart. I
returning
don't
to the
know.
video.
Back here, so you see the whole picture. Is the photograph you recovered from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen?
Yes, it is.
And that's for Tuesday, November 3rd.
That is correct.
And the word, is that
It appears to be court. COURT.
and then 2.5 acre new? Or is that now? 2.5 acre now,
Looks like now.
25 acres equal
1,000 feet square.
one-fifth mile each side.
Correct.
and then a minus sign or a dash, and 75M, correct?
Correct.
And that says Wisconsin loghomes.com, correct?
Correct.
And then a circle, it says 253 in the circle.
That's correct.
Judge, could I have the instruction that Mr. Cosman is, or Mr. Jamboys are not in any better position than anyone else to determine what is said, that everybody's
Yes.
going to have to make their own determination?
I think that.
Even in a worse position, I think.
Pardon me?
I'm in a worse position because everybody's correcting me, so.
And the point is a good one. You can see for yourselves what the exhibits say, and it's your job to decide what they mean. And neither the officer nor Mr. Gemboys nor me.
For real, where is
anybody else
Tom
is in a better
Hanks to
position than you
decipher the riddles
determine
of
these things unless ultimately
calendar
somebody else.
notebooks?
That's shown by
We need him.
evidence. So, any question about that?
Indiana Jones, maybe?
And I'm sorry, and now I'm directing your attention to State's Exhibit 186, and that's another.
So I will now display State's Exhibit 186.
Dude, Facebook chat is emailing me like crazy for this picture, and they're passing it around. Never Stop Media is going to be famous for the fucking penis pic. We have been the first to report on a lot of things. We identified Jump Kick Man in Rittenhouse 7 months before mainstream media put it out. We leaked the pic. This is probably, you guys will hate me for this. We leaked the picture of Rittenhouse in the bar holding the beer. That was us. So we're responsible for getting his bond modified. We are the first media company that put out Josh Zeminski firing the first shot, even though some right-wing outlet claims that they did. Man, there's a lot of stuff. And now we're going to be famous for...
And now resuming the video.
Photograph that was recovered from the film that you obtained from Julie Jensen, correct?
That is correct.
Monday, November 2nd?
Correct.
And reads big questions / big issues.
Correct.
Are you happy?
Correct.
Why chase the funky?
Correct.
Is the banter going to work for you? Really?
Correct.
What? Is that what that said?
Yes.
Aspirin over the weekend.
Correct. That's correct.
And then what, how, why? And then Joe, it will be on your desk when you get back. Or should or something?
Should.
I drop off activity. Correct?
Correct.
And then the word cabin, 26 by 24 / 624, correct?
Correct. Looks like 16 by 24. 16 x 24.
16 by 24 BR.
Correct.
COOT P21.
Cost per square foot.
Oh, cost per square foot. See, I'm not very good at this. And then greatwood.com, correct?
Correct.
WildernessLogHomes.com.
Correct.
WisconsinLogHomes.com.
Correct.
New Court Financial.
Correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Direct your attention to States Exhibit 187.
I will now display States Exhibit 187.
Facebook chat is a bunch of perverts. They are passing this picture around like crazy that I sent to them. I thought we were going to have another really decent trial day. Defense was going to attack some witnesses again. They were crushing the Klug, I think it is, right? Ed Klug and I forgot the wife's name, Joanne, I think. They had Joanne in tears on the stand. I kind of felt bad for her. I was like, Jesus, defense, ease up. This poor lady's going to go home and unalive herself if you don't chill out. And then we get to pictures. And that's been the most exciting part of the trial today. And it's crazy. I really want to write an article about this. I want to post it. I don't even know how to post it. I've 6 times now I've gone on to the Facebook page
And now returning to the video.
to write breaking news, and I can't even show a picture.
There's another photograph that was come from the film that you obtained from Julie Jensen.
We put that in there at a different attitude because otherwise we'll all have stiff necks.
Otherwise what?
We'll all get stiff necks.
Dave over on Facebook says, speaking of spa days and facials.
Then we'll get the stiff the other way.
Spa days and facials are the best.
Well, Judge, I'm doing my level best here.
Well, level's not the problem.
Gamboy is displaying his wicked DA skills in this 2008 trial. I mean, how the fuck they convicted this guy in 2008, I don't even know.
Now, this is a photograph that you recovered from the film that Julie Jensen provided to you.
That's correct.
And it's November 1998, daily record of events, correct?
Correct.
And up there is the letter CCI,
Appears to be CCI.
and then troop leader,
Correct.
Ed test, December 7th.
Correct.
So I will say, if you emailed me, I did respond. So you do have an image sitting in your
Explorers.
inbox.
Explorer.
with a legal disclaimer.
dash font, F-O-N-T,
I gotta call my attorneys after this stream.
Times Now, Times New Roman.
So what it appears.
Courier, new.
Correct.
Font. Something or other.
Holy Jesus, they're talking about typeface now. Holy
Font
Christ.
size.
Listen, I wonder if we can get a
Font
size
size.
expert. What are they?
That
What would
heavy,
you
like
call them? A
heavy,
seismatologist? We need a size
Um,
expert. Do they measure from the top or
Then
underneath?
the word Windows,
I wonder if I can
That's
contact
correct.
a size expert.
dash 1024 by 768, 256 color.
Correct.
Charlie says if you're calling your attorney, don't mention us.
Small font.
Hey, there's journalistic privilege over here. We treat all sources as anonymous.
Withdrawn. Lays on bed. Knees pulled up to chest.
Correct. That
Is he
correct.
reading a porn script right now?
And then $200.
Knees pulled to
star
chest,
count.
lewd image. What in the actual
That is
F
correct.
are we watching? This is not a trial.
The
This is
word
not a
Kendall,
trial anymore. This jury,
Correct.
I wish I was in Kenosha. I want to see the jury's face.
Right.
Asterisks, typeface, porn scripts.
Is that Tom? Right. Return.
Correct.
Roxy over on Facebook says they're measuring from the base to the head. Yeah, but if you measure from underneath and not
Model number 24.
the top, there's at least a half an inch difference.
Decorum.
Not that I know this from experience or
I'm
anything.
not sure what the number was before that.
Number
Maybe
20.
211.
Number 211. Okay.
Although I'm curious, I may have to go find my tape and
Decorum.
we may have to Sipowicz the crime scene in measurements ourselves.
Number 56213.
We'll post that as breaking news on the
Indiana.
Facebook page, the
Right.
NSM measurement.
Direct your attention to State's Exhibit 188.
I will now display 188.
Right, they're gonna display the porn script. Sorry, guys. I usually don't talk over this stuff because the trial is important, but I mean, at this point, Christ Almighty, I'm surprised you guys are still awake. Maybe I'll turn the cam on for you guys. Can we talk? Can we tell naughty jokes on here? You think we get whacked for that? No pun intended. What is the difference between a peenie and a bonus check? Someone is always down to blow your bonus.
And now returning to the video.
This is a photograph you recovered from the film that Julie Jensen provided to you.
That is correct.
Fixed November 1998, Daily Record of Events.
Correct.
CCI, and underneath that, EFII, and underneath that, MRK.
MRK, correct.
Across from there says Tom,
Correct.
and underneath that says puked on carpet over weekend. Can't make out. Something or other into it with
Into
weather.
weather.
for weather.
Mr. Costa, I'm not going to direct your attention to Exhibit S-188. Yes, sir.
And I will now now display 188.
Please show us. This is fucking exhilarating. What do you call a herd of cows doing the M word? I'm gonna be careful. I just gotta be
Oh,
careful.
actually,
about
we
verbiage.
did see 188.
Yeah,
That was the one I
we
just
did.
saw.
We don't care. We only want to
What
see the
number
other
are we
exhibit.
on?
What do you
So
call a
we
herd
just
of
saw
cows
188, and
doing the M
I
word?
think they are referring to 188 still.
All right.
Beef stroganoff.
Pull this back out. And Exhibit S-188 is a photograph that you recovered from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen.
That is correct.
And we were talking about this when we broke, and
This is what happens. When I have the mic off and the camera off, this is what I do. I sit here, I laugh so hard.
and that reads, got into it.
You know, the problem, you may have the lens too close.
Here we go with
got
Judge
two
Schrader
close
practicing law from the bench
there
again.
Because
What the fuck? All right, listen. I went out dressed as a chicken last night and met a girl.
Oh, we're not getting the whole line. That's why.
Met a girl who was dressed like an egg.
If I pull it back so you can see the whole line, then you can't read.
One thing led to another, and the
Can you read
lifelong
that from
question was answered.
Mr. Cosman?
Yes, it can.
It was the
Okay.
chicken.
Well, then, let's do it that way. What does it say?
First word is hard to figure out. Maybe plucked on carpet,
Puked on carpet.
over weekend. Looks like got into it with her tonight. It cleaned.
Or does it say got
Or-
into it whether to get it clean?
Got into it whether tonight. It looks like tonight. Or to,
Something clean.
right.
Underneath that, it reads,
Bloomberg. It looks like dash OBM. Chairs, desk, appears to say cage, and wood panels.
and then what's the
1,000
number?
single. Apparently 3,000 joint.
Then directing your attention to Exhibit 189.
I will display Exhibit 189.
Please do. What do you call a cheap circumcision? A ripoff. We're all getting banned on platforms today. Ooh, shit. What happened? Oh man, my phone like twacked out for a second. I thought we just got banned. I thought we lost all the streams. Me and my friend were M-wording to some hardcore dinosaur porn. Unfortunately,
returning to the video.
my mother saw us.
And that is I'll put it like this so you can see the whole thing. That is, again, is a photograph that was recovered from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen.
That's correct.
And that indicates it's November 1988 Daily Record of Events.
That is correct.
And it's from Thursday, I don't
know if you can see that. Thursday the 5th, is that what this is in the right-hand corner? Can you read it?
Thursday the 5th.
And can you read what that says?
Looks like EFIL.
And up here over here,
Over there is CCI.
and then what's written here?
And it says, Tom, right return module of chairs are in.
Model of chairs are right. So model
I
of chairs
can't. Are white.
are white or right? Here, let's.
Could be, it is right, are right. And
And
it's
then it says Bloomberg,
buttons, sign, chairs, desk, cage, wood panels.
and then
Franklin Covey, St. Louis Galleria, 2154. St. Louis Galleria.
and then it says order number.
Can't
Oh, I'm
see
sorry,
it.
I gotta move over there, don't I?
Order number 18679581. Franklin
Covey. That's what that says.
Franklin something.
And then, see what it says there?
There's something up above that you're not capturing.
I'm sorry. Foam, Patagonia.
Correct.
And then it says, what does that say? Caged or cached until 1:30? Is that what that says?
It appears that.
Starting at 11?
Correct. No answer.
Oh, does it say called? Called till 1:30? Is that what that is? Called till 1:30? I don't know. Whatever it is, it's.
Again, it's for the jury to decide.
That is, it is. And underneath, starting at 11, it says no answer.
That's correct.
And finally, Buddy did. That's what that says.
It appears to say did.
Couldn't wake up groggy. Is that what that says?
That's correct.
Dude, I'm not an attorney, but there's a lot of Judge Schrader like practicing law from the bench. You've got an attorney here
Maybe
sitting here
monthly.
fucking testifying.
And what does it say underneath that?
Back order, Phil 1116.
Is there more on the page?
No, that was it. Direct your attention to State's Exhibit 190.
Now showing Exhibit 190.
I'm declaring a mistrial just over this calendar book. Like for real though, right? Like we're watching a trial. Like what does any of this have to do with anything? Like could they have just highlighted, you know, like the stuff where like a little earlier they showed, you know, he was manipulative, he was angry today. Like can we just show that type of stuff? We got more circles. 12M. This guy, he's got trips to Denver. Like, what is? Holy shit! He went to Denver. He's guilty.
What's the date of this one? I didn't see it on the top.
Milosauskas, Jesus Christ.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, they need to, shake a leg and move it along because NSM doesn't get paid by the hour. Speaking of which, we got like 45 minutes on Facebook before that stream ends. So,
And now resuming the video.
when it does, jump over to YouTube.
Again, is that
like an hour
photograph
and a
that
half
was
left in
recovered
this,
from the film that you
trial
obtained
today.
from Julie Jensen?
That is correct.
On that buzzing noise, you're probably hearing my heater when I have the mic on.
And what's it say in the upper left-hand corner, if you can see?
CCI looks like EFIIMRK.
And this was from Tuesday, November 10th,
That's correct.
and then reads that.
Looks like 12M.
And then it reads life. Can you read it?
Life is hard, but it's harder if you're stupid. Club.
Did you miss some?
And then what does that read?
14262 dash.
142. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Looks like 14262-2, Willow Bend Park, Chesterfield, Missouri, 63017. And a symbol of a money sign, looks like Dan/Missy.
Underneath that?
Time I can waste, Denver, St. John, maybe?
St. John's Ward.
Hockey, Tuesday 8th, and every Saturday night.
He's definitely guilty. They just said a mood stabilizer, St. John's
Big Cedar.
He's guilty.
Can't make out the last word.
Big Cedar, is that the name of the picture that we saw earlier? Big Cedar? I think it is. It might be.
Big Cedar.
Could possibly say Big Cedar.
And then directing your attention to State's Exhibit 191.
Now displaying States Exhibit 191.
So glad we get to see this twice. On Facebook, spam the chat with thumbs and hearts. Helps our algorithm. Make sure you guys like and follow the page if you haven't already. On YouTube, make sure you guys are subscribed. Hit the bell for all notifications. Facebook stream will end in like 45 minutes. We'll still be live on YouTube covering the rest of the trial. There's probably an hour and a half left. They've been ending around 5. We usually do stay live a little bit longer. It's kind of a good time to, answer some questions. If you guys like the stream, sharing it out helps us. There's some links in the pinned comment section where you can donate. That helps us. Pays for open records requests and all things running the company, blah, 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 blah.
And is a photograph recovered
You
from
can send
the
super
film
chats on
provided to Julie
YouTube.
Jensen?
That helps. We highlight it.
It is.
From November 16th, or Monday, November 16th, correct?
That is correct.
Let's see what those 3 letters are.
MT, I believe it would be G. And the 20, excuse me, the 20 is circled. Withdrawn kids, boat, and
Zelensky,
correct,
what does that read?
10,
What does that read? Locked chest?
I'm sorry,
Does that read locked chest?
it's possible.
And underneath that,
Crying about miscarriage or miscarriage.
Put that last one up. Crying about
miscarriage, it's a miscarriage, as in,
well, whatever it is, the jury will decide.
Yeah, keep testifying, Dan boy. So that's actually important detail. So now we know
direct your attention to State's
about the
Exhibit
miscarriage. They
192.
talked about that already in the trial.
Now displaying State's Exhibit 192.
Little bit of city history. So they mentioned a boat and then Zelensky's. For those of you that are not from Kenosha, Zelensky's is like a boat repair place that's in town. There's, they carry a bunch of fishing stuff in there. And then there's also like archery stuff. And then the G word, they have those items in there as well.
And now returning to the video.
This is another photograph obtained from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen.
That is correct.
And looking up there, it's kind of, you see the one and part of another number, and it's the 321st day, correct?
Correct.
And that's November 1998, daily record of events.
That is correct.
What does that read?
Get away.
And then underneath that,
10. I can't make out what that
locked chest.
could
Yeah.
be.
Locked in bedroom morning,
Correct.
8:50.
Correct.
Too much to do.
Correct.
What was the reading in there?
I'll say meal,
And underneath that,
cruise,
underneath that.
job/quit. Crying about miscarriage. Suddenly
Is that detached?
apparently. Itinerary for, I believe this week.
So locked in
Locked
room.
in room. When I got home. Dave, Isabel.
And then the telephone number. Oh, let's see.
There was some, yeah.
Can you read what that says?
Check, maybe get on MCK.
Direct your attention to State's Exhibit 193.
Now displaying State's Exhibit 193. And returning to the video.
Is that a photograph that you recovered from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen?
That is correct.
You recognize that?
Susan Schneider, 652-1121.
Do you now or know, or did you ever know who Susan Schneider is or was?
I'm sorry?
Do you know who Susan Schneider is?
No, I do not.
Never heard of her?
Never have.
Direct your attention to State's Exhibit 194.
Now I will be displaying State's Exhibit 194. And returning to the video.
And there's another photograph recovered from the film that provided to you by Julie Jensen. Is that true?
That is true.
The date is the 23rd of November, correct?
Correct.
And can you read what that says?
Emory/St. Louis.
Is that Emory or E-M-R?
Looks like E-M-E-R-Y.
So it looks like a Y.
It appears to be a Y.
And then underneath that,
Cheras/ looks like Barb E. Fuller.
can you read that?
Looks like Dybel, D-Y-B-L-E, possibly.
Can you read that?
Program information. Brant slash, appears to say reinvest.
Here's what that says.
GP, either S or 5, and it looks like BJX. 1313Y.
Yes, that was 194. Direct your attention to Exhibit 195.
Now displaying State's Exhibit 195. And now returning to the video.
And is that a photograph that was recovered from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen?
That is correct.
And that appears to be from the November 20th?
Correct. And star sign with GP, it's either 5 or S,
And underneath that?
and beneath that appears to be BJX. Century Securities. Check on A and E.
Is that insurance?
Unsubstantiated, maybe?
Any insurance?
Underneath that is apps. All details. Program into to run. Cold. I ate dinner sneezing, eyes running, drowsy, can hardly stay awake. And the word Barb, and the letters inside the box are FORRER, BOS, maybe INT, International. Outside of that is the numbers 1902. Underneath Barb would be 414-906-3227. And it would be what appears to be 4495-9219.
And direct your attention, now finding the last photograph, S196.
Now displaying State's Exhibit 196. And returning to the video.
And is S-186 a photograph that you obtained from the film provided to you by Julie Jensen?
That is correct.
And it indicates that it's a Thursday and the 323rd day?
Correct.
Can you read that up there?
323rd day. It'd be HD with a star GPS WMT. Inside the circle is 8-9 next Friday. Brett.
Brett, not serious. Not serious one. Brett. Is that Brett Nate? Serious one?
Wait, I'm not sure what that word would be.
Well, the first word is Brett.
That is correct, BRTT.
And then is that Nate?
Looks like N8.
And then,
And serious one?
okay. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Your Honor, I guess counsel has proposed that I clarify something, and this is a smaller version. This is a 4x6 photograph of this, and it looks like this S-196 is an 8x10 blow-up of 196 marked here. And the 4x6 actually.
So I'm now going to display State's Exhibit 196A. And returning to the video.
Is more complete. You can see there's a portion of it cut off. It's the 19th, Thursday the 19th.
That is correct.
And as you can see by looking at this, that portion, the outside portion is cut off.
All right.
Should we have this marked as an exhibit?
I'm gonna make it give the same exhibit number with
176A.
A.
First of all, Your Honor, I moved those exhibits into evidence. Let me give you the numbers. I don't recall if I'd moved them into evidence before, but I think it's S-173 through S-196.
The objection. And the smaller one was that 196A.
Was it 196A? Was that? I moved that one into evidence as well, but let me see what it is here. Is it still up there? It's in this stack here. By sleight of hand, I've misplaced that exhibit, so let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, that'd be 176A is included there. It says here 176A. So maybe we should be 196. I don't know.
I think that should be 196.
Should be 196A, yes. We just change the 7 to a 9. Thank you. So that you're going to move those exhibits into evidence?
No objection.
They'll be received.
No further questions.
Oh, Christ. Craig's bringing out the easel.
Officer Cosman, I put on the easel a calendar from November, December 1998. Are you able to see that?
Yes, I am.
It was November 24th that you had contact with Julie Jensen in person,
That is correct.
and she passed away on December 3rd, about 9 days later, correct?
Correct.
Thanksgiving Day was November 26th,
I believe it would have been, yes.
and it was the previous weekend you were deer hunting.
That is correct.
While you were gone, Julie Jensen left you a voicemail.
2 voicemails.
Did you keep those voicemails, Officer Cosman?
No, I did not.
I presume there was a time and date stamp or notation when she left those voicemails?
Yes.
Did you note the time and date that she left those voicemails?
No, I did not.
After her death, did you make any effort to recover those voicemails?
At that point, they were irretrievable.
Did you talk to somebody to find out if they were irretrievable?
I talked to our chief, and he thought it was impossible to retrieve them.
And that's all the further you followed up?
Yes.
Did you try to talk to somebody who operates your phone system at all?
No, I did not.
When did you delete those voicemails?
It would have been after I had talked to Julie Jensen in person. It would have been either maybe later the 24th or possibly the 25th.
But after you met with her, then you erased these voicemails.
I'm sorry?
After you met with her, then you erased these voicemails.
That is correct.
Officer Cosman, you prepared a report regarding your meeting with Julie Jensen on November 24th?
I did write a report, yes.
And regarding the voicemails that she left you, correct?
I made mention in there, yes, I did.
You prepared your report within a day or two of seeing her on November 24th, correct?
That is correct.
I take it that when you prepare police reports, you try to make them as accurate and complete as possible?
That is correct.
And that's what you did regarding the voicemails that you had heard and the contact that you had with Julie Jensen on November 24th, correct?
They could have been more clarified in my report.
You testified that she left you 2 voicemails, right?
That's correct.
Now, when you wrote your first report within a day or 2 of that contact with her on November 24th, you only indicated that she had left you 1 voicemail, is that right?
I thought I put 2 down.
Did those seem like unusual items to be in a shopping list to you?
No,
Did you know the neighbors, the Voights?
no, I did not.
Had you ever met them before?
No, I have not.
You had been at the Jensen home dozens of times?
That's correct.
You would stop by the Jensen home 10 times a year just as a friend, right?
Basically, to check on 2 things, basically, if any problems had been starting up again, and just to let her know that we were in the area, that we're still trying to keep an extra eye on the house for this individual who may have been leaving photographs and so forth around the house.
Would you disagree with the following statement that it could have been 10 times a year that you'd stop and see her socially?
I don't think it would have been that many.
Do you recall testifying on August 30th, 2007 in this case?
What was the date again?
August 30th, 2007? Do you recall testifying in the Kenosha County Courthouse in late August?
It was late August. I think it may have been the 25th or something along that line. I know it was late August.
I'm about to be at page 96, line 20. Let's see, let me start it. Line 5. Question, how many times did you stop to talk to her socially? Answer, I'd have to give you an estimate, probably maybe 7 to 10 times, maybe more. Question, let's do it this way. How many times a year do you think you did that? Answer, I'm sorry. Question, how many times a year do you think you did that you stopped and talked to Mrs. Jensen socially? Answer, basically whenever I would see her outside. Question, and so that would be 3 or 4 times a year? Answer, may have been more, may have been less, I don't recall. Question, it could have been 10 times a year that you'd stop and see her socially? It's possible.
It's very possible. I do not recall the number of times that I stopped social. There were no reports generated for that.
But you made frequent social contacts with Mrs. Jensen, right?
Your Honor, I object under the doctrine of completeness. I would direct the court and counsel's attention to page 95, starting at line 17.
What's the date?
What counsel was it, August 30th? I don't have that.
All right, so real quick, we have like
August
15 minutes left
Page
on the
95.
Facebook stream. They only allow us to stream 8 hours over there. We are still live
Line
on
11.
YouTube. So if you're watching from Facebook, jump over, follow us on YouTube. That channel is Never.Stop.Voices. We'll still be live. They usually end at 5, so we got like another hour that will be live over there. And we usually stay live for a little bit longer after the trial ends.
I'll show you.
Great time to answer any questions.
Page 95, line 11.
And I think it would be fair to say, for unknown reasons, I have a serious cramp in
You
my
read down
left
through
calf.
the top of page 96.
Yeah, I read through line 5, so it's line 17 and 95.
I want to read from, you don't have an objection? Did you still want to read it then, Judge?
Well, no, if there's no objection, go ahead.
From line 17.
From
line 11. I want from line 11, page 95, through.
A little trick for you guys that are on Facebook commenting that you're banned on YouTube.
Line
A little trick for
8,
you
page
is
96.
if you
And I
change your
read that
screen
before.
name, because we ban motherfuckers like crazy. We have like over 1,000 people banned on YouTube. If you change your screen name, it allows you to come back.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, what?
Try that.
You're allowing that to be read then?
I thought it was agreed.
No.
Our stalkers do that all the
Judges,
time,
from line
so
17
we
makes
know it
sense.
works.
Line 11, given his answer, and that's mostly just my question, I don't think that makes sense. Line 17, I think is appropriate.
Well, I have to agree with Mr. Albee.
Thank you. Officer Cosman, beginning on page 95, line 17, question, okay, do you recall, before I come back to that, Officer Cosman, did you document with your department every contact you had with Mrs. Jensen? Answer, no, I did not. Question, why not? Answer, because like I said, some were more of a social nature, where I would see her around in the yard, hadn't heard from her, I would stop for 2 reasons. First reason being to see if things had quieted down, if there were any problems, and secondly, and most importantly, to let her know that we were still keeping an extra eye on her home. Question, how many times did you, well, that's what I read before. Correct?
Yes.
And so if you'd see her outside, you'd stop, correct?
Not every time, but quite a bit.
And this could be as much as 10 times a year.
Again, I don't recall.
But it could be.
It could be more, it could be less.
Okay. And despite all those stops outside, you never had any contact with her neighbors of the Voights?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you go talk to the neighbors to find out what they knew?
No, I did not.
And is it fair to say during this conversation that you had with Mrs. Jensen on November 24th that you asked her numerous times to leave?
Yes. I advised her that if she was fearful for her safety or for the children's safety, then she should leave.
Well, you asked her numerous times to leave, right?
I asked her about 2 or 3 times. Or I made the mention that said she should about 2 or 3 times.
Do you recall testifying at a preliminary hearing in this case back in 2002, Officer Cosman?
Yes, I do.
And did you give the following answer to the following question, page 45, line 13? Question, did you ask her whether she was going to leave or why she wouldn't leave? Answer, I asked her numerous times during the course of our conversation to leave. I told her I couldn't force her to do so, but if she felt I couldn't force her to do, I think it's just a comma error, so that's sorry. I told her I couldn't force her to do so, but if she felt threatened or felt that Mark was trying to harm her in any way, shape, or form for the sake of her kids, of herself and her kids, to leave. Did you give that answer?
Yes, I did.
And it was numerous times during the course of your conversation that you asked her to leave, correct?
Correct.
And things were a lot fresher in your mind at the time you gave this testimony at the preliminary hearing, correct?
It should, yes.
You did not talk about your contact with Mrs. Jensen with Mark Jensen, correct?
That is correct.
During your conversation with Mrs. Jensen, you did not suggest installing any video or surveillance equipment on November 24th, correct?
No, I did not.
So if a neighbor reports that she had told him that you had made that suggestion, either Mrs. Jensen misreported that or the neighbor has it wrong. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say because I did not advise her to record anything within the home on that particular day.
You took the roll of film and had it developed immediately?
I believe it was the same day I dropped it off, and if memory serves me correct, either I got it back either later on the 24th or I got it back right away on the 25th.
And those are those photographs that were just displayed by Mr. Jamboys today?
The ones that were on the overhead, that is correct.
There weren't any other photographs, correct?
Just those.
There weren't any photographs of any computer screens, correct?
Not that I recall.
Well, we didn't see any
No,
today, right?
not that I saw.
And you understand that to have been the complete set of photographs, right?
As far as I know, yes.
Right after you received those developed photographs back, you reviewed them with Detective Ratsburg, right?
That's correct.
You both looked at them together?
Correct.
And after looking at those photographs, you did not talk with Mrs. Jensen again?
No, I did not.
You did not go to her house, correct?
Not that I recall, no.
And you're not aware of Detective Ratsburg going over to the house to talk to her, are you?
He may have, I don't know.
Are you aware of him doing that?
No, I'm not.
He never told you anything about that.
That's correct.
So if a neighbor says that he saw you over at the house, he would be mistaken?
Yes. The only time that I was there was when I went in and talked to her the first time, or the only time.
Did you ever get on November 24th or any time between November 24th and Mrs. Jensen's death, did you ever get angry with her?
No.
Did you ever get loud with her?
Between that time frame?
Right.
No.
Did you ever yell at her?
No.
Did you ever imply that she was crazy to her?
No.
It had been a couple years earlier, she had made the complaint that Mark wanted her to drink, correct?
Some wine, correct.
But that was in like 1996, right?
95, 96, 97, somewhere in there.
She explained that she did not want to drink because there was a family history of alcoholism, correct?
She advised me that her mother was an alcoholic.
Did Julie Jensen ever tell you about receiving counseling for depression?
No, she did not.
At no time during the course of the years that you knew her, did she ever mention having depression issues?
No.
Or having any treatment for depression issues?
No.
Or having previously been prescribed medication for depression?
No.
You had had contacts with Mr. Jensen perhaps a dozen times over the previous years?
That I did?
Yes.
It could have been. I don't recall exactly how many contacts I have with Mr. Jensen.
With Mr. Jensen?
Mr. Jensen.
Do you have an estimate of how many times you had contacts with Mr. Jensen?
I'm sorry?
Do you have an estimate as to how many times you had encounters with Mr. Jensen?
Maybe 6 to 12.
And there wasn't one occasion among those 6 to 12 times that you had contact with him in which he got angry, right?
Upset once, and that was basically because of some photographs that he had found.
He was upset about what somebody had done to their household, right?
About leaving the photographs, correct?
You never saw him angry with Mrs. Jensen.
No, I did not.
He never expressed any anger toward Mrs. Jensen for reporting any of this harassment to you, correct?
That is correct.
Mrs. Jensen never reported any physical violence in the household, correct?
Not to me, and as far as I know, not to anyone else.
You're not aware of her making any such report to any police officer in your department at any time, correct?
I'm not aware of any, no.
Officer Cosman, over the years, there were a number of occasions in which you were at the house, the Jensen house, right?
That's correct.
Those contacts dealt sometimes with harassment, right?
Harassment,
Sometimes with the social contacts you talked about, correct?
correct.
And sometimes about sort of just general complaints about vandalism.
Correct.
Judge, at this point, there's 2 question and answers that are missing from the video. So by agreement, I'm going to read those into the record.
I'm going to ask you one more. How longer is this video?
So this video has 48 minutes remaining.
We're not going to make it. I think we've done enough this week. I really do. These are not easy to watch, and I'm not criticizing anybody. So, folks, enjoy your weekend. See you Tuesday at 8:30. Leave your notes back here. Joe, you want to just hold them for a little bit? Hold them. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like Facebook lucked out. There's only 2 minutes left on Facebook. I did post the link in the chat on Facebook for YouTube. Like I said, we usually do stay live a little bit longer. It's a good time to ask questions about the case.
Remember to
and
hold
you
them.
know, whatever. We're
Hold
obviously gonna have some.
All right, I'm holding the jury so we can take the defendant. He doesn't have to wait.
We're going to talk about
Judge, real
some
quick,
some
we
PD
did
talk
have an
over on
agreement.
YouTube.
We spoke to the prosecutors yesterday about one of our experts has to testify on the 27th because of January because of some family issues. So if it gets to that date and the defense is not on, there's an agreement to take her out of order.
So they're going to let you take your witness out of order?
Yes.
Just remind me. That's fine. Okay. Take the defendant back so the jury can be released.
I'm going to try to find. So we had Richard Allen, the Delphi murder suspect. So he had a court hearing today. We're going to talk a little bit about that. I'm going to try to find a stream. Somebody sent me something. I got to look at it and see if we can play that. We're going to play that on the YouTube channel because like 30 seconds left on Facebook. So if you want some updates about that, we'll update a little bit about the breaking news about Judge Doro's campaign manager and some other little updates that are going on. But great time to ask questions about this case. We are giving a lot of background case history details, a lot of those things. And then, just some regular little chat. Monday morning, no court because of the holiday, but we will go live at 8:30 and we're going to play a bunch of archived footage Monday morning at 8:30. So join us Monday morning. We'll see what happens over the weekend. We do go live sometimes with shit happening here in Milwaukee and whatever. And we upload videos of other things, blah, 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 whatever. Join us over on YouTube, Never.Stop.Voices. Thank you, Facebook chat. You guys are awesome today. Oof, all right. That was a long day. Milosavskis is right. Those recorded testimonies are very, very difficult to watch. Let me see if let me see what we have going on with the Delphi murder thing because we weren't able to switch over to that. And he had a hearing today. So with that though, let's talk about this. Let me find where I had that shit. Sorry, the dinosaur computer is running super slow. Okay, so Richard Allen, we know as the suspect in the Delphi murder case. He had a court appearance today So it was expected in court, and like I said, I'm trying to pull up a stream. The dinosaur computer is moving super slow. Some issues that they were expected to consider today. There's 4 considerations for attorneys for today's court proceeding. Judge Gull is expected to hear arguments on the gag order, the change of venue. There's a broad discovery request from the defense and another defense request for additional funding for investigators. Regarding the gag order, so Carroll County Prosecutor Nick McLeland filed a motion for a gag order during the November 22nd hearing. Gold didn't immediately rule on the motion, although she eventually approved a preliminary gag order that barred anyone associated with the case from talking about it until today's hearing. So hopefully we can find out what happened with that. That gag order barred anyone associated with the case. Allen, his defense attorneys, prosecutors, family members, court staff, law enforcement, from making extrajudicial statements to the public. It came after Allen's attorneys issued a press release speaking out against the evidence cited in the probable cause affidavit released at the end of November. If you guys have not read the probable cause affidavit, we did post that on the Facebook page, so you can go over there and read that. It is up there. The change of venue. So Allen's defense team filed the change of venue request in November to move the trial away from Carroll County. His attorney cited extensive media attention and the highly publicized nature of the case from its inception through Allen's arrest. Fucking Isaiah just messaged me about the image. The case has received extensive local, statewide, and national coverage. Podcasts and social media have also extended its reach. There's tons of podcasts about this. They're asking the court to move their proceedings out of Carroll County, suggesting that moving at least 150 miles away would ease concerns about a tainted jury pool. That's kind of a big mileage. Delphi's relatively small size, about 3,000 residents. Holy shit. Would make it difficult to find an impartial jury. I don't know. I would agree with that. 3,000 residents only. That's rough. The discovery request on December 30th, Allen's attorneys filed a discovery request seeking a trove of information. The lengthy, you guys know I can't read on this channel. The lengthy supplemental motion for discovery and request for Rule 404 and Rule 405. Evidence filed on December 30th seeks the names and addresses of all witnesses involved in the case, including recorded or transcribed statements. Allen's attorneys also want the names and addresses of individuals who may have knowledge of this case but are being called as witnesses by the state. The motion includes 29 components. It seeks everything from phone records and cell phone location data to written reports and witness accounts connected to the case, along with any investigatory information obtained by law enforcement. The funding, Allen's attorneys requested additional funding for investigators as they work to prepare the defense case for their client. In court documents filed in December, his attorney said he couldn't afford the cost of representation and associated expenses. They're seeking money to pay for expert witnesses, transcript fees, and investigator costs. See, I mean, when we talk about this shit, we're not lying on this channel. That stuff costs money. The attorneys asked that their hearing and associated filings be kept under seal, arguing that revealing the information in public could jeopardize their case. The judge granted the request to keep motions and hearings associated with public funds sealed. That's interesting. Very, very interesting. I'm going to charge the phone. Let me see if this came up yet. Somebody sent us a link. I didn't click on it. Try to see. If this is a live stream or not. I don't think it is. Oh, maybe it is. I don't know what it says though. while we're trying to figure this out, if you know of a stream for the case. We obviously got distracted by the picture in the Jensen case. I can show you guys this. It's very short. It's just them walking him to the courtroom. What we know though, so the change of venue aspect, we do know that the judge gave the prosecutor and the defense 1 week to agree on a county. Let's see if I can just pull up some quick info on this. I didn't have time to research this. The only thing I'm finding footage-wise is like them just transferring him to court. So let me. I can play that clip. Just give me a minute. Let me find this. I had to pull this up on the other computer. I was trying to watch it on the dinosaur computer before I showed you guys. I got to be careful with playing certain things. Heavily shackled and accompanied by officers, Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen arrived for a pair of hearings in connection with the case. Before the hearing began, officers swept the defense table to make sure it was safe. Wow, that's interesting. 2 women were taken to the front of the courtroom. Allen mouthed, "I love you" to them. He wore a yellow jumpsuit and protective vest. We'll show you footage as soon as I can pull it up. Allen is charged with, yeah, we know that. Shut the fuck up. Hearing was delayed until 10:26 a.m. It lasted only about 10 minutes, wrapping up by 10:36. Defense attorneys and prosecutors spent several minutes talking to Judge Fran Gull in her chambers before the proceeding began. Gull expressed skepticism that Allen's trial would be on track for March 23rd, citing the extraordinary voluminous, again, we can't talk on this channel, evidence in the case that must be turned over to the defense. Judge also said she couldn't see how the trial could involve Carroll County jurors. It would be difficult, if not impossible, to find jurors in Carroll County who have not been involved in the case in some capacity. Same time, she couldn't see a way for the trial to be held outside of Carroll County, given the convenience of witnesses. She said the cost to move the trial to another county would be extraordinary. Solution will involve bringing in jurors from an outside county. The defense and prosecution have a week to agree on a suitable county from which jurors could be bussed into Carroll County and sequestered during the trial. Holy shit. That sounds super inconvenient. Sequestered for the whole time. You already know that that trial is going to be a long trial. All right, I got a little video clip up here, getting past the ad. Let me share this with you guys.
Breaking news out of Carroll County, where a private hearing on the Delphi murders case is being held right now at the courthouse in Delphi. The man suspected of killing Abby Williams and Libby German, Richard Allen, is in person for that hearing. There was an earlier public hearing to discuss the prosecution's request for a gag order and the defense's request for change of venue. And it sounds like a decision was made on at least one of them. Our Rich Nye was in that hearing and joins us from outside the Carroll County Courthouse in Delphi right now. Rich, tell us what you heard.
Well, Karen, the biggest decision made today is that Richard Allen's trial for the murders of Libby German and Abby Williams almost 6 years ago now here in Delphi, that trial will stay here in Carroll County. However, there will be a jury brought in from another county to hear that case. The gag order in this case remains in place. The parties involved, whether they are attorneys, family, police, law enforcement agency officers, they are still under that gag order. And finally, we have a bail hearing. The next court date is February 17th. Richard Allen will be back here in Delphi again for that. And at that time, they'll also talk about a new trial date. Karen, this was set for a trial in March. All parties agreed that they will not be ready for a trial in March.
And Rich, let's start with that change of venue request. Now, it sounds like the judge granted part of that.
That is correct in the fact that the jury will come from somewhere else. The judge asked both attorneys on the defense and prosecution about this, and everyone agreed that they could not find a jury. It would be impossible, if not, it would be difficult, if not impossible, to find a jury in Carroll County that would be impartial, knowing so much about this case and its history. And so there will be a change of venue from the standpoint the jury will come from another county. They'll take about a week for the attorneys to get together, talk it over, and suggest a county where that jury might come from. They're supposed to get back to the judge in about a week in that regard, but the trial will stay here in Delphi at this Carroll County Courthouse.
All right. And Rich, now the prosecution, they also had a request asking for a gag order in this case. Now, did the judge make a decision there?
Samantha, you've been here for both of these hearings so far in the Richard Allen case. Talk about what we know now about this gag order.
Yeah, that's right. So Judge Gall talked about this for just a couple minutes. She was very brief talking about the gag order. Essentially, as you mentioned, she is continuing that. She did take a couple minutes to remind the legal teams that technically they are allowed to speak to the media, but only about procedural details or logistics, things like when we will see them back in court again. Technically, they are allowed to talk about that, but know the details of the case. She also took a couple minutes to address the family that was in the courtroom today. We did have quite a few family members, and she said, as a reminder, you are under this gag order as well. Of course, as they left the courthouse this morning, no comment from family.
All right, that's Samantha Johnson. And Samantha or Rich, now we know the private hearing was scheduled right after the public one. What was being discussed there?
Well, that went on for about an hour, actually, after we were all removed from the courtroom gallery. We know one of the issues being discussed was how much money can the defense spend on hiring expert witnesses. Lots of other little tedious matters that are well before a trial to be attended to that were handled during that hour-long session.
Yeah, and I think it's important, like you mentioned, that private meeting was an hour. Our hearing, when we were in that earlier this morning, was less than 10 minutes. We started late. It started around 10:30, but it was brief. It was to the point. But that private meeting, like you mentioned, was a lot longer.
Samantha, you've been here for both of these hearings now for Richard Allen. What did you notice from the first one and then today?
Something that really stood out to me, Rich, and I noticed it the second that Richard Allen walked into that room. The first time we saw him a couple months ago, he almost seemed stunned. It was that deer in headlights look as he kind of took in that courtroom for the first time. But when we saw him today, he had a much more serious, almost driven, focused look on his face. He had almost a frown. He seemed very dedicated. And something else we noticed today, it did appear that Richard Allen had family members here.
That's correct. Richard Allen, what we believe may have been his wife, was here in the courtroom today. Richard Allen just left this courthouse about 10 minutes ago, and we have some brand new video, the closest video we've seen of Richard Allen since his arrest, and we'll show that to you tonight on Eyewitness News. On 13 News.
Johnson, thank you both so much for bringing us that great information on the court there in Delphi. Now, we have been following the story for years. And
Well, that was that. There's a little update for you guys for the Delphi murder stuff. What else? So for those of you that missed it, so court today, they were playing old footage from Officer Ron Kosman, who was a friend of Julie Jensen. That's who Julie went to tell him about some things that were happening, you know, in the family between the two of them. Reported, you know, these lewd pictures that were being spread around the house that they originally thought was the person that Julie had the affair with, Perry Tarika. And then later, you know, State is alleging that it was actually Mark leaving these lewd photographs. And what happened is they were showing the jury photos and screwed up. And one of those photos went live, broadcasted all over everybody's stream. It literally was like a scene from the movie Fight Club. You guys remember when they're in the movie theater and Tyler Durden, you know, snaps a little lewd image in the cartoon movie that's being played. That's exactly what happened. It was quick, but not fast enough for them to remove it. That it was shown. We had one of our viewers screen grab it for us. I saw it clear as day. I went, holy shit, I lost my shit on the stream. Clear as day, one of our viewers screen grabbed it for us, sent us the picture. We obviously can't, you know, show the picture because that's pretty bad. But we were we were emailing it out to people that requested it. And it was, for those that missed it, it was a very, very graphic image of a male, let's just say, you know, painting a wall. And they really covered the wall in primer. We'll just say that. Wall meaning face. It was lewd. It was very graphic. So yeah, very. It was by far the most interesting thing that happened in the trial today. I'm not sure if the courthouse realized what happened. I'm not sure if they were notified. Obviously, a mistake did not mean for that to happen. They were trying to show the jury, and they accidentally broadcasted it live. So I'm sure a lot of people's streams, I'm sure everyone's streams are going to be fucked up over that. Maybe there'll be some FCC fines. We don't know. Gonna be interesting about that. Some breaking news. So we've talked about this throughout the stream today a few times. We put up some banners about it. So some breaking news. Judge Doro's campaign manager back in the spotlight now. We are the only media outlet that is reported on this. This has not hit mainstream media yet. But Judge Doro's campaign manager, Amber Schroeder, however you pronounce her last name, is being investigated by law enforcement for an alleged misdemeanor crime. That's all the details that we're going to give at this point. We got to do some journalism stuff over here. We do know what the investigation is about. I'm going to hold off, though, on letting you guys know the details of that we know. But she is being investigated for a misdemeanor crime. So really the question at this point is, how much more shit is Doro going to allow from this campaign manager that is just wrecking her campaign for Wisconsin Supreme Court Justice? This is a train wreck by this campaign manager. So that is that. That's a big deal happening with that. So we did post that on the Facebook page. So you can pretty much exactly what I told you. That's what's posted. We didn't put super details on there. Like I said, we're going to hold off on that for right now. But it is posted up on the Facebook page, so you guys can share that out. Boss, I agree. I wanted to support Doro as well. Even though, she's a conservative judge, I didn't really give a shit about that. I actually really liked her. I thought she was cool. I thought she was legit. And then, we got tipped off to look into the campaign manager, which didn't even dawn on me. Why would we investigate her? And we got tipped off by a viewer, and then we started digging, and we found a lot of bad stuff about her, and then that led us to a pretty cringy thing about Doro as well, which discredits her TV interviews about supporting everybody's rights. She doesn't. So, she's very vague and dodges a lot of questions when she gives interviews, and these are the reasons why. She has skeletons in her closet that she does not want the Wisconsin public to know about. And we released a lot of baggage that Amber Schroeder brings to the table, and this lie that Judge Doro has told. So if you guys are interested in that article that we wrote, you can read that on our website, Never.Stop.Voices.com. It's one of the first articles on the site that pops up. We went into a full detail about the campaign manager, and then at the end talks about the lie that Doro is telling. So yeah, very unfortunate. And now Amber back in the spotlight under police investigation. We got some stuff sent to us today. We are digging in some other stuff. We may have some video that we can release. So we got to look at that stuff. You guys know how we do investigations. So that's our little teaser for now on the story. We will keep you guys updated. It is a developing story. We'll keep you guys updated as more information comes. But yeah, go on Facebook page, share that that post out. That's interesting. What else? I don't know. You guys have any questions on the trial? Anything you guys want to chat about real quick? I'm not going to be on here long. I got to jump off. I'm so tired sitting in this chair. My body is cramping up. I got a massive cramp in my left calf. What else? Make sure you guys share the streams. Like I said, there's no court Monday, but we'll be back here live Monday morning at 8:30. We're going to live stream some archived footage. We're going to start off with the forensic pathologist with his testimony. There's a lot of testimony. It's kind of long. It was a key witness, so we're gonna play that. Maybe we'll do a full 8-hour stream. I don't know, but we're gonna play that. So yeah, share the streams, like and follow the pages if you haven't. If you guys want to support the platform, there's, a pinned comment with some links, send some super chats, all of that stuff. That stuff helps. Remember, guys, this trial is expected to last about 5 weeks, if not a little bit longer. I'm not going to a day job right now because we're trying to cover this trial. So support the channel. We need it. Otherwise, we're only going to be able to stream this for a few more days, and then I got to go back to work. That's going to be unfortunate. Jay Bean, so it was just the cop video today? No, they had Ed Krug, so that was the co-worker of Jensen. He testified today. I thought he was kind of not very credible. I didn't really like his testimony. We played a bit of the 2008 testimony from Ed Krug. We were obviously talking about a lot of stuff while that was playing in the background. But we played some of that. And defense, I thought, tore him apart, just, like they did with the pathologist yesterday. And then the state brought Ed Krug's ex-wife, Joanne. They brought her up. Defense tore into her today and had her in tears on the stand. I even kind of cringed a little bit, like, whoa, back off, man. You got this lady in tears at this point. But they tore into her too. Defense for Mark Jensen in this trial is not playing silly little kid games. They are going for the jugular. So it's very different from how the 2008 trial happened. Craig Albee seemed a little bit more loose, just kind of letting things go, whereas defense in this trial is going for the jugular. We did see Judge Milosauskas lose his shit today. So be sure to look for some clips of that. We're gonna clip it. I'm gonna pop up a reel on the Facebook page. There'll be a little bit longer of a clip that we'll put up on YouTube because I think the reels on Facebook, they got to be under a minute long. You can go obviously a little longer on Facebook, but he snapped on defense today for not really being truthful about some other acts evidence that they already ruled on could not come into this trial. And defense tried to squeeze it in. They got in trouble for it. So Milosauskas kind of gave a little bit of an admonishing to them, lost his shit, saw the true Milosauskas screaming and yelling at them. So we will clip that for you guys. We'll get it up as soon as possible. We did, if you guys on YouTube, you check out the playlist for the Mark Jensen trial. So we did clip out some witness testimony, things like that. We have it up there for members only right now. We'll start releasing that stuff as we go, but right now it's for members only. So I have the pathologist from yesterday. His testimony is up on the thing. I was, remember, we can only release like 3 videos a day, and that you guys get notified of, and then any other videos, they don't notify you guys. And we still have hundreds of other videos that we're trying to get up on this goddamn channel. So we're trying to get that up. And then they played the officer, and that was, old recording from 2008. They're not done with it, so that's going to have to be picked back up on Tuesday. So there's going to be some boring stuff there again. But yeah, the most interesting part and what's going to be talked about everywhere is the blooper from the porno image. So we had some people that emailed. I sent the picture to them through the email with a legal disclaimer in there. I'm not sending it through Messenger because I don't need Messenger yelling at me. But if you have my phone number, so I know some of you do because we hang out or talk or whatever, I'll text it to you. Isaiah messaged me while I was talking to you guys. Let me see what Isaiah said. Hang on, let me tell Isaiah what's up. I'm gonna voice grab this. Hang on. You guys can kind of hear a behind the scenes convo real quick. Hey, yeah, so apparently, in this trial, there's a big thing about Mark Jensen leaving some lewd images around the house. And, it was meant to like torment Julie, things like that. That's what the state is alleging. So they did this in 2008. And then now with the retrial, they talked about it again. It's been talked about several times, penises and fellatio. And today they were trying to show the jury a couple of those images, and they fucked up and showed one that broadcasted everywhere. And one of our viewers was nice enough to screen grab it. So that's what I sent you. So that's what that's all about. So yeah, every media outlet that happened. Anyone that was streaming this trial, that happened on everybody's shit. So the funniest thing in the world. For those of you that haven't seen it, I mean, it's graphic. It is graphic. She's covered. Just the whole face. It's covered. It's great. It's quality. That's what happened. All right. See, there we go. There's a little behind the scenes clip for you guys. That's what happens behind the scenes. All right. Anything else? Any other questions, comments? Otherwise, I'm gonna jump off. I gotta eat, I gotta shower, I gotta sleep, I need a nap. I got a couple important phone calls I gotta make. We got stories that we have to get out. Anything? No? All right. I'm going to jump off. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I appreciate all the love and support and you guys being here. Mark Jensen related content. We will see you Monday morning at 8:30. No court, but we're going to play archive footage. We'll see what happens over the weekend. Some shit happens. We'll go live or upload videos, whatever we are doing. If you're not on the Facebook page, go over there, like and follow, because we do post some updates and things over there. So I will talk to you guys later on. Thanks for tuning in.